he's been banged up.
Now, quarterback, who would you rather have right now going into this season? At number 78 on the list, Justin Fields, or a quarterback that is not on the list, Jared Goff?
Hands down, Jared Goff. I mean, it's not even close. That's not even, to me, it's not even a debate. All right, yeah, Justin Fields can run with the ball, but what's he going to, when push comes to shove and he has to put together a drive and throw the ball down the field, I don't think Justin Fields yet can do that.
He's got better weapons this year because they got DJ Moore.
DJ Moore, sure.
Okay, well, Goff needs weapons too.
Why not?
It's like, I just feel like he's projecting with Fields.
Yes.
Like, I feel like Justin Fields has the potential to be a Lamar Jackson light. Really. Electric highlight reel player with his feet, and he will be a better passer. I don't think it'll ultimately lead to the end result that you want.
Right, championships.
Right.
But you can still have a really good team with him, probably.
Well, what's the goal, though?
Yeah.
This is the most important player on the team.
I know.
I'll die on this sword. I could be very wrong here the next couple of years, but I just...
Oh, sure. I mean, we're going to be talking about guys that all of a sudden, hey, something clicks and they're really good.
I mean,
yes.
If he's going to put Aaron Donald on the list, as high as he did, where's Matthew Stafford's not on the list, is he?
No. Matthew
Stafford's kind of been left for dead by a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
If he's healthy, and it isn't
well, if he's healthy, but if those around him are healthy. If he has a healthy running game, a healthy offensive line, if he has an offensive line. Last year, their offensive line was horrible.
Correct.
But, you'd rather have Matthew Stafford than Justin Fields, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yes, when healthy, absolutely. No doubt about it.
I just feel like the word is he's fine.
How's Kyler Murray an honorable mention on this thing, though? I mean, seriously?
I'd rather have him than Justin Fields. I would.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
No.
Justin Fields hasn't done what he's done yet.
But Justin Fields, I would rather have him as a leader on my team than Kyler Murray.
At that position, I'd rather have Justin Fields as well.
Aiden Hutchinson was the first honorable mention, so we'll put him at 101 because it's apparent that it's not in alphabetical order.
Right, or team order.
Have you ever seen so many honorable mentions?
Yeah.
I know.
Well, was there another 100?
Because it's cover his ass deal.
Are we sure it's not first name alphabetical order?
Aiden Hutchinson.
No,
because you got Dak Prescott ahead of Bobby Wagner.
Right, and Aaron Jones is in the middle of the pack there, and that would be ahead of.
He should have been ahead of Aiden.
Yeah, I know.
Aaron Jones.
That's why it was not first name alphabetical order. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number here on the Stoney and Jansen program. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, this Father's Day, Sunday, the Michigan Panthers, you got to get down to the game, 7 o'clock start when the Panthers host the Philadelphia Stars. It's a rematch of the 1983 USFL Championship game, and it's WWE Superstars Night as Panthers MC Big E is bringing his WWE pals to Detroit for the game. Ford Field will be filled with activities for fans young and old, including a photo booth, a sign-making contest, cornhole, face painters, and caricature artists. And you'll even be able to test your vertical jump just like the pros do. Maybe I can get 2 feet off the ground. We'll see. Or 2 inches. Don't miss the Panthers versus the Stars on Sunday, June 18th at 7 o'clock. Father's Day at Ford Field. Great seats will get you right next to the action for just $10. WWE's Big E will be there with surprise guests. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
248-539-9797. Happy Father's Day for those who are fathers this Sunday. And today we say Happy National Fudge Day.
Oh. All right. You like fudge?
Love fudge.
Yeah, I'm a big fan
I got to
too.
stay away from it, though, because it's too good.
Once you start, you can't stop.
No.
So you get the bellyache.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's usually one of those things where you take a little bite and then you just take a little bit more. And then you figure, well, if I eat it all, then I won't have to worry about it later today.
Right. Why is it?
One way to look at it.
Yeah.
Once it's gone.
Why is it that fudge is more, I don't know, famous is not the right word, but you see fudge more at like resort places around this country than just, you know.
In your local candy store?
Yeah, which
Well, because
it's obviously there, but like Mackinac, known for fudge. The Jersey Shore, they have, saltwater taffy and fudge all over.
Well, it's vacation destinations, and fudge isn't something that lasts. Like, you're not going to wrap it up at a candy bar and sell it at grocery stores. It's one that needs to be, eaten warm at best.
Right. Well, no, really?
Oh,
Right?
yeah. You've never had any warm fudge?
I usually like it.
Well,
Just
you haven't
right
been to
out of
Mackinac Island.
Yes,
You've
I
been to-
have.
Oh,
Yes,
you
I
have?
have. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was too far north for me.
No.
Sorry.
Oh,
My apologies.
that's an apology.
I had no idea it was going to be so offensive to
No,
you.
it's not offensive.
He was very offended.
Yes,
Well,
he
it
was.
okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have.
I have been to Mackinac twice, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, it was so good the first time you went back.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, come on. It's a wonderful place.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I wish I could play that 9-hole golf course there.
Okay. I've never played it.
Yeah.
Have you done the bike path around it? The walking path? So I think it's about 8 miles.
Yes, did the walking path. Yes.
Okay.
That's fun. It's a good place.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very
But
historic too.
Yeah, it's very.
I like seeing
Fort Mackinac.
like the
Yeah.
cannons and things
Uh-huh.
like that.
Yeah.
It's and the hotel thing though. I can't believe they charge money just to walk through the lobby of the hotel.
It's a historic landmark.
Yeah, I know because they had a movie there. I mean,
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, it's.
All right. I did not know that. I've
But
never
you-
been to Mackinac Island.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
You
Really?
haven't?
No, I've been across the
You
bridge.
gotta
I've been in the
take
UP.
kids.
I'm not
It's a fun day trip.
I'm not day trip.
Yeah, you can go for the
Yeah,
day. You don't
okay.
have to spend the night. I've
Yeah.
never spent
That's
the
what I mean.
night.
Yeah, so you're not driving there,
Okay.
spending the day, and driving all the way home.
Okay.
Yes, it's a day trip
Yeah,
from
but just-
Mackinac City.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe.
I get it.
I irritated you. I don't want to do that on a Friday.
No.
I'm not paying to walk through a hotel, okay?
Yeah.
I am not paying to walk through a hotel.
Then don't pay.
Why?
But I've you
What's so-
can sit on the porch at different times and not have to pay.
yeah, there are certain parts you don't have
Yeah.
to pay, but they actually
It's out on
walk.
the porch. It's a great porch.
Yeah, it's a very nice porch.
Mm-hmm.
Sit there and see people taking great pictures. Maybe even a wedding going on down
Oh yeah,
there.
a lot of weddings.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Yeah,
A lot of horse crap.
there is.
Yes,
Yes,
because they have
Yeah.
horses.
Mhm.
they have lots of horses.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What's a better place to go to, Mackinac or Frankenmuth?
Well, I would prefer Frankenmuth because it's a whole meal. I mean, there's good things to eat. Don't get me wrong,
Yes.
on Mackinac Island, but you go there for the fudge and the treats, the sweet things.
Correct.
More if you're talking about food, or the Pink Pony for drinks at night. But during the day, I would much rather have the chicken dinner at Frankenmuth.
Yes, that I haven't experienced yet.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Wow. I'm surprised by that too.
That's not a far drive either.
No.
That literally is a day trip.
I know.
All right, and then my thing on that that chicken's good. Okay, it's great. It really
Yeah.
is.
Probably
the
haven't been
way-
to Bronner's yet
the-
either, have you?
No.
He's Jewish.
I know that's why he said it. Do they have the Hanukkah? Do they have the Hanukkah shelf by your?
It's Stoney. It's not pork up in Frankenmuth. It's chicken.
I know. That has nothing to do with it. Bronner's though, it's I've seen obviously the pictures and the videos.
Sure,
They need
yes,
that
yes.
shelf for the menorah or the dreidel.
Yeah,
The Chinooka.
the
Yeah.
Chinooka.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Bronner's is
maybe they
great.
do,
That's why
yeah.
I like Frankenmuth better.
Yeah.
Well, although I haven't been to Mackinac Island, I've been to the city of Mackinac.
Oh, you've been to Mackinac City? Okay.
Yeah, and gotten fudge there and stuff.
Sure.
It's great.
Mm-hmm.
But you never. If you've been in Mackinac City, why? It's not
We
that.
actually-
That's not that far to go to Mackinac Island.
Well, we
Well,
were just
no, but
went,
it
we
is a
went
process.
to Mackinac
I know.
City for the day, and
Right.
also went up to St. Ignace and drove to the Sulaks and all that.
Oh yeah, Sue Locks are cool.
Yeah.
You take that.
They're building a new one, I think, too, or adding on to it.
Really?
Yeah, new lock.
You take the ferry, the Sheplers.
I've taken the ferry. I've taken my own boat over there to Mackinac Island.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it is a nice, like if you're in the area, it is a really nice day trip. And it's nice if you stay there overnight, because once the last ferry leaves, whether it's to St. Ignace or Mackinac City, the island quiets down, and it's really nice to be there for overnight as well.
I'm sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Coming up at 9:35, he might be the biggest piece of crap in this
Speaking of horse
century.
crap.
Yes, exactly. But right now, here's Heather.
All right. Police are investigating the death of a 23-year-old Michigan woman who was actually found with severe head trauma on a road in Southfield earlier this month. Right now, this is a complete mystery. Mia Canoe was a senior at Tennessee State University, home for the summer, and she was found lying on Providence Drive in Southfield right around 4:30 a.m. on June 3rd. She had just left a house party that she was there with some friends, and now police say they're looking at her death as a homicide after some surveillance video captured this woman either falling from or being pushed out of a vehicle onto the road. She was taken to the hospital after a passerby called 911, and unfortunately she was pronounced dead several days later. Now, police say that this woman was in the car with two people, the driver and another passenger, which they have found. They say those two people are cooperating with police. And right now it sounds like there was some sort of an argument between the driver of the vehicle and another person in the parking lot of the apartment complex that they had just left. So maybe the party that they had just left. But still, so many answers remain unknown. And the woman's family is really hoping that obviously somebody knows something.
Yeah.
Somebody saw something, that somebody will come forward with some answers. A man who's accused of intentionally hitting a woman with his pickup truck and then transporting her body to a wooded area that was miles away was convicted of murder and other crimes in Southwest Michigan. Happened back in 2021. Colby Martin hit this 64-year-old woman while she was out for a walk. It was in Van Buren County, and he was convicted of first-degree murder on Wednesday, which does carry a mandatory life sentence in prison. If you're trying to plan, a little summer getaway, a summer family trip, you might want to consider going to the cocaine capital of the U.S., which is Traverse City, Michigan.
Wow.
Oh,
The quaint small town of Traverse City. Yes, according to an online sports betting guide, Traverse City, and you could also go here if you'd like, Grand Rapids are both among the top 10 wildest cities in the U.S. Traverse City comes in at number 3. Grand Rapids comes in at number 10. And this sports betting site looked at all of a bunch of different factors. They looked at, casinos in the area, how many people smoke weed, cocaine use, strip clubs, how many people are binge drinkers, or how many people drink in general in these areas. And according to their research, Traverse City had an overall wildness score of 7.71 out of 10. And when it comes to cocaine use, which is why it got this new name, Traverse City, they say, ranked number 1 with 23.8% of its population having taken the drug.
Wow, that's a gigantic number.
I know.
A quarter of the population?
That's what they've discovered.
Huh.
Lots of
blows
people.
my
They also
mind.
say it's number 1 for cannabis use as well, and number 3 for strip clubs.
Oh.
There are 2 strip clubs in Traverse City.
Yes, and
You've been to half of them.
John, have you frequented any of the strip clubs in Traverse City?
I have not.
Nor have I.
Greg, have
Oh,
you?
you
Have you?
haven't?
No.
No.
What's the review on the strip clubs, Heather?
Oh, I have. I've been to one.
Whoa.
This is ages ago. Okay, this was a long time ago.
When she was wild, Heather.
Yes.
And I don't have a lot to compare it to because I haven't frequented a lot of other strip clubs, so I can't say.
Is that the only
what
one
it was
you've been
like
to?
Compared. No, I have been to. I I've been to one in Detroit as well.
Oh,
Did your mom take you to that one too?
No, I was there with no. No,
Who were you
no,
there-
I was
who were you
with
there
Colin,
with?
I think.
oh, okay.
I think I was there with my husband and a big group of people, like a large group. It wasn't just him
Which
and I
one?
that
Which one was
decided
that?
to go
Which
to
one
his-
was that one?
I can't tell. You'd have to name some. It's a if you named it, I would know it. Start
Bazooki?
Can you name any? Yeah, I think it was that. I was gonna say it sounds like a bubble gum.
Oh,
was gonna say-
yeah,
Bazooka Joe.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
I think that's it. That was it. Yep.
Okay. Bazooka bubblegum is great.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's kind of like the bubblegum. Finally, you guys, there's a Las Vegas family. I don't know if you saw the story trending that reported a UFO sighting in their backyard. And now they're fearing for their safety and they're currently in lockdown. So in late April, this Vegas family called 911 after an object fell from the sky into their backyard. And they say it contained this large alien or aliens with shiny eyes. So here's the initial 911 call.
Well, if I was the dispatch person, I'd say, well, take a picture or video.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Where's the
Yeah,
proof?
well, apparently police did end up going and setting up some sort of a camera in their yard.
Did
that
they
has been
find
taken
anything?
Down. I don't think so. But there
Oh.
was some body cam footage from an officer that did capture like something shooting through the sky. Like a fireball almost.
Oh,
but
this was outside of Vegas?
Yes,
I'm
but
sure
no,
that's a
there was
rarity in the skies of Vegas.
Yeah.
no sighting of aliens. But now the family says that they're in lockdown, and it's not because they're scared of the aliens. It's because they've been receiving threats from people who think that they're just engaging in this elaborate hoax. So they're now hiding out from the humans that have now, I guess, threatened them. So they say they're anxious, they're scared, and they're unwilling to leave their home.
Wow. Hey, it's Vegas.
Vegas, baby. Oh,
Absolutely.
What happens in Vegas is supposed to stay in Vegas,
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Heather. Speaking of which,
Yes.
no aliens at the D. D Las Vegas is a no alien hotel. And it's very inexpensive. You get your best bang for the buck there. Go to the D.com and book your room today. It's at Fremont Street. Now, it can be wild on Fremont Street, as we know. But I don't think, John, we've ever seen any aliens. When you go to the D, when you get your reservation at the D, you also
Some
get
invitations.
you also get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the great Circa Hotel and Casino. And they do have great food at the D as well. You have Joe Vicari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse right there. You got American Coney Island. And I'm looking forward to Bacon Nation with John Jansen. It's going to be a wonderful experience. Hopefully, we'll be able to experience that next week or next month, shall we say. Actually, it's probably in 2 months, isn't it? Anyway, in September. It's Friday. The D Las Vegas is so much fun. The long bar, the action never stops. Like I say, the odds are better downtown. Fremont Street's a blast. So go to your no alien hotel, the D Las Vegas. Book your room today, the D.com. D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. 248-539-9797. Antonio Brown is, shall we say, one of the most peculiar people in sports in the past 5 years, so to speak. He had his, problems with the Steelers towards the end of the run there, and then he ended up with Tom Brady. And the next thing you knew, everything was great, and then he ends up taking off his shirt and leaving the Meadowlands. And
Yeah.
gets in trouble. He's had all sorts of stuff. And, hey, he now is the owner of an arena football team called the Albany Empire. Well, not anymore, because the arena league that he's associated with has decided to suspend operations of the Albany Empire because they haven't paid what they're owed to the league.
He still owns the franchise, and he
Yes.
still owns the team. They just have no place to play,
Yes,
no league to play in.
correct.
And he did the interview that he just had. It seemed like a very disjointed interview, shirtless.
Yes. A shirtless Antonio Brown. Now, this is before the major trouble, but we just want to give you a taste of this. This is what Antonio Brown had to say about why he became the owner of the Albany Empire. So, would it be fair to say that Antonio Brown is one of the, if not the biggest POS, and to be politically correct and save our license, piece of crap
Yes.
in the sports world this century? And if not, who?
Well, one of them, and this is an awkward interview, and him declaring himself the personal savior of some of these
Correct.
individuals is it doesn't make him a POS or piece of crap.
Well, but the
But
cumulative stuff.
Yes, it's the the bag of gummies that he was throwing at I think it was his girlfriend at the time. It's the locking himself in his home until the police decided to leave. There's-
Non-payment of a lot of services that he received.
Right. Yes. And there's a lot of things that have gone on in his life over the past 4 to 5 years where you kind of raise an eyebrow, like, okay, this guy is like you mentioned. He's a piece of crap.
Yeah.
I think there's a handful of other candidates in the running for the top spot.
You know who my number one is?
Who's that? I think I can guess, but I'm gonna write it down here.
Okay.
Because I think it's mine as well, but I think this is who you're going to say, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm just piggybacking.
Okay, so those watching on YouTube or Twitch can see John writing something down.
Yes. Let me see where the camera is. I'm going to show it up to
Okay, I'm not going to look.
All right. You can't really see it very good. Oh, it's over here. All right, showing it to him.
Okay,
Camera
Get it down.
delayed. It'll come
Ready?
up. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a current player.
So it's
He also is involved in football.
yeah,
He played quarterback.
for the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
Yes.
It's Brett Favre.
Yeah, pretty much hands down.
Yes. Okay. Brett Favre bilked a lot of people out of money, including the state of Mississippi, to build a volleyball facility because his daughter's playing volleyball at Southern Mississippi.
Yes, and everybody on the Twitch right now is wondering what the hell that said on the back of my piece of paper because the light behind me, you basically could see our show rundown. You couldn't see what I held up, but it was
okay.
Brett Favre. Yes, he was. You'd be hard pressed to find anybody that surpasses him. You could maybe find a couple of guys that would tie him in regards to this, but surpass him, probably not.
I thought there was another person also, to me, off the top of my head, it's only football people right now.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that
Oh, that I played with?
No.
Oh, see, there's a running back that I've played with
Well,
that I've mentioned a number
but
of times who
it's-
actually tried to steal from former players,
Right.
did steal from former
Right,
players, spent
okay.
time in jail for stealing from former players. That would
Right.
be Clinton Portis.
Right. Well, you're close.
No.
Because this person actually
owned the team?
who wrote both of your checks.
Yeah, it's both of them. I got more than one, but
and that
yeah.
would be Daniel Snyder.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to put him at the top of the list just because GTM.
He was good to you.
Again, hard for me to put him at the top of the list. But I know that there are some that worked with the organization
Yes.
that would certainly have him at the top of their list.
No doubt. 248-539-9797. If it's not Antonio Brown, we say Brett Favre, Clinton Portis, Daniel
There's
Snyder.
a number of candidates, yeah.
Who is the biggest POS in sports this century?
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to go back to this, because Century does go back 23 years,
Yes, it
Right?
does. Yes.
Donald Sterling could be in that category as well, right?
Sure.
And anybody who's actually like hit a woman, and we were talking about Miles Bridges earlier, you know,
Move them right to the front of the line.
yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, it's hard to. I mean, for 23 years too, and it's unfortunately could become a long list. And some guys that could have had great careers. Hopefully, one of those guys will find out. It doesn't make him it doesn't move him to the top of the list. It's just a guy that's risking his career because he hasn't really, at least other than a argument at home. I don't know that he's harmed anyone physically, and that would be Ja Morant. But the problem with that is it's just the level of disappointment because he went from this guy and a guy that I loved watching play the game, and it's going to be hard to watch him now.
Yes. We have some ticket texts. I genuinely believe he has mental health issues. I'm worried for him, and I think he needs help. It's really sad. That's from Jamie talking about Antonio Brown. Ray Rice is up there. POC, piece of crap. That's from Dave.
Yeah. Was that this century?
Yes.
It wasn't before the turn?
Oh, no.
No, I guess not. No, never mind.
Yeah, for what he did, there's no doubt about it. But
Especially when you see the video.
Yes, but he has pretty much, cleaned up his act.
He's walked the straight and narrow since
Yes,
then.
he
He
has.
ended up married. They ended up getting married too, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
He's a washed-up football star that is making poor business decisions after his career has ended. There is absolutely no reason to pay attention to this guy's antics. Well, for the most part, I tend to agree.
Yeah.
But this, does involve people in sports as far as,
Well, and
No
for
matter what you think of
those,
the arena
and you could be talking about 30-year-old dudes that are just going out there to play the game. Like there are guys that are on that team that will be greatly affected by this.
correct. There's no doubt about it. 248-539-9797. Stoney and Jansen on a Friday. 97 the ticket.
Hey, summer is heating up, and the weather isn't the only thing that's getting hot. It's the same over at Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Those are the deals. At Fox CDJR of Southfield, the specials are smoking hot. And from now until the 30th of June, you can stop by the It's the Season sales event at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. You can lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $269 a month. Or if that's not something you're after, take a look at the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at only $299 a month. With nearly 350 vehicles in stock to choose from, you should have no trouble picking out something to make memories in this summer. And if you're searching for a specific fit, try using Fox CDJR of Southfield's convenient ordering process to customize your own vehicle online or in store. It's exactly what I did. I enjoyed the process, and I love the product. Through transparent pricing and incredible attention to detail, this team is going to go out of its way to make this the absolute best guest experience you've ever had. Stop by the dealership today at 11 and a half and Telegraph, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com.
248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts and a couple of calls for the biggest POS in sports in the last century, or this century so far, so it's 23 years, because Antonio Brown, his track record, and then the team that he owns in the Arena League, not that I care that much about the Arena League, but they've been disbanded because he hasn't paid.
Yeah.
Owes people money, owes the league money, and I have no idea if his players are even getting paid. Probably not. Doesn't Bill Self have to be a POS? We know Kansas cheats. He's been busted for multiple things. I nominate Bill Self for a piece of crap.
Yep.
That's from Whitmer.
I'll second that. Sure.
Lane Kiffin. I don't.
I mean, I think
wouldn't
there's
call
a
him
difference
POS.
between just kind of being a.
Dirtbag and a POS. I don't think Lane Kiffin's a
He's in the
dirtbag.
slime ball category.
Yeah, he's in
Yeah.
the there's something about him I don't like category almost.
Yeah.
Slimy, yeah.
He's somewhat in the last year or so with some of his Twitter trolls and some
Yeah.
of his comments. It's like, I don't want to say he's endearing himself, but he's
Right.
becoming more palatable.
Yes. My vote's for Ray Rice. Urban Meyer, a huge POS.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
LeBron James, no doubt. See, I disagree. You can not like LeBron James for whatever reasons, but POS is not one of them. He's done so many great things for communities. But yeah, you don't.
You don't like him. You don't like
don't-
his politics.
right.
You can say whatever you want,
He's
but it
not a
doesn't make
POS.
him. Yeah.
Conor McGregor. I mean, not only did he, beat up a mascot, he's allegedly sexually assaulted somebody in the bathroom of that arena.
Yeah.
POS, Phil Mickelson. Okay. I don't disagree with that. I agree with everyone you said, and I'd like to have some additions. Kyrie Irving,
Yeah.
Okay.
the Oakland Athletics owner, and anyone who beat their kids or wife.
Maybe say Jerry Sandusky.
You're right. That's this century.
Yeah. Okay.
That could be number one on the
And
list.
last.
Yes. Trevor Bauer. Patrick from Howell.
That's a pretty good one.
Yep. Deshaun Watson. Sexually assaulted 20-plus women. Biggest POS this century. Major POS from sport is Zach Stacy. Not sure if he makes the top 5, but video shows him as an absolute scumbag. I'm trying to remember what he did. Was it I don't remember, but I do
never
remember.
thought I'd hear it again.
Yeah, I know he got in trouble. Henry Ruggs, Jalen Carter. I'm not going to put him there yet.
Stacy was convicted of domestic violence.
Yeah. Okay. Ray Lewis. Where's the suit? By the way, Ray Lewis's son passed away yesterday. I saw.
Mhm.
I had no
28
idea.
years old.
Yeah. Let's go to now. This could be the winner. Rob and Brighton. You're 97 on the ticket.
Zach Stacy was the guy that threw the woman into the TV, like with the kid in the living room.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Viral
Yeah.
video she had.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really bad. But I have two, and my first one is Aaron Hernandez. And I mean, yes, Brett Favre is a scumbag because he's embezzled money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Same with Clinton Portis. But Aaron Hernandez killed several people, and for me, like, I think killing somebody is different than embezzling money.
Yes, I'd
But
say
my
so.
second one, his second crime was this century. But Mr. Orenthal James Simpson, I know the murders that he was allegedly found not guilty were in the 90s, but his armed robbery was in, I think, 2007, 2008, something like that. So I think both of those guys topped the cake for me. So
I would agree with Aaron Hernandez.
Yes, definitely.
For
Aaron
sure.
Hernandez. I'm not going to put OJ there.
Have you seen? It's the Netflix series, right? Netflix did it on Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Did
No,
you
I haven't seen that.
I think I saw it was a 2-part series. I think I saw the first
It's very
part.
good. Yeah. If you don't know the whole story, it's real good watch.
Yeah.
There's one also that I forget it was on Real TV or whatever that they did him, Hulk Hogan, and they actually I'm in it. It's really it's not.
Oh,
very,
you are?
It's not very
Oh,
good.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I was interviewed by somebody who was producing it about Aaron Hernandez. Yeah.
How was Aaron Hernandez and Hulk Hogan attached to each other?
Well, they were different. They were it was called like Notorious or whatever, and Hulk Hogan had.
Falls from Grace, maybe? Because
so-
Hogan
so
had the whole
Hulk
racism
Hogan-
thing.
Right, Hulk Hogan had the thing with the tabloid and all that stuff. So,
Huh.
yeah, pretty interesting. All right, John, you are going to have a very interesting weekend in the great state of Ohio.
Whoa. Let's be careful with the adjectives that we use.
I'm being
Words
facetious.
matter. I will have to go down to that state in the south, and I've got two choices to get there. I can either go to Lansing, which is a tough drive, and then head south to Ohio, or I could go down to Toledo, and then I got to spend more time in Ohio. So I'm choosing the lesser of two evils and hitting Lansing first.
Lansing, Michigan?
Yeah.
And then you go
Is,
to
is there
Ohio.
is there a Lansing, Ohio?
I know.
I'm
That's
sure
right.
there is.
I thought I had no idea you could go from Lansing to Ohio.
Huh?
Wait, well, you're driving up to Lansing before you
I'm
go
going to drive west to Lansing and pick up 127. So I'll be in Jackson. I'll be just south of Lansing.
Yeah, that's
wow.
a pretty
Oh,
significant difference.
Right,
Well,
yeah.
it's still the stench kind of covers more than just, Lansing or Ohio.
Wait, the
That one-
stench from Michigan State
Yeah,
Oh, come
goes all the
on.
way down to Jackson?
sure.
Jackson's closer to Ann Arbor than it is to
Well, that's
East
where the
Lansing.
blue wall starts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, I have to spend the weekend. I have to spend Father's Day in Ohio. Grand Slam Ellie has a softball tournament down there. So we're going to head down that way. And depending on how they do will depend on when we get back on Father's Day. But how are you spending Father's Day?
I have no idea. Probably just golf, pool, walk,
Yeah.
watch the U.S. Open. Nothing exciting.
Good for you.
I
Good for you.
Be with my girls and my wife. That's
Doug,
the way I want to spend
Big
Father's
plans
Day.
for Sunday?
Don't know yet. Depends on kids' sports
Yeah.
schedules. Could be at the field all day, which is fine.
Yeah.
Um,
What's your ideal Father's Day?
Probably be up north, sleep,
Yeah.
golf, beer, U.S. Open.
Yeah.
It sounded like Stoney's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I could mix in a hike at some point.
Mhm.
Yep.
Good.
See the sunrise. Get the kids up. See the sunrise.
Oh, good God.
Make sure they have that moment with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
I hope it's funny because, I'm starting to notice my 21-year-old is starting to say and do things that Dad has emphasized. I'm not quite as irritating, and in fact, some of the words of wisdom,
Oh, he's starting to come around.
he's starting to come around. Not all the way, just
No.
it's starting
You're
to turn a
seeing the
little bit.
process.
Now, does he recognize that?
I don't want to even bring it up
Yeah.
because I think he would then
Go the other way.
go the other way. You heard? Oh, did you guys hear what his friends did to him yesterday?
No.
No.
Oh, this is so great. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
No,
Come on.
no.
Really?
I'm
So you know Brendan.
yes.
Yes.
And I got a cameo request
Yeah.
for somebody saying, I beat my friend Brendan in poker the other day.
Somebody asked you
And
to dog your
I
son.
beat him with a 7 and a 2. He's terrible. Could you mock him? So I just cut this cameo and set it off. 20 minutes later, my phone rings. It's my son. He goes, Dad, what did you do?
Oh.
One of his buddies beat him in poker, took the money that he won from my son,
paid you.
Paid you.
paid me for a cameo to rip on him, and then sent it out to the 120 members of the fraternity.
Oh wow.
And we were like, and as Gator put it, savage.
Yes.
Savage. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I didn't even notice. Like, I look back, and now I should have known right away.
Right.
Well, I heard that when Doug was reading me the names, I'm like, but first the thing went through my mind was, oh, somebody named Brennan. That's interesting.
Uh-huh.
And then starts to do the thing, but I didn't say it out loud. So then when he came back in, I just started laughing really loudly because I thought, well, that's perfect because that's just something
So
guys
here's
would
the
do. And
question.
the fact that he used
Would you
the
have
winning-
done it if you would have known?
Well, no, but so
I
okay.
don't know.
Before you answer it, our relationships with our kids and our fathers as well evolve over time.
Yeah.
If this individual had contacted you, would you have done it free of charge?
Well, I told my son we'll give him his money back. It's not that. It's not about the money.
Right.
It's such a great troll job.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So, and I didn't even notice. And
See, but giving the money
Well
back,
done.
now it sends the message to his kid that, oh, I'd have done that for free.
Yeah.
exactly.
I
That's
know.
why I asked
So
the
Give the
question.
money.
Yeah.
You know, keep that money.
maybe I need to think about it. Yeah.
Keep that
No.
money. What do you guys got going today?
We got trade rumors, couple new names from 2 different Detroit teams involved.
Yeah.
We got to talk about the weather last night, and one of the craziest families in sports is doing something crazy again. We'll explain in the noon hour.
All right. Carson Anderson next. Happy Father's Day to everyone. We'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend. 97 won the ticket.
All right. Friday on Carson Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
Just fine, Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time the Tigers win, I'm in a better mood.
Yeah. We'll talk about the game at some point because we should, but I got some feedback from a listener that just made me laugh. The listener said, I'm mad at myself for even being happy about this win. And I kind of get it. Like last night, hey, they won. And I started in my own head doing, it's the Twins, and maybe, just maybe, I'm like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this?
Why not?
Because even if they sweep the Twins,
What?
they won't follow it up.
Why do you say that?
Because they don't.
If they sweep the Twins, players are coming back to this team.
Right. And we've done the whole schedule's getting easier thing, and they dropped 11 of 12.
Yeah, because guys got hurt. They lost Rodriguez. They lost Riley Green. Tarek School pitched 3 innings last night of shutout baseball. I think gave him 1 hit and struck out 5. He's coming back real effing soon.
Yeah.
Like maybe he doesn't even make another start down in rehab. He just comes right back to the Tigers, and why wouldn't you? So that's getting one huge piece back. He might be the best pitcher on the Tigers staff. Now, Rodriguez was pitching like it this year, but Skubal, I think if we went over his track record coming back to this rotation, we might say that he's the best pitcher on this team.
Well, I guess, the great thing about sports and being a sports fan is everybody sees everything through a different prism. And I was like, yeah, I can't get excited about that win. It was cool, but they've dug such a deep hole. And you look at the roster parade now. Now, I was happy that Torque came through. I mean, it's all about the what's next.
I will say this. Something struck me last night, and I was shaking my head going, oh, my God, we had it so good. And then looking back, I can't believe didn't make more out of it. They had, they're doing those Miggy's moments on TV for each game.
Yeah.
So they had one last time they beat Sonny Gray. Or Miggy hit a home run off of something. I don't know if it was the last time they beat Sonny. It couldn't have been that. But it was the 2013 ALDS. Miggy hits a home run in Oakland against Sonny Gray.
Mm-hmm.
And they show Miggy rounding the bases and giving high fives. And thinking about it, Miggy at the time, prime of his career. We got prime Miggy, Triple Crown Miggy. He's high-fiving Prince Fielder. He's high-fiving Torrey Hunter. He's high-fiving Victor Martinez. And the rotation.
Yep.
And the other players in that team. And it's like, wow.
How did
that
team
was
not win
a team.
How did that team not win a World Series?
My goodness, that was a team.
Stupid layoffs. I believe it. Didn't they both times they went to the World Series, that group, 10 days? Was it 10 days in between? Something like that. Stupid layoff.
Well, whatever it was. I mean, they just I don't know if I blame it on a layoff. I just blame it that they just didn't show up when they needed to show up. But nonetheless, they had some power-laden teams in that lineup. And then you look at this lineup and you're like, they're just piecing it together. Yep. And I don't know if
more McKinstry.
Right. Well, fair enough. But I don't know if baseball today is. I mean, there seems like there's a couple teams that have lineups like that, and they're not doing as well as you would expect them to do. And teams have been broken up that had lineup. Houston had a lineup like that a couple of years ago, but now that's completely blown up, and yet they're still one of the top teams. Oh, you just dare to dream, And do they have those pieces coming up? If Riley Green healthy and Torkelson develops what we think he is, and now he's starting to really swing the bat well again, and is Kerry Carpenter a piece? I don't know. The kids at the minor leagues, and look at the box scores last night. Colt Keith came back to the lineup after a couple of days off, had a couple of hits, including his 13th home run.
Call him up.
Chase Young at single A, he missed a little bit of time. He comes back, he hits his 10th home run.
Former first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, these are guys that bring him up. Actually, Chase Young's older than Colt Keith by, I don't know, a matter of months, but he's still older. But let's get the promotion, Young goes to Double A, and Colt Keith goes to Triple A. I have a strong feeling that's going to happen, and, maybe these frowns are going to turn upside down quicker than you expect if these guys are legitimate major league players, and let's hope that they are.
I someday hope to be where you are. I'm not. Okay, just for the record,
Well,
because
until I see the guys prove themselves otherwise.
yeah, but you're talking about the prospects. I guess I'm talking about this current team. I'm not.
I like
can't-
Torque. I think Torque's a player.
Well, I would agree that he's obviously coming around, and it's starting to feel like when Riley Green started to turn it on, and so I'm rooting for that. But that might be the most significant thing that happens in the next month.
There aren't many other guys in the lineup that
No,
you
like
feel
I said.
like that's the case. I mean, Baez is he's so up and down, and unfortunately, when he's been up this year, it hasn't been phenomenal. It's been good, not great. So that's unfortunate. I don't know if Kerry Carpenter's guy is going to stick or if he's just Victor Reyes 2.0.
Which would be about right, because you went from
I would hate that that's the
leg
case.
humping Reyes to leg humping Carpenter.
I want Carpenter to be so much better than maybe what he is, but he had a big hit last night, and we'll see. But there are just too many other guys in the lineup right now that you feel like nope when it comes to the future. Are these guys going to be on this roster in 2 years? Nope.
Okay, so a couple things here. Weather yesterday was crazy. Now, we needed the rain, and I had a baseball practice scheduled and decided to call it off, even though the weather at the time looked good, but it was the old look. Maybe I'm hoping what's coming here, and some of the kids decided to meet at the cages, and I was just pitching to them, and then I heard the thunder, and I'm like, you know what? Thank you, because I don't want to call this practice off and have it be okay. And then, boy, did we get hit with some weird stuff. Howell, you were on Good Morning America today with all the hail. Toledo, you were on Good Morning America with a roof ripped off a building. And I didn't know this, but CBS meteorologist Kylie Miller tweeted out confirmed tornado in Frenchtown Township, Monroe County. National Weather Service will be conducting a storm survey later this morning for the strength of the twister and its path. Somebody out in Pinckney had put a video on social media of a funnel cloud. I didn't realize it had gotten that bad. The evidence I had, because we were in the cages for a while, and then I was running some errands, and the rain started coming down pretty hard, but I was indoors. But when you're indoors and you can hear it on the roof of a commercial building, that tells you something. I got home, and the bin, you have the trash, the recycle, and the yard waste, the blue, the light blue, and the brown. The brown is where you put like your grass clippings or whatever. That had blown over on the side of the house, and I'm like, wow. But then the evidence comes in that I was like, this was much stronger than I expected.
Yeah, I was watching TV yesterday, and I knew the rain was going to come in because we looked at the radar yesterday when we were talking about whether or not you're going to be coaching baseball practice. And I said, well, probably around 4:30 or so. Looks like the heavy stuff's going to come in towards your area, and I think that's probably when it happened.
Yes, it did.
My area came in about a half an hour later, and it wasn't terrible. It was like heavy rain for 15, 20 minutes, and then it was basically just a little bit of light rain, and it was okay. Funnily enough, or maybe not funny, maybe the wrong word, but strangely enough, 3 miles south of me didn't get much rain at all. It's just weird how patterns go. And then I got a text from a buddy who lives in Howell last night around 11 o'clock, text me a short video of this hailstorm coming down, and he lives on a small lake out there, and it's you can't even see. It's just all hail, all leaves flying around, and just loud rain, and just crazy for that to happen. But this happens, man. It was a couple 3 years ago, we had those tornadoes come through in late July. I remember driving out to an appointment that afternoon and literally driving into it. I mean, I'm seeing the black sky coming along.
Here comes the wall of weather.
Yeah, this is not going to go well. And then it helped a couple guys to try to move a tree out of the middle of a street.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Step up. Way to step up, Gator. How about you, Kang? Was it good where you were, or did you get hit pretty hard?
No, we didn't get hit too hard. I mean, there was probably a 10, 15-minute, stretch where it was
north side. Kang's on the north side, northern suburb.
Yeah. Where it poured pretty hard, but we didn't get any hail or anything like that. We got some thunder, but once it passed through, it was fine.
All right, 248-539-9797. If you saw anything wacky yesterday, like because sometimes there are strange events. If you saw anything wacky, let us know where you were and what you saw. In the meantime, it's Father's Day weekend. Dad quotes. What's your dad's best quote to you? Whether it's funny, whether it's famous, whether not like famous, but your family always says it. Famous amongst your family.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Dad was revolutionary, man.
Your dad.
But what you can do for your country.
Yeah. No, if it's famous amongst your family, the quote maybe that you use now, what is your dad's most famous quote? My dad just slayed me in front of my friends.
Such a fantastic quote.
And they still quote it to me to this day, and my dad still brings it up.
It's great.
It is, and I've used it with my kids as well. We'll get to that today on this Father's Day weekend. What's your dad's most famous quote? A little bit later on, got some trade rumor stuff. Some draft rumor stuff as it pertains to the Pistons. We'll get to that at 11:05. I like it a lot. 97.1 the ticket.
Well, if you're looking for a great gift for Father's Day, look no further than getting him a bottle of hooch. Get the good stuff, man. Flying Ace Bourbon. It's delicious. It can be had in so many different ways. It is a versatile spirit. You can do shots with your friends. You can have a sipper each and every night because it's just one of those everyday sipper type drinks. You can pour it on the rocks. You can have it neat. You can mix it with ginger ale or a cola, whatever you want to do. This is what Flying Ace is all about. It's a bourbon that is just fantastic. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan. Yeah, it's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it is quality stuff, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. In fact, Flying Ace Bourbon is a tribute to the American airmen of World War I and Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. And it's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks about Flying Ace. It's just great, approachable American whiskey from the Maverick at heart. And listen, at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Happy Friday, everybody, and happy Father's Day to all the dads out there celebrating on Sunday. And we're looking for your favorite or most prominent in your family dad quotes, ones that you repeat, ones that your brothers and sisters repeat. 248-539-9797. And if you were near any weird weather, man, there's some crazy stuff yesterday here around Metro Detroit. Let's get to your phone calls. Jake, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, morning, guys. First off, happy Father's Day to everyone. I'm excited to see my dad Sunday, watch some golf with him.
Nice.
But, I'm at Sterling State Park right now. We went walleye fishing yesterday, and luckily we limited out by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and some guys came in later in the day, and we were watching the weather. And it kind of, the way the radar looked, it looked like it was kind of going to go north of us here. And they almost got stuck in it, but they got a picture. You can see the funnel cloud kind of forming over the lake, whipping winds at like 50, 60 miles an hour, and then like a 22-foot steeder. So they were really lucky to get off. They said it was just absolutely frightening. But I was at a hotel right across the street, and we're just watching the storm out the window. Didn't really think it was that wild. But then going to breakfast this morning, we drove through a neighborhood, and, I mean, Fox 2 was there.
Yeah.
I mean, just absolute devastation, giant trees on top of houses and cars. Feel just terrible for those people.
That sucks. That really sucks. And that's Sterling State Park is down in the Frenchtown area.
It's on Lake Erie in Monroe. Yeah, it's right. I mean, the name of the restaurant next door to the breakfast place is Frenchtown Joe's or whatever. So, I mean, it's right here. So my hotel was probably less than a mile from where that tornado ripped through there.
Wow.
And I didn't even understand it was happening. And then a friend of mine who knew that we were down here called me to make sure we were okay. And he's like, I just hear about that there's tornado going through Monroe. And then of course my parents were in Howell, so they dealt with the hail. But yeah, that was yesterday was a crazy one. But appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for sharing. And again, our thoughts with the people down there. I didn't realize there was a lot of damage done. I knew there was a tornado, but I hadn't seen. I guess we had to turn on the local news. I hadn't seen that there was damage. So
I didn't watch the local news last night, so I didn't even know about it until I got this text message from my buddy who lives out in Howell that showed me the video. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, and I had no idea about what happened down in Monroe.
248-539-9797. We go to Matt next year on 97 a ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Happy Father's Day. Happy Friday to everybody. Yep. Gator, I know you're a great father to Lois. So
I do my best. Thank you.
Yeah. Famous dad quote is whenever me or my brother we're goofing around, we do something stupid, something that doesn't make sense, he always says, "You're out of the will."
The constant threat.
Yeah. Well,
always. But it's all in good fun, though.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. So that's kind of like mine, all in good fun. But I was probably
he sounded pissed.
He was pissed, and he had reason to be pissed in retrospect. But I was probably junior year of high school, and we were throwing the football around, and it was around that time that my parents started putting a lot of effort into their yard, planting flowers and planting, taking care of the yard.
Sure.
Right? I mean, they really started putting some time and effort into the yard. And I'm out there throwing the football around with my friends. And it's amazing that you don't even think about it as you run through the garden bed to, catch a football and trample over the freshly, planted flowers. And so we were out in the front yard, which wasn't a great place to play football anyway.
So you had like a slanted yard.
Yeah, we were at the top. It was kind of flat. We're throwing around. And my dad saw what was going on, and he was upstairs. And he opened up the screen, he opened up the window so the screen was there. And the first thing he said is, there's like 4 or 5 of us out there. And he goes, and you couldn't see him.
Right.
So this voice came, raining down on high. "Douglas, stay away from the tree." And my friends were like,
the tree.
God has spoken.
Right.
So, after a while, we went inside. And I remember we were messing around. We were actually playing video games and in the family room. And my dad had gone outside and surveyed the damage of what we had done. And he walks in and says, "Did you see what you did to the flower bed?" And I'm like, "No." And he goes, and he just shakes his head and he goes, "When are you going to start becoming an asset and stop being such an effing liability?" And my friends to this day quote that back to me.
Yeah.
My high school friends. Additionally, now as an adult, if I do anything for him, get him tickets to a game or something, or he'll just look at me and go, "Asset."
Yeah. Right. You put more in that asset column.
Yeah. What about you? What's your favorite hue?
The number one thing I remember that my dad would say, or actually not, it didn't say it often. It was like just that one piece of advice that always stuck with me. And I think when he said it was at the dinner table, and we were, I don't know if I was in high school yet or not. And I think it was like maybe in middle school. My brother was in high school, and I forget why this was even brought up. I don't know how the discussion at the table happened, but it was about defending yourself or when you were supposed to fight.
Yep.
My dad stopped eating and he says, well, if you're going to fight, you fight to win. And then he kept eating. And my mom's like, Hugh, oh, don't screw around. You don't screw around. You fight to win and move on. So I have taken that to heart.
Yes.
And the very limited skirmishes I got into in the next, 8 years of my life. I don't think I've thrown a punch at anybody since I was 18 or 19, but 18, I guess. But that was that advice was ringing in my head right before I threw that punch. It's like, if you're going to do this, then do it and get out.
It's another version of shoot to kill.
Well, no, because we never. I mean, I guess it is, but of course, there's no weapons, and I would never do that unless my life was in danger. But I don't have a firearm, so that's not even
literally.
I know, but I'm just saying that
this
is. But that was his advice. It was like, you always hear the person who throws the first punch in a fight wins. Yep.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Jimmy is next here on 97.1. Hi, Jimmy.
Hello. How are you?
We're good, Jimmy. How are you?
It's Jamie, but okay.
Oh, sorry.
But, that's fine. My dad always said, listen, I brought you into this world. I'll take you out of this world.
Oh, boy.
Common one. Yep.
Yep, if I screwed up. And number one. And number two was, don't throw the first punch, but make sure you end it.
Okay.
And I always did. And, damn it, what was it? I forget the other thing we were talking about.
The rain? The Howell?
Oh, yeah. I live in downtown Howell. I was mowing my lawn, and I saw the rain come across. It was south of me. I got about 3 minutes of rain, nothing else.
Yeah, my buddy who lives there lives just on the other side of the freeway and south of the freeway there, and just got nailed with hailstorm like crazy.
I live north of the freeway, half a mile in a subdivision. I was mowing my lawn. I watched it come down. It started. The rain for like 5 minutes, whatever. I sat in my front porch and I said, "Okay, it stopped. I mowed my lawn."
So he didn't see the now nationally famous Howell hail.
Weather is weird, man. Like I said, my house, I got a bunch of rain and heavy rain that came down, and my friend lives 3 miles away to the south. Nothing.
Excellent. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. Father's Day coming up on Sunday. We're getting some of those pearls of wisdom that Dad has passed on to you. Do you have a quote that your father used to say or still does say to this day? Doug had his from his father, which is when we said on the air before. I love it.
Yeah, I know you
fantastic. When are you going to start being an asset and not such a blanking liability?
Yeah.
My dad said to me at one point in time at the dinner table, if you're going to fight, you fight to win.
Mm-hmm.
Kang, what about your dad?
He had a sports one and a regular one. The regular one is, I think everyone's heard before, but this is the one that always stuck with me, was just, work smarter, not harder. And that always stuck with me. So that made me do all right, how can I do this without working as hard? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the sports one Doug loves the most is, my dad really didn't know much about baseball, but I wanted to play Little League with a couple of my best friends growing up. So he's like, all right, go ahead, play. And the only advice he ever gave me was, just don't make the last out.
I like it.
So basically, do not embarrass yourself and the family name by being, the last out, right?
Yeah.
Just say, go out there. I don't care what the hell happens. You be the first out, the second out, hit a home run, don't matter. Just do not make the last out.
Can we share the one you heard a dad tell their kid at soccer?
Oh my God, this is great. A few weeks ago, Gator, my little daughter is in a little pee-wee soccer league, right? And, I give her, my advice to her is just really simple because I just want her to enjoy the game. But when she's out there, I tell her, hey, run fast and kick hard. Okay. So I just want you to run out there with the, get there. And when you get to the ball, don't just, tap it, kick hard.
Mm-hmm.
I overheard a dad telling his son, because it's a co-ed league team, he looks him dead in the eye right before the game starts. He's got his hands on his shoulders, okay?
On his son's shoulder.
On his son's shoulders. And he goes, that over there is the enemy.
Yes. Yes.
And I think, he had an accent, so I thought, this is why the international teams are better than us. They just care more.
It really means more.
It means a lot more.
Yeah.
Because that's the enemy.
That's right.
You don't beat the enemy, you don't eat.
Yeah. I like it.
Do we get? Are they still the Watermelon Sharks? They come up with a different name
No,
this year.
it's a different name, different coach, different group of kids.
Is it a fun name or no?
No.
Sorry, man.
I know. I almost had to intervene and be like, listen, I got a name. It just sounded like a parent raised their hand. Because they asked the kids, and the kids couldn't come up with anything. I think my daughter wanted them to be the Bubble Teas, which would have been awesome.
Yep.
I love bubble tea. I know your daughter loves bubble tea.
Loves bubble tea.
What the hell is bubble tea?
Dude, you've never had?
I don't even know.
Doug, you've never partake? It's
I've
just
never
too much sugar or
I've never
something?
had bubble tea. I'm not a big,
They got it's like a smoothie essentially, but it's got these boba tapioca pudding balls.
Okay, yeah.
In them, and Doug, I bet you get some more debriefings if you
I
sat
should.
down.
Yeah, that's a great point. The debriefing is after games. I just like to sit and talk to my kids about what happened.
But your kids don't want to talk to you.
But they don't talk to me. My oldest did. B did. The other two are in a place right now where he always did. They don't. But whatever. It's part of being a dad. 248-539-9797.
Oh.
Well, it's funny. Kang's talking about how his kids love him, and I'm like, yeah, I enjoy that.
Because Doug's like, my kids won't talk to me anymore, and my little girls, they just won't stop talking to me at this point.
Right. Yep.
But embrace it, right?
Yes, you'll miss it. It'll happen sooner than you can imagine. Let's go to Aaron. You're next.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, so after 9/11 happened, I wanted to join the military, and I wasn't. I was 23, and I wasn't 100% sure on it. And so I asked my dad, who's a retired full bird colonel from the Army. I said, "How do I know that this is the right decision?" And he said, "Well, whenever you come to a tough decision in your life, you need to take a coin out of your pocket, flip it, and if you want to go 2 out of 3, you already made your decision." And that's how I joined the military.
Oh, interesting.
That is interesting.
So if you
don't get the result, like if you're disappointed by the result and you want to flip it a second time,
that tells
then you know
yep.
that you want what the other result would have been.
That's wise. Aaron, that's really
and I've
good.
I've made every decision that was important in my life that way since.
Yeah, that's really interesting because that just tells you. It just tells you.
That's pretty great.
Thanks, Aaron. 248-539-9797. Josh is next. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
All right,
Good.
Josh.
Hey, my dad's famous one was whenever you couldn't find something that was right in front of your face, he would always say, if that had teeth, it would have bit you.
Yep.
So, hey, guys, I've always enjoyed your show. And Gator, hey, man, years and years ago, you guys did a thing at the State Bar, and I put you on the spot for a buddy of mine, and you did some impressions, and I always really appreciated that from you. So, hey, always been a fan of you guys, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thanks,
Thank you
Josh.
very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Yep.
Have a good weekend.
Gator's going to be appearing at the Ha Ha Hall next Tuesday.
You have Midwest representation?
I
or
don't.
just-
That's the
okay.
problem.
All
So
right.
it's not going to happen.
Next up is Adam. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Adam?
Hey, boys. So my dad has a few. I'll go through them real quick. One was very simple. Every time I'd leave the house, he'd say, be careful.
Okay.
And then the other one, so like if you reference like your keys or your wallet, he'd always tell me, if you put it in the same place every time, you know where it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I was always like, that's good advice. And then the third one in high school, I was going to homecoming with a girl, and he said, if you get her pregnant, you marry her. That was the sex talk.
That's heavy. That's heavy.
I don't even really like her that much. Well,
I sent a text to my kids and asked them, we're doing a topic of Father's Day. Is there a quote that I have that you guys either like or I say too much? And I don't think my daughter understood the assignment. She sent back the following dad joke. Does your face hurt?
well, it's killing me.
Yep. I'm like, no, I don't want a dad joke.
Do you say that to her?
I have said it to my
Well,
kids.
that's exactly what she's doing. Her response is, well, my dad's always got this awful dad joke.
Yep. Well, I do. 248-539-9797.
You would say that to your daughter.
Yeah, I'd say it to all of them. It's a joke. It's like I'm sure my dad loved me when he said, "What are you gonna start being an asset? Stop being such an effing liability."
Well, I think he was really pissed at the
He
time.
was really pissed.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike. You're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing? My dad, I was in my teens, and he said, the sooner you realize you have to wake up every day and go to work the rest of your life, the better off you'll be. And I'm in my mid-30s with 3 kids, trudging through it. I'm like, son of a gun, he was right, you know? And so then I told them that my advice to my kids was, they got a little snippy when they're in their teens and stuff. They're going to beat up dad. And I said, listen, you better make 2 calls, one to the ambulance and one to the police. I'm going in one, and you're going in the other.
Wow, that's quite a threat.
Yikes.
Thanks, man. 248-539-9797. Gerald is next here on 97.1. Hi, Gerald.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
All right. So my dad, who was my Little League coach, he was a good guy. He's not here anymore. But after Little League, I got in high school. I was getting ready to, not quite sure what I wanted to do. So I decided to join the Army right out of high school. So my mom's at the day I'm leaving, my mom's at the door. She's just bawling, literally holding onto my leg. And my dad's got like his hand on the door. And he opens the door and he says, be a good soldier. And when I thought about it later on, because I was looking at him like, no, hey, I love you, take care. My dad was probably saying, hey, hurry up and get the heck out of here. I'm ready to move on with my life. But, I just thought about it and I said, he didn't show that emotion or love. I was like, my dad's probably ready to get the heck out of here. Get out of here, kid. Go on about your life.
Well,
You're a good soul.
I mean, at some point you got to cut it. You got to set him free. Right.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. And that's how he sounded. So, like I said, great guy. And thanks for taking my call again. I love your show, man. And keep up the good work and go Tigers.
All right, Gerald.
Thank you, Gerald.
Be a good soldier. 248-539-9797. Todd is next here on 97.1. Hi, Todd. Todd, are you there? Sounds like he's there.
Todd? You in a car in a tunnel. No good.
248-539-9797. We got a Guy next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Guy.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Walking into work here, Green Lantern Pizza in Royal Oaks. I'll make it quick.
Oh, delicious. That's great pizza there.
Oh, thank you. Walking in, best pizza in town. So my dad told me one time, he says, I asked him, how much money do you make? He says, why do you want to know? I said, oh, kids at school are asking, what's your dad make? And he said, there's 3 things you don't ever talk about in public, son. That's politics, religion, and how much money you make. People don't need to that. And I held true. Pretty good advice, I thought.
I think it's one of the tenets of this show.
Right. You can talk about sex, though.
Yeah. Sex and drugs.
Yeah,
sure,
that's fine. That's all, open territory.
248-539-9797. Gary is next here on 97.1. Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I call quite often, but my dad, I came home beat up. There was 2 bullies in our neighborhood, and they always picked on me. And my dad got tired of it. He bought me a heavy bag, and he said, son, there's 2 things you got to know. One thing, it's better to give than receive, and there's no such thing as being able to take a good punch. And he taught me how to throw a cross, an uppercut, and I took care of business from then on.
All right, there you go.
There it is.
Dad looking out for you.
Self-defense.
Got you through those years. All right, coming up at 11:05, the Pistons worked out 5 guys for the draft, and according to an insider, one in particular stood out. We'll talk about him at 11:05. Continue with some of your dad quotes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So Father's Day coming up on Sunday, and of course, there's golf this weekend, another major U.S. Open. Plus, if you want to sit down and watch some baseball with Dad, there's no better way to enjoy your favorite sport than sitting back and watching it with your favorite Stoli cocktail. Quench your thirst with a Stoli Blueberry Lemonade or a Cucumber Mule and their newest flavor, Stoli Chamoy. As the weather breaks, you can sit outside on the patio. Stoli Premium Vodka is proudly made in Latvia and is ready to be served at your next party or special occasion. It's the summer of Stoli. Please enjoy responsibly.
A lot of good dad quotes. Getting some sage advice today, Doug. I'm going to pass this on to Lois.
Be a good dog dad.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's cool to hear some of these things, and it's funny because I'll take some of this with me. I think so far my favorite one is if you have an important decision you can't make and you flip a coin and then decide you want to do 2 out of 3, that tells you.
Yeah, it tells you exactly what you want to do.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Get to this Piston draft rumors. Starting to get hot and heavy as we move in. Less than a week to go for the NBA draft. The Pistons sitting there at number 5. And nobody thinks this is going to be a quiet offseason for the Pistons.
No. Well, because of who the GM is.
Yep.
He's got a track record of making noise. And they've got some noise to make. They got some money to spend. They've got a roster that, do you hang on to these guys? Do you let them go? They've got maybe a log jam of bigs. There's a lot that can happen to Pistons. And they have a new coach.
Yeah, and a respected guy. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Damon. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Damon.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing today? Happy Father's Day.
You too.
Hey, my dad, no matter, he has the greatest sense of humor, anybody that I've met. So it doesn't matter if it's something good or bad that happens. He always says, well, everything will be okay when the swelling goes down. And everybody in my family says that. And no matter where we are, I always thought he was a spy because he'll come up to me and say, hey, before we get to talking, are we in the cornfield? And I'll say, Dad, what do you mean, are we in the cornfield? Because there are ears of corn in the cornfield. So whenever I call any of my buddies or my siblings and I think I'm on speakerphone, first thing I say, hey, we're in the cornfield.
I like that.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that what we're saying stays between us, and let's look around and make sure we're in a secure position here.
I like it.
Yes. Hey, so happy Father's Day to you guys, and y'all just have a wonderful weekend.
Yes,
thanks,
you
Damon.
too. 248-539-9797.
Are we in the cornfield?
It's a good one. We go to Dave next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hello.
Hey, Dave.
Happy Father's Day.
You too.
My dad, when I got into high school, he says, if you see a girl that you think is too cool for you, you want to talk to her, picture her sitting on the toilet.
Well, it just brings everything back to a basic level that,
we all look ridiculous on the toilet.
Everybody does this, so.
Thanks, Dad.
All right.
I like it.
I'll try that next time.
Okay. We've taken, 10 phone calls, all from guys. On hold, all guys. Girls have dads too.
Yeah, where the women at?
Right?
What did Dad say to you? Right.
I would wonder what the daughters remember
from
their dad might be a lot different than what the guys remember.
Absolutely. What quote? Maybe they, told their daughter a different quote than they told their son, right? Or a point they wanted to get across.
Like, for instance, a dad might say, if there's a boy you're scared to talk to, picture him sitting on the toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Or if you get pregnant, marry that boy.
Well, if you found
have to marry
yourself, Kang's got 2 girls, no boys. Do you find yourself saying something to your girls that that you wouldn't say to a boy? Like you're in a situation, you're like, wow, I wish I had a boy in this situation. It's an easier discussion, but I've got a girl. I have to treat it this way.
I'm sure there will be a bridge that will have to be crossed where I do things a little differently. Right now, the only thing is I usually just say, I'm going to tell your mom.
Yeah. she's the boss.
Yep. And she's like, no, don't.
Really?
Yes. Wow. I'm the softie. It's terrible. I guarantee, like,
you knew that the second they came into your life.
I know, man. If I had boys, I'd be so much tougher, I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know this for sure, but that's what I'm thinking. But the fact that I have 2 little girls, I'm such a wuss.
They own you.
They do. Yeah. Terrible. God.
You're going to be so overprotective.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
I'm already starting.
Here's some texts that have come in. My dad's quote is, try using your head for more than a haircut. Okay. It's from an unnamed texter. Brady at work says, whenever my dad burps at dinner, he always says, not bad manners, just good food.
That's solid.
I like it. Brian in Monroe says, Dad's famous quote is, I already went to school. Often uttered while he was watching the evening news and we went to ask for help with our homework. Wow. In 1978, my old man said two things. Don't root for the Lions. They'll never win anything.
Oh.
Hopefully that changes. Matt in Metamora, my dad's famous quote, all roads lead to ice cream. Brian?
Solid.
John in Lake Oriole, my father, a retired Marine, on his patriotism, quote, I stormed the beach in Normandy for this country. He was born in 1945 and served in Vietnam. 248-539-9797. We go to Rick next here on 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
Hi, Rick.
My dad, growing up, my dad always, I have an older, younger sister. We always say that Mom always cooked for everybody in the household, and he always said, are you fussy or hungry? You can't be both. So
fussy or hungry?
Yeah, are you fussy or hungry?
Yeah.
You can't be both. You either ate what Mom cooked or you didn't eat. So
Ooh, I need to employ that a little bit more with the kids.
Yeah, because Mom didn't make anything special for there were so many times my dad loves liver and onions.
Whoa.
There were so many times we had liver and onions for dinner.
Oh,
It was a heavy catch-up night that night, but
yeah, I bet.
But yeah,
Got any more bread? Any rolls? What we got?
Do you have a lot of liver and onions at your house, Gator, growing up?
Never. Not that I can. I don't think we ever did the liver and onions thing. I know that we had liverwurst in the house,
I like
kind of like a
liverwurst.
spread, and I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
mind that. My mom was disgusted by it. I don't think my brother ever got into it, but because my dad liked it, I was willing to try it, and I didn't mind it.
Doug, liver and onions at the Karsh household?
Yes, we had liver and onions.
You as a father or you as a son?
As a kid.
Okay.
And I remember my thought at the time was this might be what the color brown tastes like. It's just the thing that popped into my head when I was a kid.
You know, the liver is the filter for your body.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Let's eat it. Sounds awesome. Even better when I think about, an animal's liver.
248-539-9797. Paula is next here on 97.1. Hi,
Hey.
Paula.
How are you guys?
Good, Paula.
Hey, you said no women were calling in. I wasn't going to call in, but I thought I would. My dad was the best man that I ever knew. He was loving and caring and always encouraged us to be the best we can be. I wasn't the best student when I was young. I was kind of lazy and in high school.
Did you not
Into high school and-
apply yourself, Paula?
I did not apply myself.
No? Okay.
And so he said to me, and the reason I didn't call in is it's a little negative against waitresses, but he told me, he said, if you want to be a waitress, which I never was a waitress, but if you want to be a waitress all your life, keep doing what you're doing. I ended up going to Michigan, Ann Arbor, and I got a degree in computer science. So
wow.
I applied myself.
There you
and,
go.
Had a really nice career, and so...
I understand your hesitation to
Yes,
call in and
yeah.
use that quote, but
It's
the point
understandable.
being,
I get it.
If you want a job that perhaps you don't desire, keep doing what you're doing, whatever that job may be. And he just chose that. And with all respect due to waitresses, but I get what he was trying to get at.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for the
Thanks,
phone
guys.
call, Paula. 248-539-9797.
I didn't apply myself.
No, it worked out for you.
It did work out.
Because you got a
not
job in
It's
a
not the
mailroom.
lesson I would want to teach, but yeah.
Well, Lois hopefully will learn from your mistakes.
Well,
You don't think Lois is a great student?
no. I don't know if I'm a great teacher either. So it's sometimes you just give up.
Let's go to Brian. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
All right, Brian.
Good deal. So my dad's, and just following in the same vein as the young lady just before me here, my dad, super hard. My mom was a teacher. My dad actually taught. He was an engineer's career, but taught a brief time at U of M. And education was paramount. And I was not a great student. We could say I did not apply myself.
Yeah.
So he had two quotes that my sister and I, 35, 40 years later at this point still say. One, when I brought home anything less than an A or a B, was I never got a C in my life. And so it was a hard thing to stand up to and hold ourselves high to. The other thing was when I got a D, he said, D is for dumb.
Oh.
So it was pretty rough in our house when it comes to education, but my sister and I, we both made it. My brother too. So we both made it and attended colleges, and I think he's proud of us at this point. So happy Father's Day to you guys, Gator, to your father, and have a great weekend, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I was fortunate because my mom was not, her strong suit was not math either.
Mm-hmm.
So she sympathized with me a little bit when I was going through my math issues.
That's cool.
Yeah, that
You
helped.
got somebody on your side.
It helped. It didn't help so much because my brother was mathematically inclined. So we're totally different.
That's tough.
Yeah, but it's all right. It worked out for both of us.
All right, let's go to Wendy. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, how are you?
Good,
great,
Wendy.
Thank you.
I don't have a dad thing, but I have a grandpa thing.
Okay.
My grandfather used to put his money in his wallet from largest denomination to smallest denomination. It was always turned upside right and facing the same direction. And I asked him one day, why do you do that? And he said, well, if you take care of your money, it'll take care of you.
Okay. There's a lesson in there.
And has it taken care of you?
Yes, and I still do it. And I hear his voice in my head. It's ridiculous.
That's awesome.
He'd be happy to hear that.
Yeah, he'd be very happy to hear that.
All right, couple things.
Yeah.
We got a John Morant suspension announcement.
That we do.
And we've got the Piston Insider saying this player that worked out for them in particular really impressed them. We'll get to that at 11:05. John Morant suspension coming up. 97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Breaking NBA news has been coming down this past hour. Just a few minutes ago, Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN says that the league will be suspending Memphis star Ja Morant for the first 25 games of next season. He had been brandishing guns in social media videos multiple times. Also, there are conditions for his reinstatement. Also, Michael Jordan will no longer be the majority owner of the Hornets after 13 years. He agrees to sell the franchise at a $3 billion valuation after buying his stake for $275 million back in 2010. The Tigers hoping for more of the same against the Twins after their rallying victory last night. They get Minnesota 3 more times through the weekend. Although Detroit only has 2 total wins in the first half of June, Javi Baez says there's still plenty of time. That with Bally Sports Detroit, they're biding their time before getting some of their rotation back, needing 2 bullpen days over the next 3 games. Tonight is one of them, an 8-10 start with the Twins throwing another sub-3 ERA righty, Joe Ryan. Dan Dickerson will have the play-by-play right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so Ja Morant, 25 games.
Yep.
I have no reason to believe this. I have no precedent or anything like that. It just felt like the build-up to this, it was going to be more. People in the NBA had implied half a season plus.
Mm-hmm.
So 25 games is a bit of a surprise, but I shouldn't be surprised. Why did they think it was going to be 41 games? Why did they think it might be more than 41 games? I don't know.
I'm glad it's not more. He didn't do anything illegal. All right. What he did was something that violated the discussion that he had with the commissioner about his behavior from prior, misbehaving.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have had a real hard time accepting that he would have been suspended for that long. It's 25 games. That's pretty hefty suspension. For one of the game's best players. So
I would say this. They did say it comes with conditions. So, it's not as if he's back for game 26 per se.
Adam Silver said prior to his return to play, he'll be required to formulate and fulfill a program with the league that directly addresses the circumstances that led him to repeat this destructive behavior.
Let me ask you guys a question here. Because yeah, I don't think he was charged with anything, Gator. So even if people are saying brandishing a weapon or whatever, I don't think he did any jail time or was arrested or convicted of anything. He may have violated a league policy or whatever, or like you said, his conversation with Adam Silver, whatever they talked about. But the fact that he did this so recently after his first suspension from something very similar,
mm-hmm.
you raise an eyebrow just decision making alone, right? With Ja
Sure.
Morant. Zion Williamson, apparently the Pelicans looking to move him. If you had to, which one of these 2 guys would you trade for?
Ja.
Without question?
Without question.
You just think obviously it's a concern, but not as much of a concern, his decision making as Zion's injury history?
Yeah, I mean, if I want to look at this at just the bare bones, what does it mean for my basketball team, period, and not look at anything else.
But you got to account the off the
No,
court
I know,
stuff,
but
right?
I'm starting the discussion here. If I'm just looking at it from a basketball standpoint, who's going to help my team out? I can't count on Zion Williamson to stay healthy because I just don't think he'll ever stay healthy. Ja Morant, the only thing that's going to keep him off the floor is off-court behavior, I guess. And, he's gotten 2 stern warnings here that have resulted in suspensions. The first time, there was more of a reason for it because he was in a public place, and that was a bad deal. It was a really bad scene there. The second one, there's a lot of open-ended questions with it where he's just hanging out with his friends and somebody gets a camera out and he has his gun and, kind of waves the gun and they stop filming. And he's going to get suspended because he broke the trust that he had with the commissioner about something they agreed upon. I would hope that this suspension of 25 games is enough to let him know that this is something you can't do. I'll take my chances on that the lessons learned, versus taking a chance on somebody who is so oft injured that it's just not going to work out.
I'd like to disagree, but just for debate's sake, but I'd rather have Ja Morant. They both come with risks. Ja Morant has, warning signs of youth. You're right. He didn't do anything illegal. In fact, it wasn't even him. In one case, it was one of his friends. So, I mean, what we're discussing here is grow up versus stay healthy. Because if Ja Morant, can keep himself from being suspended, he's an incredible player. I don't know that Zion Williamson, it's in his control anymore, right? Ja Morant, it's in his control. Zion Williamson, it might not be.
Right.
I mean, I just watched the Bill Walton 30 for 30 and what that guy went through. And we spent, Greg Oden with injuries. I mean, there's just, you can have all the want to and the desire in the world if the body doesn't cooperate.
Look at Grant Hill. Yep. Another one. There's no questioning the talent of both players. But which one would you bet on for the future? I'll bet on the guy that doesn't have an injury history.
248-539-9797.
Which one would you rather have, King?
I'd probably go Ja Morant as well. I mean, Zion's injury history is not just that. It's also, I feel like he makes some poor decisions off the court.
Well, there are some off-court decisions with him too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You had that. I mean, he's got seems like some drama with some ladies right now off the court. And but the off the court stuff is, like I mentioned yesterday, is this guy going to work hard enough? Don't let your weight balloon. I know you're hurt, but you can stay in shape. You can stay involved in how the best you can, better than what you've been doing. That's for sure. So in the end, God, but the jaw thing is so recent. For him to make a dumb mistake like that right away, it is very concerning. But in this situation between the two, I'm with you guys, Ja.
248-539-9797. Okay, we'll get to your phone calls on the Ja suspension in a minute. I mentioned before the break that a Pistons insider, James L. Edwards of The Athletic, did some really, really good stuff. It's one of the reasons why I really like The Athletic. It's behind a paywall, but we like to use their stuff, and hopefully it will encourage you as a sports fan to perhaps subscribe yourself. But it was about what he's hearing prior to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now, the Pistons, according to this, have worked out 5 guys for number 5. The 5, I'm hearing the Pistons will be strongly considering 5 prospects. Maybe it was more than that worked out, but they'll be strongly considering 5 prospects with their selection if they stay at number 5. And Cam Whitmore of Villanova, Jarris Walker of Houston, Taylor Hendricks of Central Florida, and both the Thompson twins, Amen and Azur. So, according to this story by James L. Edwards, all the 5 prospects have worked out with Detroit over the last 2 weeks, according to multiple league sources who agreed to provide background while not being authorized to speak publicly. So here you go with the unnamed sources. But he goes on to write, Taylor Hendricks in particular impressed in front of Pistons executives and coaches, most notably with his shooting. The 6'9" forward has the potential to be an impactful 3-and-D wing. For the Pistons immediately upon arriving in the Motor City, assuming he ends up being the pick. So I've been talking about Taylor Hendricks for a few weeks here because he's my favorite pick in terms. And once they fell out of the top 3, and you started going down the wormhole and looking at all right, who's left. Before I saw any ratings and before I saw any mock drafts, I zeroed in on Hendricks as the guy that made the most sense. His skill set I liked, and I thought it fit perfectly with this team. One of the things that's unique about his game, in watching him play, quick, 2-footed leaper, which makes you a great rim protector. I think it was Chris Webber's biggest asset when he was a collegiate player, how quickly you would explode to play above the rim. And I was like, God, they really need it. But I don't want to draft just when I was watching him and reading about him, I'm like, I don't want to draft just a rim protector at 5, even though it's something that they need. And I read a little bit more about his defense and how they felt comfortable switching him on the pick and roll game with any position on the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's more positionless basketball. But the point was, when he switched, he could cover a smaller guard. And then I started reading about his weakness and watching for his weakness, and that's putting it on the floor and getting to the basket. Pistons have an abundance of that, in theory. But then when I got to his shooting and his three-point shooting, I was like, okay, if this guy can shoot, defend, protect the rim, I don't care that he can't, that dribble drive is not his strength. So when I read this today, I was fired up because he's not projected to go as high as 5, and I realized neither was Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell was a player I zeroed in on. By the time the draft rolled around, I was like, take him at 18. Don't even care. And I'm kind of there with Taylor Hendricks. Take him at 5. I don't care that he's projected late top 10. To me, that's the guy, and I'm glad to hear this.
Well, The Athletic has him listed as the 7th in their NBA draft guide.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that stands out to me is his shooting ability. He's just, so for somebody that they can draft in that position, he's the best shooter. So if he's the best shooter and he's got the size to go with it and the versatility defensively to play, defend basically anybody on the court, you got to like it. And a number that kind of sticks out as I'm reading through this, terrific catch and shoot numbers this past season. He made 40.9% on over 130 catch and shoot threes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the NBA is all about three-point shooting. He knocks down his free throws too. That's a big part of it as well. And adding to that, he's got the size. This is I think it would be a nice selection if they're going to stay at 5. If that's what they do, can they trade back and still get him? I don't know how far you can trade back and still get him. That's that question. It's a tough one to answer, but I wouldn't be upset at all if they took him. In fact, I'd probably be pretty happy if they took this guy.
Kang, any thoughts on this?
I like your conviction, and I like your reasoning. Hey, because if you like Taylor Hendricks, clearly he's not going to be there after 5. It's not you're going to get him in the second round. You have to move up, whatever. Just like your Jack Campbell comp, if you love this player, you got to take him where you know you can get him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as high on Taylor Hendricks as you right now. It's early in the process for me personally because I'm in this weird mindset where the number 5 pick isn't going to play for the Pistons. I really feel like, or maybe it's just me wanting Troy Weaver to move that pick and maybe another player and get a veteran in here. But if they have to pick somebody and that guy's going to stay on the team, I'm more on the Cam Whitmore bandwagon right now. To me, he could be an Anthony Edwards type player, real athletic, a slasher. He's got to work on his outside shooting, but I think that can come. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. But I don't hate Taylor Hendricks, that's for sure.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, James Edwards also wrote about the other player the Pistons liked in the workouts. We'll get to that at 11:20, and the most likely trade option for the Pistons between now and the draft. All that coming up straight ahead. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Happy Father's Day for dads out there, Father's Day weekend. 248-539-9797, talking about a couple things. The Ja Morant suspension, that is 25 games, which it seems lighter than many people have projected it to be, but he'll have to complete some things before he's reinstated. I suspect that he will, but the more I think about it, I had no reason to think it was going to be more, other than insiders seem to imply that it could be a half season plus. In the meantime, we got those Piston draft rumors. Taylor Hendricks apparently stood out, the 6'9", 6'10", 3-and-D power forward wing player. I mean, I think it sounds like the old saying in basketball, there's two things. One is you are what you can defend. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in this day and age of the NBA, it's really positionless basketball. But if you can defend all positions, that's great. And he can knock down threes. So I was happy to see this, but there's some other stuff out there that we'll get to in a moment from Piston Insider. Let's go to Brandon. You're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how you guys doing? How y'all doing today?
We're good. Thank you for calling.
So I'm going to answer both of your questions. First, I think the NBA got it right because, as I told the screener, there was no way that you would have been able to convince me personally that this guy deserves 40, 50 games when Steven Jackson went to the stand and fought fans and only got 30. So how could you justify one to the other? I understand what Jai's doing is foolish, but just like your partner said, he hasn't broken the law. It's young, immature stuff. I'm not excusing it, but you can't give a guy 50-game suspension for something he did on his personal time and he didn't even break a law.
Right, well, yeah, 25-game suspension, and as you said, versus 30 for Steven Jackson. They're two different things and two different times, too. Two different commissioners that dealt with it. And this is the way I view it, it's Silver is just trying to stop it right now. No, we're setting the precedence that we do not tolerate any kind of display of firearms for our league. It's a bad look for our league. We do not want this to be any kind of representation of our league. We already talked to you about it one time. The problem is he's a two-time offender with it, Brandon.
Exactly. I understand that part. And my thing is, I'm glad Silver balanced it from not wanting to just show, I'm the Iron Fist. You're right. Ja did deserve a suspension, especially after talking to the commissioner, because the league has a personal policy clause. But I'm glad Adam Silver didn't go overboard and try to say, well, I'm going to show everybody I have an iron fist and suspend this guy 60 games, because that would have been that's unwarranted.
Thank you for the phone call, Brandon, at 248-539-9797. Okay, I said we get to more of this insider stuff from James L. Edwards, and there was another player he said impressed, along with Taylor Hendricks in the workouts with Detroit, Asar Thompson, one of the Thompson twins. He writes, also has some big supporters in the Pistons front office. According to those league sources, the 20-year-old Asar is more of a wing than his brother, but both are supreme athletes with good size. Sam Vicente wrote that Asar Thompson reminds him most of Andre Iguodala. I couldn't agree more. The potential Asar Thompson has secondary or tertiary creator for others really drives that home, as do his physical gifts, finishing ability, and questionable jump shooting. So take it for what it's worth. That apparently is another player that stood out in the workouts. So one of the Thompson twins, keep your eye on that. Now, I mentioned, too, the most likely trade possibility. Okay? Later in the same story, James L. Edwards writes, I think it's more likely that the Pistons trade back than use the number 5 pick to acquire a veteran player via trade. It sounds like all options are still on the table ahead of Thursday's draft. First, Asar Thompson. Secondly, the trade back. I had no idea that Asar Thompson might be the guy, but the trade back thing comes as a surprise to no one that's been paying attention.
Right. This is what he does, and there's a point in the draft where teams don't even care anymore. Mm-hmm. They're like, whatever it is, we're not getting value, so we'll do whatever you want. You want to give us a bunch of second-round picks to move up here? Fine. We don't really care about this first-round pick anyway. And you wonder if that's going to play a role in what the Pistons do. And the NBA draft is so interesting because there's so much movement that happens. It's only 2 rounds, and the movement is insane how much there is. And teams are giving up future first-round picks all the time. Do they have enough where if they wanted to give up assets to move up into the top 3? Is that a possibility? It's a possibility. I wouldn't expect it. I think he either stays where he's at or he's going to trade back or trade the pick altogether. But that's something you have to consider too.
Kang, any thoughts on these other 2 reports?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting draft, right?
Yep.
I go back to the consensus seems to be Cam Whitmore amongst media people, right? And I know you like Taylor Hendricks, and I think he actually is going to gain a little bit here. It's the funny thing about the Combine. The NBA Combine almost doesn't matter. Wemby didn't go, of course, and he still continued playing his season. Some guys are skipping out. I can't, like I said earlier, it's early for me personally, but I cannot unlock. I'm stuck on Cam Whitmore. And I know, there's the 3-and-D and all that stuff out there with the other guys. I think he can switch positions. He's 6'6" or so, but he's built strong. He can defend bigger guys, quicker guys. He's super athletic. So I'm just kind of waiting to see what Troy does. I think the moving around is obviously a huge possibility because in my mind, I think they're moving the pick, but maybe he moves around in the draft and does something a little different.
Well, with I mentioned that the previous ranking for the Athletic gave the other player, I'm drawing blank on at 7, but Cam Whitmore is at number 3 on the Athletics list of the top 100 players. So he may not be available to the Pistons. Taylor Hendricks is at 7, potentially would be more so. But we'll see. You never know.
This is, of course you never know. And this is where we go back to how bad the lottery sucked for the Pistons. Yeah. Not getting the number 1 pick, but falling to the worst possible selection at 5.
They should have plenty of options for them at 3, but they're not at 3.
Yeah, so if you believe it's going to be Wembanyama at 1, right? And then some maybe combination of Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson, and maybe Cam Whitmore.
Yeah.
Now you're stuck in what most people feel is no man's land, but that'd be perfect for you, Doug, if you want Taylor Hendricks.
Yep. And I do. Ja Morant has released a statement following his 25-game suspension. I don't know if a team has lost more momentum than the Memphis Grizzlies and a player that's taken a bigger hit than Ja Morant in the last year. It's probably a player, but Memphis felt like the it team. And, a year plus later, they don't look like the it team anymore. And their best player, people are questioning his future. Here's a statement from Ja Morant. I've had time to reflect, and I realize how much hurt I've caused. I want to apologize to the NBA, the Grizzlies, my teammates in the city of Memphis, to Adam Silver, Zach Kleiman, and Robert Pera, who gave me the opportunity to be a professional athlete and supported me. I'm sorry for the harm I've done. To the kids who look up to me, I'm sorry for failing you as a role model. I promise I'm going to get better. To all my sponsors, I'm going to be a better representation of our brands. To all my fans, I'm going to make it up to you, I promise. I'm spending the offseason of my suspension continuing to work on my own mental health and decision-making. I'm also going to be training so that I'm ready to go when I can be back on the court. I know my teammates are going to hold it down, and I'm so sorry I won't be out there with you at the beginning of the season. I hope you'll give me the chance to prove to you over time I'm a better man than what I've been showing you.
Well, it's a good statement.
Yep.
I hope he lives up to it. He's an amazing talent, and hopefully that he's.
I love watching him play.
Well, he's fun to watch.
He's fearless, reckless.
I mean, the guy plays.
Reckless part might be something you should gear back a little bit. It's like a running quarterback. But 248-539-9797. All right, more of your phone calls and dad quotes coming up. In the meantime, one more note from James Edwards' insider story as it pertains to the draft. The Pistons are getting a call about a player on their roster not named Bojan. Team's apparently trying to trade for it. We'll tell you who that is at 11:38, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mitchell. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Mitchell.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're good. Thank you.
Good. I'm calling from Longboat Key, Florida. You guys are the lifeline of Detroit sports for me, so I really appreciate it.
Glad to be that.
How about that Odyssey app?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. So anyway, my dad actually had two quotes that has really helped me get through life. The first one was, Mitchell, you're going to have to do some things in life you just don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one, which is on his tombstone, which is a bowling reference that became a life metaphor. Mitchell, get your spares and the strikes will come. And it's a quite interesting metaphor for life too. You know, get some small victories and the big ones will come. I grew up in a bowling alley, Oak Park Lanes, and that was my exposure. And he's 99 years old. He died last year. And when he was 98, he would come to the bowling alley. I'm 67. I still bowl. And he couldn't see a lick because he had macular degeneration, but he would sit up in the front seat and he would listen.
Yeah.
And he would know when I hit a strike.
I got to tell you, there are some great sounds in sports.
Mm-hmm.
One of the greatest sounds I think in sports is the sound of a strike.
Yeah.
Of the ball
Right.
just racking all 10 of those pins. It's awesome. I love that sound.
Yeah, until as a lefty you hit a bomb and then there's 7 pins standing up, and then you got to get that 7 pin, and as a corner pin it's very difficult. But it's
Well, you got to get those spares before you get the strikes, man.
right, and then you get your spares and you get bonus with strikes, and that's how you go about it.
What a great quote. That's a great quote. Mitchell, thanks for sharing. We are taking some of your dad's best quotes on this Father's Day weekend. We go to James next here on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, James.
How you doing, guys?
We're good.
I got a dad one and a grandpa one that you'll love.
All right.
My dad, anytime somebody younger would cry about aches and pains, he would always just look at him and say, "Keep living, kid. Ain't getting no better." And my grandpa used to say, "You want to know if you're fat? Stand up perfectly straight and look down. If you can't see your pecker, you're fat."
Well, that's an interesting one. And yes.
There's a different kind of measuring stick.
Happy Father's Day, guys.
Thank you, James. 248-539-9797. Ed is next here on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Hey, Doug.
What's
Happy
up?
Father's Day.
You too.
Look, because you're a hat wearer, I thought you might get a kick out of this.
Okay.
My dad would always do this. If you were around him and you did something like really bonehead and you knew you shouldn't have done it,
Mm-hmm.
he'd look at you with that, "I can't believe you did that" look. Then he would smile and say, "It's okay to use your head for more than just a hat rack."
Right. Yeah. It's a good one.
The other thing was this for eating. When you have picky eaters, that kind of thing, we don't have any picky eaters in my family because my dad would always look at you and go, "Well, the reason you don't like that is because you haven't ever been hungry enough."
Well, there's some truth in that. And sometimes with the kids, having kids, you make them dinner and they don't like it. So, okay, what are you going to make for dinner?
Oh.
And okay, you got to get started. This is ready right here, right now.
A lot of that leads up to, this is my house. These are our rules.
Kind of.
You don't want to get out.
When you get fatigued as a dad, some of the hard lines you draw in the sand.
right. You got to walk them back.
Yeah.
I didn't really mean that. Listen, you got to do your chores, man. Hey, how'd the lawn mowing go yesterday?
He did it. I'm very pleased. He got it done. I mean, there were some things, some partially incomplete parts of the job. The weed whacker didn't,
Okay.
Well, the battery ran out. And I'm like, okay, there's another one in there charging, right? You could have, but whatever. And he didn't, finish all of that. But at the end of the day, I was happy that he got as much done as he did. And next time, he knows where the battery is.
Kane, did you get the Thursday mowing?
Yes, got it just in time. There was a window, over my area as well, and because this would have been rough because I skipped last week. And I'm busy this weekend, but now I feel very relieved because I've got the weekend free to just look at my lawn and do the other things.
Father's Day, you can sit back and look at that lawn. Yes. All right, let's take one more dad quote. Robert, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Hey, happy Father's Day weekend. Make it quick. First Detroit Grand Prix. It was a practice day, I believe Friday. It was raining really bad, like it was hell outside. My father and I were out inside the Renaissance Center just looking around because it was the first time we were in there. Yep. We're going up this 5-story escalator, and we're about a third of the way up, and I look back, and there's a couple people walking up behind us. We're just standing. They're walking up. The first guy's wearing this black Sassoon racing jacket on, and there's somebody right behind him, and I recognized him as a driver in Formula A. His girlfriend, who's walking behind him, is Christy Brinkley.
Oh.
So they came walking by us, and as a formality, I said hello to him, and he was French. He was the heir to the Moet Reiner. He goes, well, hello, and walks by, and then now, it's an escalator. This is close, me to Christy Brinkley. I say hello to her. And she goes, hello, no big deal. She keeps walking. My father says hello to the driver. He says hello back. He says hello to Christy Brinkley. And she gets, well, hello, and gives him this big, shit-ass smile.
And waited all that time.
So it was an encounter with Christy Brinkley. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Did that start with, I'll make this quick?
Probably.
Yeah.
They always do.
All right.
And they never do.
And then
and it never is.
Then he gets cut off. Okay. I said we get to this. And again, this is from James L. Edwards from the story on The Athletic about the Pistons in the draft. We gave you the players they like that they've worked out. We gave you the most likely trade possibility. Then Mass Live reported on Thursday, according to James L. Edwards, that the Celtics will continue to be active in trade talks throughout the offseason. One of the names the Celtics called to inquire about was Isaiah Stewart, according to those league sources. Other teams, too, have called the Pistons about the soon-to-be fourth-year big man. When Detroit got Stewart in the 2021 NBA draft, rival teams called to try and get the Pistons to trade him. He's valued around the league due to his defensive versatility and potential as his front court floor spacer. To the best of my knowledge, Edwards writes, the Pistons very much view Stewart as a key part of their core going forward, even with a bit of a big man logjam. And not only would I be stunned if he were traded, I'd be a bit surprised if he didn't sign an extension this summer. I would say that I agree with that. If they are to trade Isaiah Stewart, I feel like the return would make us go, well, yeah, for that. Because everything I've gathered, he is a valuable part of this organization. And I think he's somebody they want to hang on to.
Because he was singled out in the press conference, I have a hard time thinking that's the guy they're going to move.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems like he's a heart and soul kind of guy. Everybody loves him on the team. Fans love him. I mean, going after LeBron and the Lakers that day was awesome.
Right.
Not intimidated by anybody or anyone. It's or any situation. I like him a lot as a player. I don't think they're looking to move him. But yeah, if he is, it better be for something that makes you go, whoa, okay.
Okay.
All right, sir.
I can see that. Yeah, I mean, look, it's
and it's not that he's I don't know what his ceiling is. I don't think he's this guy that you ever expect to blossom into a 20-10 guy.
Well, what it is he's a really valuable player that doesn't, I mean, he's probably never going to be an all-star, right? But I think he helps you win. Guys can put up more stats than him, but he helps you win.
Is he potentially, King, the Pistons' Draymond Green?
He is. Well, he's a dog, is what he is, right? And you're going to need some of those dogs on winning teams, and that's what you hope he is. You're right. He's probably not going to be an all-star, but is he going to be a winning player? You know the guy works hard. This past year, you saw him shoot threes, which wasn't part of his game at all, and he worked hard at it. And he's actually not that bad, and hopefully he can only get better. But, yeah, you need the dirty work guys, and I think this town appreciates things like that. And so I would like to see him, and I think he would be a part of if this team ever turns it around. But if you move him, you're right. I mean, if the Celtics are calling, does that include Jaylen Brown? I mean, what are we getting? Not that, of course, you would get Stewart straight up for Jaylen Brown, but what kind of player are you getting in return if he's a guy who seems like the whole organization loves and they decide to move on from him?
Yeah. All right, coming up, something from the Tiger game last night, Gator, that I just loved. Every time I saw it, I was like, yes. We'll get to that today at 11:47. Hey, CGC Water reminds you, whether it's leaky faucets and fixtures, clogged drains, or old water heaters that need replacing, CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing has got you covered. Now is the time to replace your old sump pump, and CGC Water can help. All your plumbing and water needs, convenient scheduling, and guaranteed work. Call 855-339-4242. Let CGC handle your plumbing needs. Call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242, or visit cgcwater.com, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Did you find it odd last night, flipping through channels? Maybe you stumbled across NBC after 8 o'clock and you're like, oh, the U.S. Open. And it's live.
You know what's funny is I didn't. And I have a weird theory about majors and about golf tournaments. I just don't watch on Thursday. I start to pay attention on Friday, and then I zero in Saturday and Sunday. But I do love the West Coast major because of the primetime slot, specifically on Father's Day and the U.S. Open. So I'm like, I can watch this thing deep into the night completely guilt-free.
It was, I watched a lot of the coverage yesterday when I got home, and it was kind of fun to watch because Ricky Fowler had a record-setting round, and that lasted all of like 8 minutes, and Xander Schauffele tied him,
right,
which was still great. Both those guys shot 62s, which is the lowest round in a U.S. Open ever.
Wow.
And both of those guys did it, so it was fun to see. And then I'm listening to them. They're like, on the Golf Channel, and they say, and our coverage will continue on NBC. And I'm like, what? And then I realized, 3-hour difference.
Mm-hmm.
Then they show the guys teeing off, and it was like Brooks Koepka and Rory McIlroy teeing off, and here's Dustin Johnson. I'm like, wow, we're getting a good guy. We're getting an interesting crew in prime time.
Yeah, I mean it's fun sport to play. Played terrible last weekend. Terrible,
huh?
Yeah. I didn't practice much leading into our golf outing, so it's not a surprise. But still, love watching the majors in particular.
Yeah. I've only got one round under my belt.
And?
I played pretty well. Actually, I drove the ball extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out the greens at DGC, but that's all right. I'm playing Sunday on Father's Day.
Because Gator played in that the
media
outing.
day for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. That was great.
Yeah. Okay. So last night, watching the Tigers beat the Twins, which I enjoyed in the snapshot of time that was that game, but it's not changing my outlook. Unfortunately, I feel like the fairy tale is over. But Gator, did you love the Twins' batting helmets? They were the old school Twins hats, navy blue in the back, white panel up front, the red and blue TC, red brim.
Yeah, I did. And looking at their uniforms, I thought, oh, that's interesting. Do I like it or not? Because the Twins was written in red and had no border. It was just red.
Yep.
I thought, well, that's interesting. Would it stand out more? Would it look better if they had a blue border? Or, but no, I like the helmets they have. I always thought that their logo is a great logo.
The TC
is a
for
great
the Twin
logo.
Cities.
Yep.
The uniforms that they wore, I don't know. Look, I'm not a Twins aficionado. I have no history with this organization. It was a very old school look. Looked like something out of the 60s in terms of the borderless. You mentioned the borderless jersey, but
expect to see Harmon Killebrew come out.
Exactly. Rod Carew.
Yeah.
There's another one. I don't have a lot of Twins guys in my reservoir of Twins knowledge. Give me another 60s Twin, 60 to 70s Twin.
Tony Oliva?
Could be.
I don't know.
That sounds right. Red Sox? Is he also a Red Sox?
Tony Perez. Yeah, it was. But
well, whatever. Got sidetracked. The helmets, though, that look with the white panel up front is a really good look. A really good look. Now, it was interesting. They only had on their batting helmets, not their hats, Gator. I also think as guys, we can obsess over uniforms. I mean, to say as a kid that I was drawn to the San Diego Padres because of the brown and gold is accurate. But they also had a paneled hat. They had the brown hat with the gold panel and the SD, the interlocking SD.
Yep.
Loved it. Loved it. And I think everybody says they hate it, but secretly they love it too.
Tony Oliva was part of the 69 Twins. Hit 24 home runs, 101 RBI. Hit 309 that year. Good grief. Nice season. Killebrew hit 49 homers that year.
Yeah, I got to tell you, with a name like Killebrew, he had to be a power hitter, right?
Yes.
There was no choice in the matter.
Rod Carew hit a low 332.
Huh. Well, these are not numbers you have committed to memory?
Not this. No, not that year. 77 is the year that I have a lot of numbers committed to memory, but not 69.
It's like Omar Moreno stolen bases. Did you know that one?
Yeah. I don't know if I remember the exact number, but he did, I believe, led the league in 77.
Did he? Give me one of the numbers you remember from 77.
Well, George Foster's year was phenomenal. I believe he was the MVP with the Reds. 52 homers, 149 RBIs, and he hit 320.
But we digress. Anyway, like those Twins helmets. Did you see a story about Matthew Tkachuk and his injury? He fractured his sternum.
Yes.
In Game 3. He played in Game 4.
Hockey players, man.
Yep. They get praised for their toughness, right? But he couldn't put his jersey on before the game. He couldn't lace his skates. David Wilson of the Miami Herald tweeted out, Matthew Tkachuk said it was a total group effort to get him onto the ice for Game 4. Even Brady Tkachuk, who was staying with him, helped him get out of bed in the morning and get dressed. And he played.
I don't know if it's inspirational or dumb.
Well, that's the thing. In the world of sports, we have really started to take head injuries very seriously.
Yeah.
As we should. But not to the extent that we ignore stuff like this, right?
This is, I think this is on the dumb side given the injury. Like,
Yeah.
you know, a fractured sternum. That's serious stuff, man. And I think he had some rib issues too. That's a real problem. You know, I was amazed in 2002 when the Wings won the Cup and they're in Carolina.
Is this
and Steve Duchesne gets hit with the puck in the mouth and half his teeth come out, or half to come out basically. Goes into the room. The team dentist is there, does what he's got to do, and Duke comes out for the third period. I mean, he's unbelievable. What a warrior, right?
Yep.
An injury to the teeth, you can protect yourself. You can wear the cage, whatever, and, hey, the teeth have been removed, whatever. Next, you know, it's still amazing toughness that he shows. That's an injury that, okay, probably most people would say, I'm done. I'm out.
Mhm.
And he came and played, and you're like,
Came and
bravo.
played.
A bruised sternum is, or a fractured sternum is something totally different. I can't believe he came out and did that. And I don't know if you saw it was an E60 special they did on the Mighty Ducks and how they got.
I didn't. I've heard it. Is it Once Upon a Time in Anaheim? Is that what it's called? I've heard it's really good.
It was really good and goes through the whole history of, hey, how the team got started and, you know, the name Mighty Ducks and the Disney movie and all that. But by the time they finally made it to the Stanley Cup Finals, and they showed a play where they were playing against New Jersey, and Scott Stevens just destroys Paul Kariya. Didn't have his head up, was lined up, and Stevens just drilled him. And Kariya's lying on the ice, clearly concussed. You know, he had that weird...
Fencing?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they call it?
Something
the
like that.
arms lock up?
Yeah, he was a mess. And finally, you see, because he's unconscious, and then you can see when he wakes up because... you see the breath hit the face mask because he wore a visor, and the visor fogs up. I'm like, wow, that was something serious. They take him off the ice. 11 minutes later, he comes back in the game.
Right.
Because this was before concussion protocols and all that. They acknowledge it afterwards. They're like, I mean, this is in the days before all that. Oh, clearly, he would not have, not only would he not have played, he probably would have been out for at least a week.
Right.
And maybe longer. It was a serious thing. But he came back, and he played in the game. And rallied the troops, and they didn't win the Stanley Cup that year. They ended up losing, but it was like unbelievable. And yet, now what we know about concussions, so stupid.
Sure.
Because had you gotten hit again, you probably would have been done for a year or two.
So all of this, you know, we take head injuries seriously, and then my instinct too is, wow, what a tough guy, Tkachuk. Or should we be taking this more seriously too? Did you see the latest on Deion Sanders? There's a possibility they're going to have to amputate his foot.
Wow.
And
I mean, I saw him going back and forth with Pat Narduzzi of Pitt, but I didn't realize they may have to amputate his. I know his foot bad shape.
Yep.
His foot's been in bad shape for a very long time
Yeah.
because of his playing career, of course. And he's obviously one of the fastest, if not most incredible athletes in professional sports. And now the man might not have his foot or half his foot or whatever they might do because of the injuries that he's gone through. And even before this, you see him around and he's always limping and he's got it's a noticeable limp and all that. It's crazy because the Tkachuk thing is, by the way, I think hands down we all realize hockey players incredibly tough. Nothing left to prove to the rest of the team. Right? Like, we got it, man.
Point made.
Yeah, exactly. So with that being said, is it inspirational or dumb? It's both, right? I mean, this is inspirational, but it's also incredibly stupid. Like a broken sternum?
Yeah.
At some point, you got to realize this is a game. And as much as, I mean, these guys are making their own decisions, I wonder 5, 10, 15 years down the line if they can't walk correctly or make love to their woman properly, things like that, right?
Who was the line? Was it DeAndre Levy that wrote that?
is it worth it? And maybe some will say yes, but I bet you there's a lot of guys that go, no. Like, I can't play with my kids. I can't go to the grocery store, you know? And you're right, Doug. We have to start treating the whole body as seriously as not just the brain injuries.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Couldn't get out of bed, couldn't get dressed, couldn't put on his equipment, couldn't tie his skates, but he's on the ice for Game 4.
So is that something where you go to the team doctors and go, listen, he wants to play. Kachuk says, get out of my way, just put on my jersey and lace up my skates for me. Where the team doctor goes, dude, this isn't good for the long run. You're not playing.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't okay this.
You have. I'm sure the team doctor was included in this, and if the team doctor says, look, he's not going to injure himself further. If he takes a hit in the same spot, we can protect that with extra padding there, and he's not going to hurt himself anymore. Really what it is, it's a pain tolerance thing, period. If he can tolerate the pain, then I guess he can go out there. And I'm assuming that's what the case was. I mean, to me, it seems ridiculous to get out there with a broken sternum. But, if he's ready to go with that and just shoot me up and get me on the ice, I don't know how he could be effective. And he missed, 10 minutes at a time in that game that he wouldn't play, and came in towards the end and trying to rally the team around him. And, it's more of an inspirational thing than an actual effectiveness. I had to see how many minutes he played in that game. But when he didn't play in the deciding game, you knew it was just too much. And he gave it all he could. You want to leave it all out there on the ice. You want to leave it on the court. You want to leave it on the field. And he did.
248-539-9797. All right, what will be your reaction if Detroit does this? We'll tell you what it is and get your answers at 12:03 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. What's up?
They're showing some highlights on the news about some highlights. That's the wrong way to say it. They're showing footage of the damage done by the storms. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. The damage done by the storms. There's a still photo of if you look over, I think you missed it. There was a branch of a tree that came through the ceiling and the drywall of somebody's house. It was crazy.
Yeah.
This whole thing is
Yesterday
awful.
got wild.
Yeah.
It got wild in
hurry.
little pockets around our area. Like, I mean, I was watching Good Morning America, and there's Howell, Michigan. There's Toledo, Ohio. And I was thinking, well, we had our yard waste container knock over. And a small inconvenience compared to what some people had to go through. There's a tornado downriver. So, scary stuff. Hope everybody's safe out there. All right, the 2023 Detroit Tigers now with more McKinstry. Gator?
Doug?
What if they sweep the Twins? I'm asking this question in part because you are still hanging on. And I was thinking to myself, if they sweep the Twins, they were 7 games back going to Minnesota. This is a 4-game series.
Mm-hmm.
So there
would be 3 games back if they sweep them.
Yes. Now I'm wondering if somebody could pass the Twins.
Well, Cleveland is 2.5 back, so Cleveland could jump them.
So the Tigers could be 3.5 games out of first if Cleveland wins all their games this weekend. But, they're not good, but neither really is anybody in the division. I called the fairy tale over about 10 days ago, 11 days ago, and they proceeded. That was in a stretch where they won 1 of 9 games after I called it over. Now they've won. They won Monday. They lost a doubleheader, but they beat the team that they're chasing. I don't expect this to happen. I said at the beginning of the show, I got some feedback from a listener that said, I'm mad at myself for even being happy about this win. Because one win shouldn't, provide so much hope that it turns your season around, right? But that's kind of what fans do. And I sometimes I want it so bad that I let it happen. I let myself get stoked for it. But it would probably take a sweep of the Twins to get my attention back. But I just can't see him sweeping the Twins. What did they say? Bullpen starts 2 of the next 4 games?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a 4-game sweep is not likely.
Nope.
Not at all. But here's where there are some encouraging signs. We'll just start with last night.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Sonny Gray. Sonny Gray, pretty good pitcher?
Yep.
Sonny Gray's a great pitcher, and he was having a great season this year. They got him out after 4 innings. They forced him to pitch throw a lot of pitches. Threw 79 pitches through 4 innings. They drew 4 walks, had to 3 hits, got a couple runs on him, and got him out of the game because he was ineffective. The last inning, he threw I don't know how many, 35 pitches or something. So that's the first thing I look at is what happened last night against this Twins team. They took out Sonny Gray. Matthew Boyd pitched a typical Matthew Boyd game. He had 5 shutout innings, and he had 1 inning where he gave up 4 runs. Fortunately, the inning where he gave up the 4 runs was the second inning, and then he settled down, throws 4 shutout innings after that, gives his team a chance. The bullpen comes in and pitches the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Vest, Foley, and Lang all go and pitch perfect innings for the Tigers, and the bullpen looks like it's back to business. The fact that Torkelson is perking up. He drilled a double in the gap, scoring a couple runs. Nice to see Javi Baez hitting a triple in the gap that scored a couple of runs. Miguel Cabrera has perked up. He had another base hit, a solid base hit last night.
No, right?
Miggy's actually contributing. Again, I don't need to see him play every day, but if the matchups are favorable for Miggy, let him play. The other thing is this. They're only 2-4 in their last 6 games, which is not good. But they've scored 31 runs in those 6 games. It's better than 5 a game, and you'll take it. Because the bats are starting to wake up, which is the big problem with this team. Because last year it was unbelievably bleak when it came to their offense. They were completely impotent, and we're scratching our heads. How is that possible? It's a blip on the radar screen. I guess he can't possibly be that bad. They'll never be that bad again. And then they start off this year, and they were that bad again. Now in the last 6 games, they're warming up. I'm hoping that this is indicative of the team we're going to see moving forward. Not that they're always going to score 5 runs, but that they're a hell of a lot more capable of scoring runs than what we saw, in the first 50 games of the season.
So coming into this month, if I'm going to, take anything out of last night's game, it's not much other than Tork's 2 hits. Tork came into this month with 4 home runs on the year. He's hit 3 midway through June. He's hit 3 more. So the power stroke that was promised is starting to come around. He's hitting 5 of the last 6 games. He's hitting 370 in that time. It's the type of thing. I remember Eric Munson did this once and I got all excited. But so former first-round picks, just because you get hot for a week, it certainly doesn't indicate turning the corner. But Tork has always hit it hard, and now it's starting to
dropping in, or they're going over the fence.
It's resulting in results, as I said a couple weeks ago, and about Riley Green, and now maybe it's happening with Tork. And it's right around the same time as far as career at bats. They have an amazingly similar number of career at bats, and so it does take some seasoning at this level. Tork is, for most of this season, has drawn walks. And I don't know, man. The look of a guy, and A.J. Hinch, I think, did a lot of coaching Tork mentally last year and talked about it on the morning show about, not getting too wrapped up in the result, but just it's about the quality of the swings, and Tork was coming through with quality swings and all that. He's standing at the plate differently. He looks like you don't need to coach that side of him anymore. Tork is feeling, he's at the plate, and you can tell he's feeling it.
That Philadelphia season was rough. A series was rough for him. He went 0 for 11 in that series. He drew a walk, but he just looked kind of lost there. Yeah, I think he struck out 6 times in that series, and at the end of that series, his OPS was 654. Since then, the Tigers played 3 against Arizona, 3 against Atlanta, and 1 against Minnesota. So 7 games. He's raised his OPS from 654 up to 711 during that time. Got a couple of home runs. He's got 3 doubles during that time. He's also been getting on base with 5 walks. He's doing more, and I thought actually in Atlanta at times it looked like they were pitching around him because they knew that he was in a groove and he was stinging the ball really good. He was taken first overall for a reason. Every team in the league would have taken him first overall. He was the guy to take, and having that unfortunate year of 2020 where you couldn't play in the minor leagues because of COVID, did it set him back? I think it's safe to say it set everybody back from that class, and he's one of them. But he needed to start hitting the ball and finding the gaps and finding the holes, and it's happening now because he is crushing the ball awfully hard and has all season long. Ibanez is the same type of thing. The numbers will tell you the same thing, which I have a hard time buying it with him, and yet why not? If the numbers are telling you he should be hitting better than what he is, let's see what happens. Let it marinate a little bit, and they're starting to reap the benefits of Andy Ibanez.
All right, hey, a couple things. You can stream the show through the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to us anywhere in these United States. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. You can watch the show, video included, on YouTube. Just search up 971 The Ticket. And Twitch.tv, where there's streaming chat, fine community of listeners. We do appreciate it. Let's read some of what the Twitch people are saying about the Tigers. From FBG25, Tigers refuse to die. They're like the old Keno winner in Vegas Vacation. Do you get that reference?
Vaguely.
Okay. It's from Nayrock, Tork is a bust. Also, hard hit percentage is a fake stat.
How is it a fake stat?
I don't know. Let's see. From Chris. Chris writes in, Tork looked like a real major leaguer in the box this year from Loped Out. If Baez can go from awful to maybe below average, Tork continues his hitting, and we get Green back. The hitting has room to improve, but that's sort of a pipe dream. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator and audience, have you heard who from the world of sports is interested in becoming the host of Wheel of Fortune? We'll get to that today at 12:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You put something in your show sheet. I got to get better at it. It's room for improvement. And I hope you're onto something. But free agent hockey player that you suggest that the Red Wings go after?
Well, it's been rumored. I'm not sure if I would sign him or not, but this is a name.
Before you say it, I struggle with the last name.
Do you?
I just can't quite spit it out. And it's because I look at it and I read it differently than it's said. I'm not saying it's spelled differently than it's said. I'm saying I read it differently than it's said. Like I heard Greeny yesterday struggles with Fred Van Vliet.
Right, because it's a V, not an F.
Yeah.
For Vliet.
Greeny on ESPN. I struggle. I'm going to slow down and say it. Saying the name Alex DeBrincat.
There you go.
Yep. if I don't slow down, I always say DeBrinicat. I know better.
There's some sort of dyslexic
Yeah, I don't know. I
look in there.
I have called him DeBrinicat more than I've called him DeBrinket. And I have some sort of psychological block. So I'm gonna focus in. If you hear me slow down, if they do pursue Alex DeBrinket, it'll be a deliberate delivery of the last name.
In fairness and full disclosure,
Mm-hmm.
when I was in high school,
Okay.
I think it might be his uncle had a run-in with one of my friends. So I knew of the name.
Really?
Yeah.
A run-in.
Yeah.
Care to share? You don't have to.
Well,
I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable.
Remember how I said my father's advice to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So
fight to win.
Yeah. The last time that I can remember throwing a punch would have been that summer of after my senior year in high school.
Gotcha.
And the recipient of that punch was someone who had lots of friends that were athletes.
Yeah.
That surrounded a couple of my friends at a concert
yeah.
at Pine Knob that year.
Yeah.
Nothing happened, but there were a lot of words spoken, a lot of threats made.
Gotcha.
And yeah, so one of the names of some of the people around him
might have been DeBrinicat.
Yeah. I've never met him, and unfortunately, nothing happened. Cooler heads prevailed, and the person that I had the altercation with, we've smoothed things over years ago. We're all good.
Glad to hear.
It's all good.
All right. So I mentioned before the break, a figure from the world of sports wants to be the next host of Wheel of Fortune. So I'll do what everyone naturally does and ask the question, who's the kicker for the Chargers?
Right, because Ralph Panershka, the former kicker of the Chargers, used to be the host of Wheel of Fortune for like a season or two.
Which is still one of those, did that really happen in the real world kind of things for me? Like, they took the kicker for the San Diego Chargers.
Yeah, he beat
San
out
Diego back then.
I heard he beat out Efren Herrera and Rafael Septien.
Frank Corral finished fourth.
Frank Corral was there.
So the current kicker for the San Diego Chargers, there's two. There's Dustin Hopkins and there's Cameron Dicker. So it's neither one of those. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith is reached out about being the host of Wheel of Fortune. Kang, were you the one that brought that? Where'd you see that?
On his own podcast, Stephen A. Smith had mentioned, yesterday, I think it was, said that he wouldn't mind being the host of Wheel of Fortune. He's a big fan. And at worst, he said he would love to do at least fill-in while they figure out who the next permanent host is.
Decent source.
Yeah, going right to the source.
Should I tweet him? Who's the source on that you want to be the
Just source, question mark. How about Stephen A. on Wheel of Fortune?
That'd be wild. Okay, we're looking for a phrase here. A phrase. I'm not going to give you any hints. This is all on you. What are you going to do? Spin the wheel. I apologize. I've never tried a Stephen A. impression.
It's okay. It's not bad.
But, I mean,
for your first try,
I think Stephen A. might come in hot as the host of Wheel of Fortune.
God.
You know, Pat Sajak's so laid back and relaxed. Oh, okay. Well, no.
Is there an X?
There, right. The lovely Vanna White is going to turn some tiles.
You got to break a however. There's no R. However, you do have a free spin.
Right. However, you can use that free spin now if you like. Take a chance at bankruptcy. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you options.
All right, other people from the world of sports, and maybe more in your wheelhouse.
Do you want the ceramic dog or not?
I can't help you.
This is a hopeless situation. Put it on account. You'll never get it back.
Nuggets in 5.
More in your wheelhouse. What if Buck Martinez applied for the job? the color commentator for the Toronto Blue Jays broadcast, during spring training, we loved the way he said the name Casey Mize, because he turned it into about a 4-syllable.
Casey Mize. You're going for a vowel. Well, a vowel, which one you want an E? Well, let's see if there's an E. Vanna, show me an E.
What about Caputo?
Sorry, did you say okay? Was it one or two letters you're asking for? Because it's a vowel, okay? You know, O is a vowel and stuff. You got to pay for that. And right now, you don't have the money to pay for it, okay? So you want a K? Show me a K.
Every word. Is there an R?
I've been doing this show for a while now, okay? I know what I'm doing here. And I have never seen anybody ever, I don't think in my life, ask for a K. And it was there. I take that back. I remember watching Rick from Marin County. One time it was 1977 in the Wheel of Fortune. Bert Convey hosting, and he asked for a K, and he was rewarded. So the answer was Orville Redenbacher, as I recall. We have to dig in the archives for that.
Stephen A. might be the best person for the world of sports. I mean, Gus Johnson, not everybody loves Gus, but Gus would be.
Well, everything with Gus would be about the spin, right?
Right, that's
true. And watch it come out. Oh!
Yes. He would definitely be fired up.
Who's our guy?
Oh, Kevin Harlan?
Kevin Harlan. Spin the wheel. And we're looking for 700. You think about the game shows that you could host. This is the easiest one.
Oh,
right?
this is the one. This is it. Yeah.
This is the cush job like you've never seen. You don't have to do anything. What kind of prep do you have to do for this? None.
You're repeating what the contestant says.
Exactly. It's just hair and makeup, and you walk up, and I need to. Oh, you guys going to print out the cards for me to interview the people? Yeah. Sounds great. So Sally is a homemaker out in Winnetka. And Sally says here, you're a mother of 3, and you're looking to travel if you win. That's great.
It's so easy, right?
Right. You're just,
was he just the best at, why was he so good at it, Pat Sajak?
I don't know. I think it was just his calming influence, because that's what he would do. He would just okay.
It wasn't
just normal guy off the street.
Yeah.
It's kind of harmless.
You almost can't even impersonate him because it was just regular.
Right. He had this wry sense of humor where somebody would say, I mean, the one thing that would be tough, the toughest part of the job, I think, is to bite your lip and bite your tongue when somebody says something ridiculous. Like if they come up with, the answer is so obvious and they can't do it, and you're like, well, that's not it. Yeah. Or if something is I remember vividly one time watching the show, and the answer to the puzzle was Pittsburgh Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
And the person said, I want to solve the puzzle. I goes, okay, go ahead. The Pittsburgh Pirates. Pat goes, yeah, we can't accept it. And then somebody else spins a wheel, and I go, Pittsburgh Pirates. He's like, yeah. See, Carol, you threw the word "the" in front of it, then that's not the answer.
Really?
Yeah.
For using the word "the."
You can't do it.
You can't
do it.
It's happened a couple times, a few times.
Yeah, it's happened.
Yeah.
It happened last night on Jeopardy. I forget what the answer was, but somebody threw an extra word in there, and you didn't have to do it.
Okay, tell me if I got something. So you're Sajak.
Mm-hmm.
Reminded me of another imitation that you've done, and I don't know that you've done it on the air, but maybe this would be the perfect guy to replace Pat Sajak, because it'd be just like Pat Sajak. Because your Sajak reminds me of your Marty Bird.
Oh, it's been a long time from Ozark?
Yeah, the lead character, Jason Bateman's character from Ozark.
That's more facial, I feel.
Yeah, it's hard. No, you're right. Because your Marty Bird includes a lot of facial expressions.
Marty, I'm going to need another $40 million out of this from you, okay, before your debt is solved. Oh, 40.
I hope the people on Twitch are
Wendy, we could do 40. I don't think that's a problem. That's 40 is doable. We'll have to move some things around, right, Wendy?
Well, we got to talk to Vanna.
Right?
Vanna? Can we do a K? Can we?
Is there a C? There's no C. Sorry, it's just not. That's not happening. There's no C.
Marty Byrne is replacing Pat Sajak. You see what Pat Sajak does now? I mean, maybe everybody
counts as money. I don't know.
He's like on the board of trustees at Hillsdale College.
What?
Yeah.
He is.
He's the president. He's like the
That's not a fake Wikipedia fact. That's an actual thing.
I'm pretty sure he's really on the board. Isn't he like increasing his role there?
Yes,
or something?
he's already a member. Yeah, now he's like the lead.
What is his tie to Hillsdale?
He's washing his money.
I don't know, man.
Right.
Speaking of Marty Byrne.
Right.
Oh, great.
Ozark's a great show.
Really, I finished it. So I started and finished. And that wasn't like 10 episodes.
Oh, yeah. Good
It was
job,
like-
Doug. That's a big accomplishment for you.
It is one of, in my adult life, it's one of my greater accomplishments. Watch the entire series of Ozark.
They ended the show at the right time.
Yeah,
Because
probably.
things were getting a little ridiculous.
They were getting.
Like, how many times can you say, no, 40 million is doable?
I'm telling you, it got, I think it was season 3 for me where I was telling you guys there's some holes in this.
Yeah.
Some holes.
Got pretty confusing. Like, who's that guy? All right, 10 takeaways for the Lions off-season workouts. We're going to work through these, see which ones we like. We'll get to that coming up at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. That's Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Happy Father's Day to dads out there. 248-539-9797. Gator, you ready to talk some NFL?
Am I?
All right, let's go. This is from Detroit Lions. No, it's not from DetroitLions.com. Colton Pouncey put it out in The Athletic. My bad. These are 10 observations post-spring practices. Takeaways, if you will. Work our way through these. At 10, did the Lions have enough at wide receiver? That's the headline. I'll read in part what is written underneath.
Okay.
One underlying thought after watching the Lions is that their wide receiver room is an injury away from being in trouble. We already know Jamison Williams will miss the first 6 games of the season, leaving the team without a main vertical threat. Josh Reynolds, Marvin Jones Jr., and Khalif Raymond are solid secondary options, but St. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, is the only established difference maker. We saw what happened when he missed games a year ago. Part of me wonders if the Lions should pursue DeAndre Hopkins for the right price. If not, they'd likely lean on their run game, pass-catching backs, and tight ends in the event of an injury. Gator, do they have enough at wide receiver?
I don't think they do. I'm really concerned about. I mean, the example he gives is really kind of scary when you think of what happens if Amon-Ra St. Brown gets hurt in the first couple games, because then you're having to shift what your offense was supposed to be. Because I do believe it's accurate. Okay, now you're going to rely on your running backs and your tight ends more, which may not be a bad thing, but it's not ideal. You want to have your receivers out there. I'm not saying they go out and get DeAndre Hopkins, but I'd feel better if there maybe had one more player in the room.
So what happens, in my view, is the owner's manual for Jahmyr Gibbs reads that he should be able to run routes out of the slot and be effective. Not sure that is necessarily going to be the case in the first 6 weeks, but his versatility, his route running, his pass catching ability is part of why they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, weapon, Alabama.
Yep.
So, he might be the guy that just, they said pass catching options out of the backfield, Colton Pouncey wrote. And I'm thinking, probably not even out of the backfield. He might just become a slot receiver and be that. In the meantime, they're very excited about Sam Laporta. And it's interesting because I'm not sure Laporta's doing anything different than Eric Ebron did before him, than TJ Hockenson did before him, than Brandon Pettigrew did before him. But he's doing it as a second-round pick, so everyone's excited about it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think what he's doing, first of all, the difference between Eric Ebron is he's catching everything that's thrown to him. He may bobble it, but he'll catch it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is...
It's not an apples to apples. I'm just saying that it's the perception of Laporta, he is going to benefit in public perception because he's a second-round pick.
Because he's not a first-round pick. 100% people will be more open to him there. I'm excited about what he can do because seeing what he does once he's got the ball in his hands, he's a weapon. He's one of these guys, catches it and makes plays. How many yards after the catch? That's where he's going to be measured as being a great player.
Yeah, but he is definitely benefiting from being a second-round pick.
Absolutely.
Like the fans, they might be, Laporta looks good. I'm reading reports he does well if he was a first-round pick. But the fact that he's a second-round pick, oh, my God, this guy's a fine. He's a stud, right?
Funny, isn't it?
He could have gone to the first.
Yeah.
All right, next up. Defensive tackle Lee McNeil could be in for a big year. Colton Pouncey writes, McNeil looks like a completely different player. He's noticeably trimmer after changing his diet this offseason. His main goal is more consistency, and those aren't just words. He's put in the work to realize his potential and turn flashes into expectations. Later, he writes, McNeil is expected to play more 3 technique, and the changes to his body could certainly help him be more disruptive. His steady progression on and off the field is exactly what you want from a player at this stage of his career. And you know what I hear? The ball just sounds different off his bat.
Yeah, I mean, you start the best shape in his life type stuff, and you kind of scoff at that. But this guy has made some lifestyle changes to get to where he's at. And if you're a defensive tackle and you're trying to look at what the shining example of defensive tackle is, you look at Aaron Donald, right?
Yep.
Aaron Donald is not your typical defensive tackle who's 6 feet tall, 350 pounds, or just kind of a fat, strong guy who's in the middle of the.
He's not a smaller SUV.
No, he is maybe undersized with his height, but my God, is he strong and he's put together. And maybe that's what Ali McNeil is looking at is I've got a lot of strength, but I'm going to slim down my body so I can be even quicker to be more of a pass rushing threat. And I'm interested to see how it pays off for him.
I feel like I make the mistake sometimes in this job of expecting, the unknown variable to be the guy. And they've got two of them in the middle of the defensive line, and Broderick Martin and Levi Onwuzurike, that we have no reason to believe that they could be the guy other than what we read and what we've heard. But they would have to be real finds for either of them. It would be a pleasant surprise for either of them. Now, they put a lot in to get Broderick Martin. Probably the more realistic solution comes from within.
Well, they put a lot in for Levi Onwuzurike.
They did. But Ali McNeil is probably a more realistic solution. Isaiah Buggs is probably a more realistic solution. John Kaminsky, for that matter, is probably a more realistic solution.
McNeil has gotten better season to season. So here he is. This is his third season. Will he take off? He might take off after during this year. It'd be really nice to see because the team loves him. The coaches speak glowingly about him. And he was making some plays. Kaminsky is a guy last year who you couldn't miss him on the field. He was making plays everywhere.
That was the unknown becoming part of the solution, which is more rare. Number 8, the kicking competition remains unsettled. Colton Pouncey writes, Michael Badgley is probably the favorite at the moment after he re-signed with the team. Went 20-24 as a midseason addition, but the Lions don't seem to trust his leg strength. XFL standout Parker Romo joined the team for OTAs and minicamp and certainly has more range. And then there's Riley Patterson, a player who keeps finding his way back to the Lions. Detroit traded a 2026 conditional 7th rounder to the Jags to reacquire Patterson, but he's gotten off to a shaky start in minicamp. I mean, this is one of those battles where it seems like it should be one of the easier ones to pick the winner. It seems that way.
Well, and I would imagine it ends up being something that, okay, great. This guy's clearly better than that guy, but they're not. It doesn't sound like they're thrilled with anybody.
Yep.
So if one guy separates himself, it seems like right now it'd be because you're just not good enough, not because the other guy's great. I want to hear that somebody comes out of this and they're great, that they're pounding the football, they've got the accuracy and they've got the length. The guy they picked up from the XFL who's got the huge leg, but apparently it's inconsistent.
Yep.
That's unfortunate because you love to hear about the guy that's got the leg. Oh, he can hit it from 60, beyond 60. Awesome. How accurate is he?
It felt like Dan Campbell made the go for it decision more often than he should because he didn't have faith in the kicker. And we're talking about, the 45-yard plus field goal. Badgley can win him back. If it would strike me that it's unlikely and that they'll probably go with the guy with a longer leg. But
and Patterson it's a conditional draft pick. So if he doesn't make the team, I suspect that they don't have to give it the pick, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Apparently the Lions love something that maybe the fans don't. We'll tell you what that is today at 12:48. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, let me tell you about my favorite place to go in town. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley, right there in 12 Mile, right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. It's the best place to watch sporting events. They've got the deck upstairs. It's outdoors. It's wonderful. They pipe in all the sound for the big games downstairs with the flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. There's not a bad seat in the house. The food is amazing. They got the best wings in town and drink specials all day, every day. And now they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays, which is pretty great. With the warm weather, why not grab a table upstairs as well? And you want to head on over for trivia? That's on Thursday nights upstairs. And go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for great contests that are going on right now. If you need a party or any event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work for you. That way you can enjoy your guests and not have to miss any time with them. Every seat's a great seat there. You're going to love it. The service is outstanding. The food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
We're going to ask for your creativity in about 9 minutes. We got one of the more wild families in sports doing something that's kind of on brand. We'll get to that coming up. Let's continue to work our way through these 10 observations out of Lions spring practices. I mentioned the Lions love something that I'm not sure that the fans all love. Bullet point 7 in Colton Pouncey's story. The Lions love their quarterback room. He writes, Lions quarterback coach Mark Brunell, a man who knows the position quite well, did his best to alleviate any concerns there might be about this room. Brunell and the quarterbacks have a good thing going at the moment. Jared Goff is coming off a Pro Bowl season. Another year in the system and added weapons could help. As for others, Brunell said Nate Sudfeld was, quote, perfect in a support role for Goff last year and mentioned his growth offseason. Sudfeld ripped some impressive throws with the second-team offense in scrimmage periods. He's a quarterback who knows the system. He isn't going to rock the boat and is willing to help others around him. Rookie Hendon Hooker obviously is limited, but Brunell likes his mental reps he's been taking and said he wouldn't be here if he didn't have a strong work ethic. At this point, an outsider like Teddy Bridgewater seems unlikely. Gator, I don't even think Detroit unilaterally loves QB1, let alone QB2. Probably the one that people question the least is QB3.
We don't know who QB3 is.
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens with Hooker but anyway, long story short, this is a tough buy-in. And it goes back to that game wasn't that Philly trying to lose it?
Yeah.
And so they put Sudfeld in?
It took Jalen Hurts out and put Sudfeld in.
That's an uncomfortable memory.
It is an uncomfortable memory because of the stupidity in doing it at the time by the coach. What are you doing? And you find yourself out of a job quickly. The explanation afterwards was dumb. And, I want to be fair to Nate Sudfeld. I mean, he was thrown in a situation where he didn't belong in there. And spent all last year with the Lions. Fortunately, didn't have to see him too much.
Mm-hmm.
And got a chance to sit back with the clipboard, learn the system, and apparently comes into spring practices and the minicamp and the OTAs, and it looks like he's got a firm grasp of what the system is. Then they got people even talking about, actually some of his passes look pretty good, observers would say. There's no pads on these guys, so you don't really know, but at least the signs are pointing in the right direction that maybe he can be a capable backup. But as any team in the NFL will look at, there's probably 26 teams in the league are like, oh, crap, if we lose our quarterback, we're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point.
Yeah, they're not in a unique position, but they could do something about it if they wanted to. You could go out and spend the money to bring in Teddy Bridgewater. But does Teddy Bridgewater want to come here? Or does he want to go somewhere where he thinks he's going to have a legitimate chance to start?
There's no doubt he's waiting out that opportunity.
So as time goes on, and the Raiders situation is what it is with Jimmy Garoppolo right now, maybe Teddy Bridgewater ends up getting a starting job there as opposed to a backup job where he's got, little opportunity to show what he's got.
Yeah, I think that my personal analysis of Sudfeld is unfair because it goes back a few years. Boy, do they seem to like him, and that's okay. They see him every day. And a backup quarterback is a unique situation. And they have the guy in waiting. I mean, it almost feels like if Hendon Hooker were healthy, where do you think he'd be on the depth chart entering the season?
Number 2.
So it's possible he can be on the Jamison Williams timeline that we need to cross our fingers with Sudfeld through 9 weeks, 10 weeks. I mean, I don't know if counting on Hooker this year is, but in an emergency break glass situation, if they need to win a game and Hooker is, I put in quotes, fully recovered, he may get the call anyway.
Possibly, yeah. I think that, obviously the best scenario is that you don't have to worry about it. It's the same thing. Best case scenario if they had signed Teddy Bridgewater would be that he doesn't throw a pass because Jared Goff's healthy. That's the good news. The good news is QB1 is really good.
Yep.
I mean, he's really good. Yep. Knows this offense backwards and forwards, and now they've improved the offensive line. They've improved the running back room. Hopefully the wide receiver room is improved after the first 6 weeks of the season. Hopefully everybody's still healthy, and then you add Jameson Williams to the mix. You've improved the tight end room. The offense has gotten better. So I'm excited what he can do if everybody stays healthy.
Observation number 5. There's a lot of versatility at edge. Colton Pouncey writes, edge might be the deepest position on the roster. Lions had 7 edges, all capable of contributing to a defense with playoff expectations. Aiden Hutchinson, Charles Harris, John Kaminsky, Romeo Okwara, Josh Pascal, James Houston, and Julian Okwara. Hutch continue to give the Lions a strong combination of pass rush production. Kaminsky and Pascal have inside-out versatility. Harris and Romeo Okwara are veteran leaders who took pay cuts to remain with the team and see the turnaround through. Houston wants to be more than just a pass rush specialist, and Julian Okwara continues to rep at edge and linebacker. For all the talk during the draft about needing a young edge to pair with Hutchinson, the Lions seem pretty set at the position in 2023. I couldn't agree more. I'm not saying that the people were wrong, and I'm really not. I was amazed at how many calls we took back around the draft about people wanting another edge rusher. And maybe it's a belief that you can never have too many, but it did surprise me a little bit. And because they seem to be pretty deep, and there are guys worth taking a risk on. Guys like Romeo Okwara, guys like Charles Harris, guys who've been productive in the past, that, yeah, you might have been able to draft better than them, or they could return to some form and help you out.
Yeah, I like this position. I think it's a position of strength for the team. I think that they might be setting things up where it maybe they're trailblazers in the NFL, where we talk about the depth in the running back room that teams have, because there's no longer a bell cow running back. You do it by committee. Maybe this is the way to do things. You build your roster with tons of depth, and maybe not necessarily ultra high-end guys, but you've got tons of depth, and as long as your players are staying healthy and energized and you can rotate them in and out to keep them fresh, that's an advantage over if you're playing somebody for the entire game and they're going to bound to get tired at some point. Well, you can sub these guys out on a regular basis and maybe really get after them.
All right. We'll probably go through these throughout the summer, pick up some more. Maybe later in the show, maybe Monday, who knows? We're really flexible here at the Carson Anderson program.
We're breezy.
Yes. All right. I said we get to this. Let me follow through. Kang, by the way, do you have any comments on any of that? My bad. Sorry.
No, the one thing that probably stands out most is the receiving room if Amon-Ra St. Brown goes down. That, because we're already behind the 8 ball with Jameson Williams being suspended for the first 6 weeks. And then so you're going to lean a lot on St. Brown, right?
Yep.
And Khalif Raymond and those other guys, they do a decent job. And I'm not counting Gibbs and Laporta. I'm just talking the receiving room. If they lose St. Brown, they're in a hole. Like, who is going to be your go-to receiver as far as just being reliable? And then there's no deep threat. I mean, DJ Chark with that deep threat, you replace him with Jameson Williams, who won't be there. And as far as reliability, is it Khalif Raymond? It takes over the St. Brown role?
Raymond and Reynolds have the familiarity in the offense with him. Marvin Jones is a new guy to this offense. He's not new to Detroit, but he's new to this offense. And, he's older. It's you're not getting a younger guy there. And then you've got a rookie that you've got here, a late round pick. Yeah, there's nothing. And I like Raymond and I like Reynolds and what they do because they give Goff some security because he's worked with them.
But I think you like him in their roles currently.
Exactly.
You don't want to elevate those guys.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you're you're putting too much responsibility on somebody, does that change them? And I don't want to do that with these guys, and you hope that doesn't happen. Amon-Ra St. Brown has been fantastic in 2 years with the Lions.
Okay. I mentioned this earlier. One of the more eccentric families, maybe it's just the dad, LeVar Ball. Remember LeVar Ball?
Oh, yeah.
With his sons and the Big Baller brand. And I could beat Michael Jordan.
Right.
Yeah.
Undefeated, never lost.
Never lost.
He has 3 sons. With all the talking he did get 3 sons to play professional basketball. Lonzo, his career in Chicago, who knows? He's hurt. LaMelo with Charlotte, he's an all-star, and LiAngelo is still playing in the G League. So dad's LeVar. The boys are LiAngelo, LaMelo, and Lonzo. LiAngelo, it's been announced, is going to have a son. And he announced the name of the son. And it's a combination of the names of the rest of the balls. So LiAngelo is going to name his son a combination of LaMelo, Lonzo, and LeVar. I want you to guess what it's going to be. Okay?
A mess.
And we will take 10 texts right now. LiAngelo Ball, brother of LaMelo and Lonzo and son of LeVar, is having a boy, and he's naming the boy a combination of the other three. We'll take 10 texts guessing what the name is. And Gator, I want your guess as well, and we'll tell you what it is today at 1:08. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. We're guessing the name of LiAngelo Ball's son, who it's a combination of his brothers and his dad. Dad's LeVar. The brothers are LaMelo and Lonzo. Kate, I'm going to read some of these guesses that have come in, and then I'll get yours. Kang, you want to get one in?
Yeah, they're still coming in. They're still funny.
From an unnamed texter. Lamont Zabar Ball.
Wow.
Is this a Key and Peele skit?
Ron?
John in Lake Orion. Limoncello Ball.
Oh, limoncello, delicious.
From an unnamed texter. Lavaro Ball. Austin on a floor. Lamelzo Ball.
Sure.
From Nick in Whitmore Lake. Lamonzolo Ball. Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Lamonzolo Ball. Matt and Clio. Lemoncello Ball. That one came in a lot, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Lamar Vanzo Ball. It's from Mike in Sterling Heights. Lavangelo. It's from an unnamed texter. Lamelzo. Another unnamed texter.
I'm hoping nobody gets mine. They're coming close.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, there's only so much to
Yeah,
work with
right.
here, right?
Lavangeller Ball. That's from Matt in Rochester. Gator, what do you got?
Well, combining those three names, I've come up with Lagonzolo Ball. Lagonzolo Ball.
just rolls off the tongue.
Lagonzolo.
Lagonzolo.
Never lost.
Undefeated.
Okay, what do you
got? A couple more texts before I say mine. Matt Novi, La Bamba.
La Bamba Ball. Yeah, okay.
La Marvelous Ball.
Yeah.
Sure.
I've got Larry, but they'll pronounce it Larry.
Well, just for the record, LiAngelo Ball, so they are the uncles. So these are LeVar's brothers.
No, not LeVar's brothers. Lonzo's and
No, the dad, LeVar Ball.
yeah.
These are his brother's names. So the
Okay.
kids' uncles.
LiAngelo's uncle.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lonzo's
LiAngelo's
uncle.
uncles, LeVar's brothers.
Yeah.
So the three kids, you look confused.
Go ahead. Just go.
LeVar Ball,
Oh, you're about to get more confused.
LeVar Ball, never lost.
Mm-hmm.
These are his brothers' names.
Okay.
LaFrance,
Okay.
Laval, Lorenzo, and LaShawn.
Got it. Didn't want to pass those on, huh?
Well, the thing is, this family feels like they've perfected
The law.
the art of naming. Like, we've got it. We've got the perfect formula.
Have they?
I said this family feels like they've. Are you ready for the son's name?
Yep.
LiAngelo Ball is going to have a boy, and he announced that the son's name will be LaVello. LaVello Ball.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, you don't want to go with Lagonzolo. I mean, that's your own mistake.
It's still up for grabs.
First loss.
All right. One defeat.
Lavello.
Yep. Thank you for all your guesses. This is the first time I'm going to say this. I want these people to have more kids.
Yes.
I want to find out what they're going to do.
We're going to get La Jolla pretty
Yeah.
soon, right?
Yeah, probably.
Names. Gator, I mean, it's not going to stop.
La Casa. It's just going to go all Spanish.
Yeah.
La Playa.
Yep. So there it is. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, amazing facts about the U.S. Open. In fact, I'm shocked. This one U.S. Open fact. We'll get to that today at 1:17. In the meantime, back to your phone calls. We go to Dave. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dave.
How's it going, guys?
We're good, Dave.
Yeah, I was talking about the wide receiver core if Ambaran goes down, but I've been hearing good things about the undrafted free agent Antoine Green. They say he's either going to make the squad or make the practice squad. He's supposed to be pretty good.
So, yeah, 7th round pick. He wasn't undrafted, but I read and I see and I watch the video, all the same stuff as you, Dave. I just still find it hard to believe that if they lose Amon-Ra and they've already lost a first-round pick, that this seventh-round pick could that easily step on the field and be an answer. It's not impossible.
I don't know. Not impossible. Those guys are good in grade and talent, so he might be the second on my St. Brown coming, So
he could
keep
be.
our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
He doesn't go down. That's all.
Yeah, I'd be intrigued to see where they had him. Like if you look at the Lions wide receiver depth chart going into this draft, where was this guy ranked? He's a tall guy who's supposed to be able to take the top off the defense, which is what they, in theory, are losing with Jameson Williams. But am I skeptical because of where he was taken? Yes, because it's a short-term expectation. He might be pretty good long-term, but how many seventh-rounders can step on the field and make plays?
Well, they found some.
They have.
He was rated by The Athletic, I believe, in the top 40 of wide receivers. So, he's got some things you like. He got size, he got speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a seventh-round pick. They take a flyer on him. We'll see if it works out.
Do you have expectations?
No, I don't. And I think that's great. It's not for the media or for fans not to have expectations. It's cool because we can be surprised, pleasantly surprised.
I just got some feedback here. All it said was, do it with Sweaty. And I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh. With Sweaty.
Oh, gotcha. Because of the last name?
Yeah.
Not Schweddy?
No.
Or Schweddy?
No. You people are crazy.
Pete Schweddy.
All right. By the way, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And you can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Coming up, an amazing fact about the U.S. Open I did not expect to read. We'll get to that today at 1:17 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So you getting some work done?
Yeah, I need. There's an issue in my house, an appliance issue.
Yeah.
But it's good. Bobby's going to take care of it.
Yeah, you got a phone call during the break, just as we were going to break. He announced at the beginning of the show, he said, look, I might get a call today. I need to take.
Before I went on the air, I'm going to have to take a call if I see one. In out of the 20 calls I've gotten so far, 19 were spam calls, and I could see that. This one finally says, valid number. I'm like, ooh, a valid number? What a treat. It's so rare to see a valid number come across my phone.
And our good fortune, it came as we were going to commercial break.
Yes, yeah. So,
but basically, were they at the house?
On the way.
Yeah.
On the way. So, we're going to get taken care of.
All right, good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Be able to do laundry again. I know how much that upsets you guys.
So the mystery is solved.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Which one of Gator's appliances isn't working?
Yeah. Doug, he wouldn't understand how much laundry you fold.
Oh.
No idea.
Yeah, I could have no idea.
It's overwhelming. You're like, where are all these clothes coming from?
Think of what you do and just multiply it. Oh, okay, got it.
It's not that you can't understand what it's like to do laundry. It's the disbelief. We still have laundry to do.
It doesn't stop. I know. People wear clothes. They get them dirty. You got to wash, rinse, repeat.
It's so dismissive.
Because I am. Because I do know. I know what it is. I know it's a pain in the ass for me. I can totally understand it to be a pain in the ass. It's a total. It's like any other chore nobody wants to do, and you have to do it. And, because you apparently haven't told your children to do it themselves, and
they've learned.
Someone just texted Gator sounds la salty.
La delusional. All right, Joe Pampliano, sports business a journalist, tweeted out about the Los Angeles Country Club, which is where the U.S. Open is being held.
Yes.
It's one of the world's most exclusive golf clubs. Here's some facts about the Los Angeles Country Club. Fact number one, the initiation fee, $250,000.
Just for the privilege of joining.
Which is insane.
Yeah. Well, when you're trying to create an ultra-exclusive club,
yep.
Here's how you do it.
Fact number two, no celebrities.
Nor do they allow social media posts.
I'm sorry, no celebrities?
No celebrities.
This is Los Angeles.
Uh-huh.
I understand there's more than celebrities that make money in Los Angeles. Let's start with this. What would define one as a celebrity? Like if you...
TV, movie.
Yeah, but could you be like
a
B-lister? Could a B-lister get in?
No, if you're an actor, no.
What if you just are in a backup band and nobody knows who you are? You're a musician, but...
If you're a musician, you can afford a $250,000 initiation fee plus the dues. Mm-hmm. You're probably not some backup band, right?
I mean, maybe not. You might
These
have
are
come
the things
from money.
that come in that really restrict who can afford to join a club like that.
What if you had like one role, though, and then you can't get work anymore, but you at one point were on a TV show and you lost your job and...
Were you famous?
You were.
Did people recognize you?
They did.
Do they?
Maybe.
Nope.
Hardcore fans.
No, sir. Sorry. Try Riviera.
If you've been on a screen at any point, you're out.
Hey, them's the rules. No celebrities.
What about if you're like Jeff Bezos? You know?
I think
is that a celebrity?
No, because, I mean, it's just, he's... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their rules are, what they view it. I wouldn't say, to me, celebrity means movies, TV, music, sports.
Is Spielberg a celebrity?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's movies.
If you're in Hollywood, I think you're guaranteed that's celebrity.
You know, but if you have more money than God like Bezos has, I don't know. Does he want to be part of the LA?
Who's the first celebrity that's going to sue the LA Country Club?
Well, it's a private club. I think they're allowed to do what they want to do.
Doesn't mean they can't get sued.
Well, doesn't mean they're going to win.
No, it's true. No social media posts. I actually like this. I think that's kind of awesome. I saw this later, Members can only make phone calls from their parked car or a phone booth in the locker room.
Phone booth. That's great.
They still got phone banks?
Yep.
But
who the F still uses a payphone?
Mm-hmm.
Members at LACC. They don't allow celebrities to join, and every new member is handed a 1,000-plus page rule book.
Well, you'd be out right there.
I don't like to read.
You're not reading that.
No. Oh, plus celebrity, Doug.
Yeah, exactly.
Please.
See?
I'm kind of a big deal.
Do you think you'd be allowed? If you walked in, yeah.
If I walked in LA Country Club, and because I've made my living here in Metro Detroit.
Yep.
And I somehow won the lottery and I've got the money to do it. Would they allow me? I think they would.
You think they would?
Like who? I'm sorry, you've never heard of Scott Anderson?
Oh, the Scott Anderson.
Hang on, we're going to do a background check. No, you're good.
Look at our show.
I am?
Look at our ratings.
Yeah.
And
kind of a big deal.
You guys could join. What about the 2 to 6 time slot?
Oh, you're middays. You're not afternoon drive? Yeah, no, you can join.
Morning show, they're out. Afternoon drive,
you're out.
You're out. Middays.
Come on
in, boys.
Yeah, we got room for you.
Right?
So you looking at some of the rules here?
Yes.
No shorts, tailored pants only. Sport
Let
coats.
me stop there.
Yeah.
Do you own any tailored pants?
I
Does that
do.
mean I can't buy off the rack?
I don't know who's gonna know if they're tailored or not. I guess you
I'm
know
not
what.
sure.
You're gonna have to take in a little more on the inseam there, sir. Well, I lost a lot of weight. Yeah, we understand it. We've got a tailor on site, so we're gonna fix those up for you.
All
Sport coats in the clubhouse after 6 p.m.
I told you my
Do
mom.
I have to have patches on the elbows, or can I just go ahead and wear my sport coat? No changing shoes in the parking lot. Now, this is one that a lot of clubs have. This is not a strange rule. And I've always looked at it and gone, come on, man. But it's because they expect you're golfing, you're a member of their club, you've got your clubs at the club, you've got your golf shoes at the club. You change your shoes in the locker room, not in the parking lot.
I was thinking about the convenience, right? That's an incredible convenience to have your clubs and your shoes and everything right there, and you just walk into the locker room. And I am so the inverse of that. I don't think there is one time in my entire life, in the hundreds of rounds of golf I've played, I don't think there's one time that I did anything other than change my shoes in the parking lot. I get out of the car, I pull them out of the side of the bag, and I'm 1 foot on the trailer hitch.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what it's like to do anything other than change your shoes in the parking lot.
Well, you know me, I don't typically like to wear golf shoes to begin with.
No.
But if I do, and if I had to change them, which is and I've got a couple pairs now, so I do wear them now. The times I've gone to play with friends of mine that belong to country clubs, whatever, I'm changing in the lot.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, I think it's happened once where maybe there's a valet parking situation and they come to get the clubs and they'll say, sir, please take your shoes and you can change in the locker room. And I'm like, great.
I think I violated one of these rules. I remember I seriously did drive past this place once, and I remember hearing how exclusive it was. One of the rules is if you're not a member, you can't even look at it.
What?
And I looked at it.
No headphones, earbuds, or athletic clothes.
Again, definition of athletic clothes.
No shorts, a workout
God,
t-shirt.
I just want to show up in.
What do you got, to golf in a tuxedo or something?
Well, you golf with pants and a golf shirt. And I imagine you have to have a belt and the shirt tucked in. And
Someone texted us. They have a question. Not that you guys can answer it.
Mm-hmm.
What if you were a member? You met all the criteria. Then you became a celebrity while you were a member. Do you get kicked out?
That's a great question.
That's a fantastic question.
Changing careers.
Conundrum.
Huh.
Real conundrum. Another lesser-known rule, no having fun or enjoying yourself. But it's not as much. It doesn't get the publicity, but...
How about this? The club is so exclusive that many of the world's best players are seeing it for the first time this week.
Did you hear about Rory?
No.
Rory McIlroy, for instance, hasn't paid for a round of golf in 20 years, but he never played LACC before this week's U.S. Open. So he says he prepared by watching videos of the course on YouTube, which had to be illegally posted. Isn't that putting something on social media?
Right. Yes, which is actually did remember hearing that. I saw him say that at the press conference.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 320-acre piece of land. Sits smack dab in the middle of Beverly Hills between the famous roads of Sunset, Wilshire, and Santa Monica Boulevard. The land alone is reportedly worth $8 billion, making it the second most valuable piece of real estate not developed for housing behind Central Park in New York City.
Wow.
It says, but here's the craziest part. An $8 billion assessed land value would typically mean hundreds of millions in property taxes alone. But Los Angeles Country Club only pays $220,000 in annual taxes. And that's because it's got its two rules, which are going to get convoluted here.
Thimdar on Twitch says Gator doesn't like to wear golf shoes except when going to a concert.
Those are cleats. It's different.
Yeah, they are a little different.
Oh, that would have been better for me then with the soft spikes. Yeah.
Way better.
Exposed to the molded cleats that I had.
Anyway, facts from Joe Pampliano.
Unbelievable.
US
It really
Open.
is amazing.
So you read that it's in the middle of Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Basically, like, you know the famous people that live on, like, right on the course, essentially.
Right.
Like, you see Lionel Richie, his house.
Yeah. Did you see Dan Wetzel's tweet? He said Lionel Richie has a house that overlooks one of the.
I think it's
the
the fourth
greens.
hole.
He said this is the biggest flex of all time. His house looks like a clubhouse, but the irony is he can't join.
Yep. He
Right.
can't.
No. He can only say hello.
We set you up for that so good.
Is it me you're looking for?
No, it's not.
No.
Nope.
You, sir, are a celebrity. Oh, you're too kind.
What about kids of celebrities?
No, I can't imagine.
You're a celebrity by blood.
Here's the other thing, though. Do you remember the promos leading up to this thing?
Yeah, with
It was Jason Bateman and Will Arnett.
right, two Canadians promoting the U.S. Open.
Who can't join?
Right, they cannot.
Jason Bateman?
Yeah.
Again? Second time on the
Right?
show?
Exactly.
Mr. Bateman, you can't join. I'm sorry. Marty Bird, we're denying your membership because you're a celebrity.
Are we sure about that? You're saying I can't join.
It's too bad your Marty Bird is such a visual impression because it doesn't play well, but you do it really well.
Wendy?
Well, Wendy, we can do this. Sell the hotel.
What was that place called? The Blue.
Oh, it was the blue something? I don't know. Not the Blue Oyster. That was
Something completely different.
that was for Police Academy.
Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
Quick, who am I doing right now?
Right.
Who are you doing?
U.S. Open commercial with Bateman and Arnett.
John Rahm.
They're Rambo. By the way, Gator, I want to know why you put this note in your show sheet. Like every once in a while, there's something in there, and I'm like, what compelled Gator to write that? You wrote under stuff. I don't think Ohtani gets enough love.
He doesn't. Well, he hit another home run.
Mm-hmm.
443-foot blast last night. I think it was the day before he hit 2 home runs that went 461 feet, and then he hit a 457-foot bomb the opposite way, which is the longest opposite field home run registered since they started keeping track of that in 2015. He's unbelievable. He's just unbelievable. Leads the league in strikeouts, and Kang and I have talked about this a lot. It's just, I don't know how long he can keep doing this before it catches up with him.
Like the physical toll?
Yeah, because it is a physical toll. But I'm amazed every time he takes the field, which he plays every day. I love this guy. If I were if I were any team, you got to offer him something fair. You have to. The number has to start with a 5 in terms of, how many millions of dollars you're going to pay him per year. Has to be 50-something plus.
Well, is he stepping to the negotiation table as 2 players?
He has to.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't he? Who wouldn't love to be his agent right now? And by the way, give him like a $50 million a year contract is probably underselling it. You start thinking about it. Is he worth $30 million a year as a hitter? Hell yes. He's probably worth 40. Is he worth 30 as a pitcher? Hell yeah. He might be worth 40 as a pitcher. You're talking about a guy who could command a salary between $70 and $80 million a year. And now,
because he's 2 players.
Yeah, because he's 2 players. Now, I couldn't do that on a 10-year deal because I don't know if he's going to last that long. But, if you're his agent, you're starting. Okay, let's go. We're going to go with a 5-year deal, and we're looking at $400 million. I'm sorry, what's that? That's $80 million a year. Yes, it is.
Wendy, can we do that?
Wendy, do we can make that happen? Sure. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
You absolutely. You're representing 2 players. When you go in that room, it's you have 3 seats: his agent and 2 for Ohtani.
Yep.
Right? One is a pitcher and one is a hitter. He's batting .301 this year, and as a pitcher, his batting average against is like 178. This is the same guy.
Crazy.
He's just incredible. The fact that he's still, this is now like 4 years that he's been doing this.
Crazy.
I remember when they brought the idea up a 4 years ago, whenever it was, that, hey, he might want to do both. I'm like, okay, maybe spot duty every now and then.
Signed every prospect ever that did both in college or high school. Yeah, I think I could do both. Sure you can. Guess what? You're a pitcher.
He's 28. I don't know.
Hang another year on him.
He had 34 home runs last year and 273 average. He's got 22 this year, and he's hitting 301.
In two-way player years, he might actually be older than 28. Like dog years? Seriously, he might be older than 28.
Well, which is why I don't think it's an insult if you went to his agent and said, I can only do a 5-year deal. And his agent said, okay, well, we can work with that. What do you got? And you're like, 5 and 250. Get the F out of here. Look, no, you got to pay it, man. This guy was the MVP a few years ago, a couple years ago. He's been an all-star each of the last 2. He'll be an all-star this year. This is like the 3rd year we're really seeing Shohei Ohtani do what he can do. It's really incredible what he has done. His ERA in the last 3 years, 3.18, 2.33 last year. He's at 3.29 this year. His whip is 1.09, 1.01, 1.04. The strikeout rate is crazy. 11 and a half strikeouts per 9 innings. I love this guy. How do you not love this guy?
Well, I guess you don't love him if he's beating your team constantly. But
even then, I got to believe players are just doffing their cap. You're the best. We've never seen anything like this.
Can we make one collective thing that we can all agree on? And by all of us, I mean most of the country. Please don't be a Yankee.
Well, I agree with that 100%.
Please never, ever, ever be a Yankee.
Ever. Don't be a Yankee. Don't be a Dodger. Don't be a Met.
Those are all, but especially not a Yankee. And unfortunately, the market for him probably comes back to Yankees, Mets, Dodgers. Could be a Cub.
Hey, be a Tiger.
So what's your selling point?
Young team, ready to go. We're just a starting pitcher and a power hitter away. Oh, look what you are. They have no selling point. What
Selling point,
you can't.
Same selling point the Pistons gave Monty Williams, right?
Lots of money.
We'll pay more than anybody else.
Yeah. Hey, when the deal's done, you're still 33 years old. Do what you want to do after that, but give us 5 years. Can you give us 5 years? Yeah, 5 years. How much? I mean, honestly, what is the bidding going to be?
It's going to be insane.
And people are going to think that you can't bid on that, right? You can't get. Well, the Tigers have no payroll. And of course the Tigers aren't going to do this. I know.
Why are you doing
I just want to talk about it and dream about it for half a second.
Is this like playing the lottery?
This is kind of like playing the lottery.
Yeah.
This would be the single most crazy thing that this town has ever seen. If the Tigers would pony up $400 million to bring in Shohei Ohtani
on a 2-year deal.
On a 5-year deal. 5 or maybe get 6 out of it. I don't know. But if they could, it's like they just outbid everybody else.
I think we need the Live Tour to get involved to get Ohtani.
Yeah,
it might be right.
We need
some
Saudi
fib money or whatever it is. Or,
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's not getting a shortage of love on this program because I don't take issue with anything you've said other than dreaming about him being a Tiger. I mean, I think he's just as likely to be a Red Wing as he is a Tiger.
Can he skate?
He can play goalie
Give him
and
time.
center.
Yeah, right. He plays out with the full goalie equipment, and he doesn't slow him down.
I mean,
he's got a wicked slap shot with a goalie stick.
Is this the equivalent of like leading the league in passing yards and QB pressures from the edge spot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Interceptions on the defensive side or
It's the
something.
most-
Yeah.
So you think about, he's kind of doing all the most valuable things an offensive player can do. And he's also the most valuable thing that a defensive player can be. He's a great hitter and a dominant starting pitcher.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a
it's-
quarterback and a edge rusher wrapped into one.
It is, and it's the only comparison you can make is with football of the big four sports, because the other sports you're out there the whole time anyway, right?
Yeah.
You're out there in basketball playing offense and defense. Same thing with hockey, but in football you can, because you're bringing in a whole different crew to play defense. It's really, I mean, when we got to see things like Bo Jackson in our lifetime.
Yep.
Bo was amazing. God, what would have been like if he didn't, have his hip torqued in that game, and he still had a baseball career after that, despite his NFL career being done. But Bo Jackson was the guy. Deion Sanders, we talked briefly, was a guy. But Ohtani, what he has done, it I don't want to say it dwarfs what Bo Jackson was able to accomplish, because what Bo did was amazing, right? He was a feared running back and a feared baseball player. But Ohtani is better than what Bo was as a baseball player, just as an offensive player. And the fact that he's at the top of his game as a pitcher, too, I don't know.
If you think about literally the worst team for him to be on as far as exposure and hype, I mean, it would probably be the Oakland A's and this team, right?
Well, it
Anything
shouldn't
West
be.
Coast, right? Anything West Coast, because Tampa at least gets American League East love. And American League East love hits Boston, New York, and it's ridiculous how good Tampa is, given all the things that they don't do.
I mean, in the bottom 5, I think Milwaukee's in there. Would Detroit be in that bottom 5? Minnesota?
I mean, maybe Detroit is in the bottom 5, but Anaheim's strong case can be made.
See, I would say the case against it, because Anaheim's won a World Series at least in the last 20 years, and
nobody
they also
knows that.
Well, but they do, because we also know his teammate Mike Trout's not bad either, and we've talked about Mike Trout ad nauseum for 10 years. Well, how great he has been, and it's Anaheim, so it's part of that Southern California market that's there. He gets recognized. It's just they have no idea how to run a franchise, how to build the team around those two You got these two. You got these big paws and these claws, and you don't know what to do. I mean, they have these two amazing players, and they're going nowhere.
It's crazy.
That's why baseball's, to me, always the ultimate team sport. There's no other sport where you have arguably the two best players. You maybe even say three because Ohtani plays at two positions. You might have the three best players in the league, and you cannot make the playoffs. I'm not talking about winning championship. They can't make the playoffs. That doesn't happen in the other leagues.
No, it's really difficult.
So he's making $30 million this year and is a free agent to the end of the year.
What a bargain.
What a bargain.
I know.
$30 million for Shohei Ohtani, and you're the Angels. What do? You got to trade him, right?
They got to get him an LA Country Club membership and keep him there.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, they might not even know who he is. Yeah. So this is...
Well, it's a big story. It's everybody knows who he is. They're like, who's that? And they're like, oh, that's Bob.
Yep.
Bob? No, that's Shohei Ohtani. No, it's not. I know who? No, that's Bob. He works with a tech company.
And he breaks par every single time.
No, that is Shohei Ohtani. Trust me. No, that's not. That's Bob. Bob Mars. That's who that is.
Wendy, can we sign Shohei Ohtani?
Wendy, we can fit that in the budget, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, we may take some finessing, but we can get it done.
Too bad these jokes were more relevant 3 years ago. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We do our best here, but there are things in sports that we admittedly don't understand. I'll give you an example, Gator. Hey, but he has a really good batting average on balls in play.
Right.
How do you feel about batting average on balls in play?
I don't know how I feel about that. I think it's weird. They take out
strikeouts and home runs.
Strikeouts and home runs. They take out walks because you didn't put a ball in play.
Yep.
And that number, I guess the league average is around 290 for that or something. So hey, what does it tell you? Well, it tells you to put the ball in play. You got a chance to get on base at a high rate. I never looked at that one and thought, oh, well,
I'd trade for him.
That's a huge useful stat.
Here's another one that I just saw, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what this means to me. This is from Pro Football Talk. NFL to hold supplemental draft to July 11th. Sweet. What do we do with a supplemental draft?
I don't even know. I don't know. The only name I remember from a supplemental draft, Steve Walsh.
Quarterback?
Yeah.
And then
the Cowboys had drafted, I think they drafted Troy Aikman. And then in the supplemental draft, they took Steve Walsh.
So the supplemental draft is a draft for players that were ineligible for the regular draft, and they put their name in the supplemental draft. Do you know how hard it is to be ineligible for the regular draft? Like,
I don't know why you wouldn't be.
There's a lot of players that were taken in the supplemental draft. Josh Gordon was taken in the supplemental draft. The last player taken in the supplemental draft was Jalen Thompson, a safety from Washington State. Any locals? Sam Beal, a corner from Western, went in the 2018 supplemental draft. Terrell Pryor was a supplemental draft guy because he was suspended. I don't know why these guys aren't just free agents.
Terrell Pryor.
Yep.
Well, that's that team that wasn't that the year that they said, "Oh no, the player they're going to come back." They apologized. They're going to come back, and then the Big Ten's like, "Okay, you can represent the Big Ten in the Sugar Bowl."
Yep.
When it should have been Michigan State that year. Yeah, I remember it fondly.
But I always find the supplemental draft to be just a big riddle. Like, okay. And apparently what they do is any player that's eligible for the supplemental draft, you can submit what round pick you would forfeit in next year's draft to take said player. So if you wanted Terrell Pryor and you said we'd give up a third-round pick next year, you then would get him in the third round of the supplemental draft and wouldn't have a third-round pick next year. But I don't know.
So like nobody's going to get drafted. You just wait. Seventh round. Yes.
Yep. But have you ever once, I don't know if you know this, we do some draft stuff here on the show.
Huh.
The supplemental draft gets zero attention from us.
Yeah, we haven't done a mock supplemental draft.
No, we have not done.
Maybe we should think about that.
Really
what is that,
should.
July 11th? We should get on our game.
Yeah, right. With the first pick, pass. With the second pick, pass. With the third pick,
no thank you.
Pass. We have a trade. No, we don't. Pass. Right? Speaking of drafts, we're less than a week to go for the NBA draft. We told you earlier that James L. Edwards, the insider, said that one of the guys we like here in the 10-2 time slot, impress the Pistons. Taylor Hendricks, 6'10", 3-and-D guy out of Central Florida. What about the Red Wings? You getting fired up for that? Because that's
actually
just over a week away too, isn't it?
Everybody seems to think Eisman's going to do something. Mm-hmm. I think I've talked with Kenny briefly off the air about I not even half joking. I might be willing to give up both first-round picks and a couple second-round picks to move up and get Fantilli.
Yeah, Fantilli might be going back, but that's not a huge deal when it comes to his NHL prospects because some teams would rather have you, hey, before we start paying you, because they retain your rights, we want you to just keep playing. You're being our minor league system, so now Fantilli, if he's good enough to make the big club, he might be. And then right after that, then you got the Major League Baseball draft
coming
up, which There's some weird reporting going on. Is it that Dylan Cruz, who's long been thought of as the number one
top
prospect in the draft?
And without question, a top prospect in the draft. But there's question as to what Pittsburgh would do with the top pick, because Pittsburgh may want to draft somebody else, like a high school kid, or go with somebody a little bit lesser known because they don't have to pay as much, and that way they can spread out the pool of money they have and maybe get a higher player in the second round or whatever. And then the second pick overall, I think is the Nationals have it, and they're thought of as possibly being interested in a pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Which suddenly,
if that happens, like honestly, if that scenario plays out where Pittsburgh takes somebody not Dylan Cruz,
signable player X,
Nationals take a pitcher instead of taking Dylan Cruz, and Dylan Cruz is there for the Tigers at 3.
Yep.
Wow. That's a reason to be excited about.
Kind of is.
Yeah.
Kind of is. And you start looking at a future outfield manned by Riley Green and what has long been thought of to be the most talented player in this draft, Dylan Cruz.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And figure the rest out. But if they could somehow, I mean, if the Tigers were to somehow have that fall in their lap, it'd be
it'd be too good to be true. Right?
Crazy. Just crazy. Like when the Lions ended up getting Aiden Hutchinson, right? In a lot of ways that people felt that way. Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville wanted to take that guy instead? Okay. And it was just the easy pick to make.
And it worked out well.
Yeah.
So far. But yeah, and then hopefully Torque coming on, and maybe you start to see a future lineup. Yeah. Everything I've ever looked at, Dylan Cruz number 1 and his teammate Paul Skeens, who I think he was the one going against Bama the night their coach called in the tip and got fired. Paul Skeens, a pitcher from LSU, is a number 2 player in the draft. But I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter if you just get it right. If you're the Tigers. And if it happens to be Dylan Cruz, great. But if he's that good, why would Pittsburgh? I mean, I get their signability issues with all these guys. Pittsburgh's historically been a team. They've done this before, right? They've passed on higher prospects to draft more signable guys.
Yes. Yeah, they did it a couple years ago. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities that could happen. I think it'd be a crazy situation if you've got a guy who everybody thinks is unquestionably the number 1 player in the draft, and they decide we're going to play the long game with getting other prospects. Okay.
All right, I want to bring this up with Valenti, what we just talked about.
What's this? Who are we trading? What are we doing?
No, I just want to know. I'm going to throw something at you, and you tell me what it means to you.
All right, go ahead.
Yep. The NFL today announced the date of the supplemental draft.
It's one of the worst days in New York Giants history.
Oh, really? Okay.
The Giants traded a first-round pick to take Dave Brown, quarterback out of Duke.
In the supplemental draft?
Uh-huh. And Dave Brown became one of the worst starting quarterbacks in Giants history, to the point where the back of the New York Post, the day he got benched, the headline was Brown bagged. And they put a paper bag on Dave Brown, and they tilted him like sideways in the ground, getting buried. Yeah, supplemental draft sucks. It can go to hell.
It's funny because
it sucks. Gettleman used one of those too, by the way. We took the kid out of Western Michigan, Sam Beal.
Yep.
Remember that name?
Yep.
Supplemental pick. I think he blew his shoulder out. He missed like 2 years.
I mean, there's a lot of famous names in this thing.
Yeah, the one I remember was Steve Walsh. The Cowboys took him after they drafted Troy Aikman. They took Steve Walsh in the supplemental draft.
Who are their famous names?
Bernie Kosar.
Okay.
Brian Bosworth.
Bos was supplemental?
Chris Carter. All these guys, supplemental draft guys.
Fascinating. I didn't realize Bos was supplemental.
I don't think anybody. Well, it's first of all, it's harder to find yourself ineligible in the college game anymore because you're not. If you look at all these Ohio State guys, Terrell Pryor, Chris Carter, supplemental guys, they were all suspended for breaking NCAA rules.
Yeah, right now there are no rules.
There really
you
are.
can do whatever you want.
There really
Wild
are.
West.
You could be Bernie Madoff would be eligible.
Dude, it's killing the need for the supplemental draft.
Well, yeah, but no, supplemental not good in my world. Did the Niners ever blow a pick in supplemental? No, privileged lifestyle.
Yeah.
They don't.
No.
I was saying about, remember Dave Brown? Yeah. I was telling that was part of my childhood.
Poor teams.
We just had a good laugh at the supplemental draft.
What is
the
it?
dates?
It's like in July, right?
July 11th, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fire up.
Or do you have someone we're taking? You
No,
got an Iowa
we-
tight end for me?
Well, watch party.
No, we're going
That's
to do
funny.
our.
I like what you did there.
You are the Iowa tight end soothsayer.
Yeah, but I'm self-proclaimed banned from talking about tight ends. And
to hell with it.
I'm through year one.
All right, just listen up, and next week we're going to do our supplemental mock draft 1.0. So
Got it.
Pass. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
I'm going to present 2 trades, one for the Wings, one for the Pistons, and I guarantee there won't be a soul who says no to either.
Oh,
really?
Strong.
I think we're going to unite 2 fan bases. The biggest challenge will be this man in that Miami Vice shirt next to me.
It looks great.
It's electric.
Tubbs is not going to go with us?
It's Kenny Cott Floral Fridays. Rico participates.
It's a reason to get on Twitch.
We're going to do that. And then here's
Don't
the best
look
part.
directly at it, though.
The key. Rico has been kept in the dark. He's promised as a friend, he will not be on social media. We are doing a dramatic Zion baby mama drama reading 2.0.
Oh, I've heard.
He has not seen the comments. I have them. It's not on the show sheet, and he has promised he will not look. We will present him with what he's reading as it happens. We're putting his Harvard degree to the test.
Well, you guys have fun. Have a great
Try to.
weekend.
Sounds like Mike just really wants me a couple days off.
No, it's because
I'm not here next week. I pulled a Ron Burgundy.
Don't you understand that your shock and discomfort goes through the speakers? That's what makes it great.
No, I'm saying I read something and I just went Ron Burgundy.
You're
and
not
told
going to
Detroit
do
what to
that.
go do.
You're too smart for it. Relax.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That's not how we should start a Friday. No one's upset. Gee whiz.
It still brings a smile to my face.
Okay.
I remember that call.
Well, we have a lot to do today. And at 3 o'clock, we're going to do kind of a build-up to this. At 3 o'clock, we are going to bring the fan bases together. Because we have not one but two trade proposals. And I don't think anyone in this town is going to say no to either. One of them lands the Wings, a superstar, and one of them lands the Pistons, Zion Williamson. And no matter how much you hate Zion, you're not going to be able to say no to it.
We're going back to this well again.
Oh, no, I didn't do it.
Okay.
This was a report. This is an offer. This is an article. It involves your team. Kenny's landing us a star. He was following some of these hockey nerds, and there's a possible player linked to the Wings. We've asked for Steve Yzerman to have a bold offseason. Well, we'll get to it at 3. Plus, later on, a segment I can't wait to do. If you were part of it, you're going to be excited. If you haven't heard it yet, I think you'll enjoy. It is a Rico Beard dramatic reading of Zion Williamson Baby Mama drama.
She's still not done.
No, and you have been hermetically sealed. Rico has not seen what we're going to hand him. Rico is not allowed on social media.
No. My thing is, what could she possibly say
that really?
She has not said in the last, Mike, she has gone nonstop for last week.
Well, I haven't. Let's see. Nope, she hasn't said that. Nope, didn't say that. That's new. Never heard of that.
I mean, between all the stuff and photos, it was like, wow.
No. Hey.
Okay.
Right here. This piece of paper, Radio Gold. But you're not allowed to look.
That's it? It looks like a couple things. Okay.
5 or 6. But trust me, they're powerful.
All right.
We'll get to it. So, here's how I want to start. With Doug and Scott leaving the studio and a lot of people going up north. 2 of my friends are up north this weekend, people going on vacation. I saw a piece, and I couldn't believe it. And I just wanted to do one segment on this to start the show because I never put the words Traverse City and cocaine capital of the world together.
I'm sorry, what?
I've just never. Right. I didn't realize Traverse City was the Stoney-sponsored, Roberto-sponsored Jewel of Up North. I always thought it was about beer or cherries or sunsets.
I thought it was known for cherries. Wow.
Well, the Metro Times put this out there. And if you are driving up north right now, or you are planning it, or you just happen to like Traverse City, they have named Traverse City, according to an online sports betting guide, that Traverse City and Grand Rapids are among the top 10 wildest cities in the U.S.
I'm sorry, Traverse City and Grand Rapids.
Correct. Traverse City ranks number 3. Grand Rapids ranks number 10.
I mean, Duluth, just, you know what? They don't party there anymore.
Hey, I'm just tired of the Detroit slander. Right. Well, let me tell you about this because apparently they got a bunch of cokeheads running around Traverse City. So let's do this. So to come up with the rankings, they analyze cities by factors such as prevalence of casinos, strip clubs, weed, and coke. The authors say they cited the county health rankings for self-reported binge drinking or heavy drinking. Traverse City ranked number 3 overall with a wildness score of 7.71 out of 10. Let's take a look at the data. So Traverse City, when it comes to cocaine use, ranked number 1 in the United States of America with a 23.8% of its population.
Wait, so almost 1 out of every 4 people.
So you go to church in Traverse City, you roll up on 4 old biddies in a pew, one of them just got done blowing rails.
Right, either somebody next to you, to your left or right or front or back. One of you, you're high right now.
Go to a church, 100 people in the mix, almost 24 of them are doing coke. So 23.8% of its population have taken the drug.
So a quarter of the teachers, pretty much.
Weed. Traverse City ranked number 1 in the U.S. for weed.
Why not?
65.8% of residents reported using the sweet leaf.
the sticky icky.
Grand Rapids came in at 2, 65.4%. We're number 1 and number 2 in something. And then
the power rankings.
And then the power rankings for boobs. Traverse City ranked number 3 for strip clubs per capita. 100,000 residents, they've got 2 of them. Well, when you have 15,000 total residents, that puts you at number 8 in America with 5.63 clubs per 100,000. I mean, people help me out. Hold on.
So is Stoney really going to see Bruce all these times?
I doubt it. 4 hours north. I've been to Traverse City. It's quite nice. I didn't realize that Tony Montana was living up there. That is something.
I've never been there, but
You've never been to Traverse City all your time. You're from this state.
I told you, I've never been north of Mount Pleasant.
You're not missing much. But Traverse City is beautiful. It's very nice. But hold
Apparently.
on. 24% of the populace has tried Coke? What the hell are they doing up there in Traverse City? I know the winter's long, but really?
70% on weed.
But
then
they
just head to the strip club.
But Kenny, you're a bit of an up north guy, right? I mean,
not a Coke guy.
I didn't say it. I didn't.
Just getting slandered behind the glass here.
I didn't say it. Notice I didn't say it.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm asking the question. Is Traverse City considered a party town?
Party town? I've been to Traverse City a handful of times. Never once have I thought about cocaine there. I didn't notice its presence. It wasn't prevalent. And I also would not have guessed 1 out of every almost 4 people was using Coke.
It's just a quiet little place.
It is a quiet little place. Nice place to visit, but Coke?
Okay.
Yeah, that blows me away.
Hold on. I mean, can we all now? Roberto, have you been to TC? I mean,
Are you really want to do this?
I do.
Okay.
Because I just have to know.
When I do drive past it, though, to go to Oscoda, it says home of the booger sugar.
Right. Home of devil's lettuce.
So this is real.
Yeah, listen, I did not commission the study.
I just strip think clubs came in because they have 2?
Yeah, and they only got 15,000 residents. So it's a more intimate setting. I wanted to ask the people.
There's a whole new meaning of Friday Night Lights.
We're going to get to the trade proposals. We're going to get to the football. We've got things to do. But I know a lot of people, if you're heading up north, you're on the road right now. I mean, is Traverse City the new Sin City? Are we missing out here, according to the Metro Times?
Yeah. Vegas without the casinos.
A 24% Coke rate? What? That's insane. Like, what percentage of people actually have done Coke? That's insane.
Apparently 1 out of 4.
1 out of 4 in Traverse City. That's nuts. I mean, what is it in the real world? That's a no for me, dog. I grew up a Celtics fan. Len Bias ruined that experiment.
Oh, yeah.
Not for me. David's a pastor. Doubt he's snorting a rail before a sermon.
He's ODing. It's Len Bias.
Kenny's afraid of his own shadow. He's strictly a booze and weed guy. Yes, Roberto's done Coke. No way to you. You don't even curse. So, I mean, there's 5 of us.
That's 20%.
But it's still lower than Traverse City.
That's only because we threw a pastor in there.
Well, and we have a known degenerate on the show. So, like, I mean, it was kind of a build-in.
Like I said, maybe it's Vegas minus the casinos.
But they have casinos.
Okay, well, it is Vegas.
Isn't that where Turtle Creek is up there?
See, the crazy thing about this is I thought that
You've done Coke.
No, I thought it would be because of visitors. But these are residents.
Almost a 24% rate of Traverse City residents have tried Coke.
Wow, that is wild.
And 66% of residents use weed.
It's a different type of sugar they put on that cherry.
No, but maybe you're just lonely up there. You ain't got much going on.
Or maybe they just hate people coming to visit them so much, they self-medicate. Well, you guys please go back home?
Well, like down towards like Holland and Grand Haven and stuff, they got a term for the people who come up. Fippers.
Fippers?
Yeah. You don't know what Fipper stands for?
No.
F in Illinois people. FIP. FIP. FIPS. Because all the people from Chicago come up, buy up all the real estate, and invade the state.
Gotcha.
FIPS. Fippers.
Traverse City and Grand Rapids.
Do we have ticket text coming in on this? Can I just ask the question? I mean, we're going to get to – I mean, Kenny's going to save the Wings. I'm
Not
saving
the west side
Pistons.
town I would have thought it would have been.
No.
I thought it would have been
And
Muskegon.
I like for once Detroit wasn't slandered. We're nowhere. All those Grand Rapids people think they're better than we are. Well, how about
Apparently
this?
this is why.
No.
They're high.
Right.
Isn't heroin like a thing in the way up north boonies where nobody is? I've heard that. I haven't heard anything about Traverse City.
I'd be asking you that, Mountain Man.
I don't know. Why do I participate in heroin and coke today?
I didn't
It's
say
only
you
2:12
did.
in the
You're
afternoon.
asking me about what hillbillies do. I have no
just
idea.
Heard, I just heard in the sticks it's all heroin. I didn't know that it was a coke problem.
I
in
thought it was
Traverse City.
meth.
Maybe it was meth. Maybe.
I mean, one would think with how bad our teams are locally, it would be us imbibing in drugs in order to get by. But, like, how about TC? All the beautiful sunsets, they're still up there partying like this. You don't buy this for a second, do you? Come on. This is the craziest thing I've ever read. The number one wildest city in the United States, Traverse City.
I mean, why would they lie?
Well, here's my question. If you roll up to somebody, who the hell besides Roberto, who has absolutely no self-respect, who's going to answer, oh, yeah, I do it all the time? Who? Like, who are you interviewing in Traverse City? Did you go to a grocery store and some old lady rolls by and she goes, oh, yeah, did a ton of it. What?
As long as you leave them anonymous, maybe.
Oh, okay, well.
It's like, so nobody's going to know. No. Not even my wife. No.
Okay. All right. So it's like confession.
Right. And then his wife then tells the same story.
Right.
He does it as well.
Right.
No
They don't
idea.
even realize. Both of them got
get-
secret stashes in the house.
We got to get back to Traverse City. I haven't been there in a while. It's okay, but it's. I think the up north thing is totally overrated.
Never been there, but someone says Traverse City gives new meaning to cherry Coke.
Dude, truthfully, think about that 1 in 4 people. Like, if 1 in 4 people in Traverse City are doing coke, what's it like in a place like New York? What is it, 1 in 2? The hell are we doing here? So I'm being you're
But
laughing.
no, I mean, it can't, apparently, no. It's less in New York than Traverse City.
Which I don't believe.
I don't believe that either.
I'm sorry.
So maybe it's a per capita thing.
That's what this is based off.
Yes.
David, go ahead.
Someone's saying it's the Chicago people that invade our lakes in the summer. You know about the Chicago people, horrible infestation. They have to be the reason why their money is bringing
So
the
all
coke
the
in.
Chicago people come up. They're the cokeheads. They just come up here, do a bunch of drugs, litter, bad people, and then they go home.
So
That's what they're saying.
Whatever happens in TC stays in TC.
The FIPS.
The FIPS. I'm learning so much. The FIPS.
How does it take a New Yorker to teach you about FIPS? You're from here.
I don't hang out on the west side of the state.
Neither do I.
Or the north.
Right.
Oh, no, we're not doing this again.
Nope, not doing this again. I'll just read this.
No, what was that one place that used to be the Las Vegas? Remember we talked about this?
Yeah.
Idlewild.
Yeah, Idlewild.
It was like the Black Paradise, as
Well,
Kenny Cott Black History Month taught us.
That's on the west side of the state. But that's
apparently a sleepy town compared to Traverse City. David, go ahead.
Grand Rapids is weak. I was there for a concert on St. Patty's Day. Bars were closed before 10 p.m. Fool me once. Dave in Roseville. Now he knows why they were closed at 10 p.m.
You know, Chris, can I just get to Chris and then
Sure.
we'll move on? I just wanted to give people a PSA that if you were headed up north, maybe you're heading for a party. Real exciting times in TC. Chris has a word for us. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, I got a thought on that. So
Sure.
Here's what I think it is. I think it's old money coming out of the suburbs, moving up to Traverse City, and they did coke when they were younger. That's the only people that can afford to actually live in Traverse City. Everybody else, we're just passing through.
That's
so the old heads are coke heads.
Well, and also the old heads
Yeah,
were
yeah.
probably the pre-fentanyl thing that's killing everybody. So you know what? They were doing quote unquote the safer coke. And that wasn't safe. Ask Len Bias. But the point is, maybe Chris is right.
Len Bias did 100% pure.
Uh-oh.
Hey, maybe. And those are the people that would be willing to talk, too.
You're
They're gonna
right.
answer those
You're
questions.
70.
You're
you don't
old.
care. Like old people do whatever they want. They fart at the dinner table. They curse. They
Yeah.
say things they shouldn't say.
You got to make all your confessions and stuff because you know you're about to shake hands with Jesus in 10 minutes. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I was watching the Woodstock documentary the other day, and they had an old lady on there. She was like 70. She was dropping F-bombs every other word. I couldn't stop laughing. It's something funny. Old people cursing is the equivalent of like animals in a shirt and tie. It just makes me laugh. I can't help it.
Yeah.
You could put a tie on a hippo, I'd giggle. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Roberto, what are you doing? What do you want?
I was going to say, yeah, the old people, yeah, they do fart at the dinner table because their Coke is cut with baby laxative.
There it is. He's done. We're 15 minutes in, and he's out.
I mean, you asked for it.
Hey, later on, Zion.
Why
dramatic
don't you get Roberto
reading.
to read these things?
Nope. Because he's not virtuous. You are. He didn't get into Harvard. You did. And people enjoyed your reading of it the first time. And I'll be there with supplemental audio.
Okay.
You're doing these. This is going to be
I don't
unbelievable.
know. Stoney set the bar high.
For what? Coke or
reading those.
All right. Go ahead, Rico.
Oh, boy. If you want to have a show where you can talk about the Coke problem in Traverse City, Specs at LTU can help you get your career started, that you can have topics and have fun on a Friday the way that we are doing. It's very simple. They have certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, graphics communications, all through Specs at LTU, right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, taught by actual instructors who work in the business like me and a lot of other people. So we know what? We're not going to waste your time. We're going to get you ready and prepared to start your new career upon graduation. But I need you to be curious. I need you to get ready to make some magic. And I need you to go to ltu.edu/specs and find out more information about the digital media arts, the broadcast media arts, and the graphics communications program at Specs at LTU. That's ltu.edu/specs.
Thanks, Jim. You've heard me talk about David Femininio, and we've told you, you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid.
Well, you also get elite communication. You get the best legal team in the business. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you are injured or you know someone who is, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to getdavid.getpaid.com. So let me give you 2 sportsy notes here. You can do what you want with them. Ja Morant, suspension has come down 25 games. I think he got off light, personally. I thought it was going to be 50. I think what it does from a grand scheme of things, he won't be traded. He won't miss the season, obviously. But is it fair to say, I mean, any stepping out of line, you're talking about a full year, they're going to make him disappear. Yes.
Yeah, I think that this is your final warning, but I also think it kind of hit him in his pocket because of the new NBA collective bargaining agreement. In order to win awards, you have to play in 65 games. He can't hit that.
And to make the All-NBA team.
Which means he also is going to miss out on any Supermax potential money because he will not have fully played in all the games this next season.
Here's your other note. You do what you want with it. San Diego State has informed the Mountain West they gone. San Diego State, assuming the reports are true, they're going to join the Pac-12. Now, the funny part in all of this is San Diego State has the balls that in the same day they asked to leave, they're asking the Mountain West for like a layaway program. There's an exit fee to leave. They want to break it up into 4 years of installments. And one insider in the Mountain West Conference goes, yeah, they think we're going to be nice about this. That's not going to happen, close quote. But the Pac-12 is adding SDSU for whatever that means, anything.
I mean, USC, SDSU, at least one of them made the Final Four.
USC's not in the Pac-12.
I know they're leaving.
Oh, I'm like, you are aware. It made more sense when USC was there.
One leaves, and then San Diego State replaces them.
Does the Pac-12 survive? That's my question to you. For everything we sit here and talk about, does it survive?
It survives, but it's not going to be the Pac-12 that we know. It's going to be like the Big East in basketball.
But Oregon and Washington are gone. We agree on that, right?
No, I mean, unless a sweetheart money deal comes in, and then those 2 teams will be the anchor teams.
Yeah, but the problem is the deal wouldn't compete with the Big Ten, and the Big Ten is going to take them. That's everything we keep reading.
But if the Big Ten was going to do that, what are they waiting for? That's the thing that bothers me. Like, well, you were already there on the West Coast. Why just take 2 when you could have had 4? They were sitting there with their bags packed at the curb waiting, looking at their watch saying, yep, they're going to be here any minute now.
Also, so Arizona, Colorado are both leaving for the Big 12.
Wow. You probably should have led with that before you asked me, are they going to stick around? Okay, at this point, it's going to become a group of 5 conference.
Okay, so non-Power 5 status.
Correct.
All right. And then the last note, and it's really scary, and I don't know how it happens, but did you see with Deion Sanders? He had turf toe as a player, which it's nerve damage to your toe. You jam your toe. It's very painful. But I have never in my life heard of turf toe causing these numbness issues. Deion Sanders may lose his foot.
I think he already lost a couple toes.
They did. Like he had complications from a corrective surgery. I mean, I've never in my life heard of anything like that. That's horrible.
Right. Because I was like, wait, does he have like diabetes or something? And they're like, because I read the thing like he may get his foot amputated. Like, wow.
Never heard of it. We always associate turf toe. It's a football injury primarily.
And after, you leave it alone, rest
but
and all that.
But who else is dealing with it?
Who?
A very important Detroit Lion. Isn't that Frank Ragnow's issue? His toe is inoperable, correct?
Yes, it is, correct.
They can't operate on it. So Ragnow has to play through it. But it really was like, I never associated that injury. Not that it's a very painful injury, ask any athlete who's ever had it. I never imagined you could end up where Deion has ended up.
You feel every step there's pain. Like you can't, and you're playing football, so you constantly running around and you just got to.
But how think about this, man. They could replace your heart with like a canary heart, and yet they can't operate on Frank Ragnow's toe.
That's unbelievable.
Because it's not that, I hate to say it, it's not that big of a deal, so it's probably not that much research been done on it.
What are you talking about? It crippled Dion's career the last a year and a half he played.
I'm saying it's not like one of these big things that it happens so much that you have people wearing ribbons and causes for turf toe.
A turf toe ribbon?
Right.
Yeah, they study how to fix an ACL or hamstring or ankle.
Right. It's why, yeah, I mean, but it is like certain types of cancers they really put money in because a lot of people get them. And there's other ones that are like, yeah, there's nothing we can do.
There's no Dr. Andrews for this one.
No, there's none. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
I just was shocked at the headline. I was blown away by it.
Yeah, Kenny and I were talking about that pre-show.
Oh, really?
The Dion thing, like, wow.
It's crazy. And then I thought about Ragnar, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, you're right. That's
inoperable.
Yeah, because the hope was for Ragnar, he was going to have surgery at the end of the year.
Why can't you just do a bionic toe? Honestly, you can replace someone's leg. You got people running around on like springs. What was that? The Olympic guy. The whole point is you can't have a bionic toe.
So you want him to be like Dempsey, the former kicker.
No. Jack Dempsey had a Lego for a foot. Like he had.
You're saying just take the big toe off, replace it with a prosthetic toe.
I mean, it's crazy.
Maybe, but I think that maybe
to
Dion will become the case study for that. It's not like he doesn't have enough money.
I hope they do something for the guy. I don't want to see him lose his foot. That's horrible.
Yeah, it was kind of sad seeing him walk around Jackson State, roll around, basically.
Well, I thought he had like just, I don't know, he had like a bunion or something. I figured it was just, I had no idea it was
when he lost
level.
the toes, that's when I was like, well, maybe he's got some type of diabetes that runs in his family or something.
Or as Wilford Brimley says, diabetes.
Diabetes. But he's got enough money that if anybody could do that, it would be Dion.
Stunning. Scary as all hell. There you go.
But to go back to what you said,
well,
not to take away from the gravity of the Dion situation, but so Arizona and Colorado
that's what it sounds
both
like.
leaving.
Yeah, it's just what it sounds
so
like.
Arizona State stays.
That was what I was going to say. I mean, we can't even keep anything sacred, can we? Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, not in the same conference. Arizona State. I mean, hell, if you're MSU, just get to stepping. Let's just get out of here.
Where are you going to go, to Pac-12?
I figured a MAC might be a good spot for us. We could drive down to Bowling Green for a road game.
Kind of like Roberto. David, just go ahead and cut his mic off. Let's just, Mike, sell him something, or let's 97-1, do something.
I'm just saying, I feel like our secondary could hold up. All right, Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary. They're celebrating 50 years of flavor. They have served delicious pizza, fresh dough made in-house daily, 100% real mozzarella, not the very vague described Wisconsin white other places use. 8 different flavors of crust. They got you covered. And right now, the $6.99 mix and match, all their menu items, mix and match the meal deal you like, and special menu items as we head towards football season. The 73 Classic being one of them. 73 slices of cupped pep, $9.99. It has been counted. It has been checked and verified by our very own pizzaologist, Kenny Cott. The 73 Classic for a limited time only. It is Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply. All right, David, let's get some football in the mix, please. Hopefully somebody can find DeAndre Hopkins a home because I'm tired of hearing about it. But go ahead, subpar music. You know, that open makes it sound like Rico and I disagree on everything. I don't feel like that's the case. It's a very leading open right there. All right, go ahead.
Wow, Roberto, what are you trying to do?
Oh, it's whatever I say it is. Rico doesn't speak that way.
I don't want to hear what's coming out of your mouth.
Okay.
So let's do this here because mini camp is over. We are now a month away or so from training camp, and everyone seems to be doing lists. And here is Pete Prisco's top 100 players of 2023. So I know what people ask in Detroit, oh, where are the Detroit Lion players at? So let me give you that right off the rip so you can stop complaining. Penei Sewell, number 66 on the list.
I love it.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, number 83.
I love it.
They are the only two on the list. Aiden Hutchinson was the first honorable mention.
Yeah, I think for Aiden, it's going to come down to his pass rush win rate. He only had a win rate of about 13% last year. That's nowhere near high enough. Now, he had a nice 2/3 of a year. After the first 4 or 5 weeks, I thought he started playing a lot better football.
Yeah, they started using him the correct way.
Well, they had to get him off the strong side. Right. He had to go to the weak side. What I'm saying is, from year 1 to year 2, the biggest thing he's got to work on is when he gets that one-on-one, or God forbid you get doubled, sorry, it's going to happen, he's got to win more.
I think he's also going to have to, sadly, go above and beyond when it comes to sacks and pressures because that's a position where there's so much competition.
Yeah.
You have to stand out.
Yeah, see, the sacks, I don't care. You and I always talk about this. I try to tell people, don't worry about the sacks. You can affect the game with pressures just as much.
Correct.
So win
That's
more.
Aaron Donald is pressures.
Amen. Nailed it. I love sacks.
Right.
But the pressure, that's what you need.
But if you get that big sack in a big moment, now all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
People remember that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why is Jared Goff not on this list?
You know what? That's a really good question.
As the guy who played as the second best QB in the NFC, as a guy in his last 24 games who has outperformed the likes of damn near everybody not named Jalen Hurts.
I can help you with that, but you're not going to like the answer.
Well, go ahead.
There were two different Goffs. So they probably just merged the two Goffs from last year and said, yeah, not on the list.
The last 6 games, 7 games of year 2, and all of last season, over a 24-game sample size, Rico, he's one of the 10 or 12 best QBs in football.
Right.
How is he not on that list?
Right, but in the beginning of the season, he started every half, it seemed like, with a pick 6.
I'm going to answer it again. Over 24 games in total.
I understand. But, Mike, you're a Lion. Kind of like what I said about Aiden. You have to go above and beyond because you got to pay that Detroit tax.
Who's the worst quarterback on that list, David? Lowest ranked QB on the list.
Let me get to the lowest quarterback on the list.
Yeah, I just want to see. And maybe Rico's point will be proven, or maybe I'm going to be angry. Either way.
The lowest quarterback on the list. Oh, my gosh.
Good heavens. What are we doing here? What on earth?
Just go to the next one, David.
Yeah, what I have.
I'll find it.
I already have the top 6 quarterbacks on my list. I got to find the worst quarterback on the list.
Move on. It's fine.
What I'll give you are the top quarterbacks on the list. You have Jalen Hurts at number 31. You have Aaron Rodgers at number 29.
Disagree right off the top.
Trevor Lawrence at number 23.
Too low.
Justin Herbert at number 22.
Too high.
And then you get into the top 5. Joe Burrow's number 3. Josh Allen number 2. Mahomes number 1.
There's no issue. I'd probably put Josh Allen down the list a little more. The point I'm making is if towards the back end of the 100 we start getting into QBs 9, 10, 11, and 12, I have a problem if Jared Goff is not there or at least an honorable mention.
Your worst he's not in the honorable mention. The worst quarterback on the list, 78, Justin Fields. In the top 100.
That's a disgrace. Total disgrace.
And then when you mention honorable mention, you have Dak in there. You have Tua in there. You have Cousins in there. You have Geno in there. Matthew Stafford, Kyler Murray.
I would take Goff over every guy you just named. Hell, a couple of those guys are dead. All right, move on.
Matthew
I'm sorry.
Stafford.
I don't mean to make this a
Geno
rant.
Smith, that I mentioned Geno Smith. He's also in there in the honorable mention.
That's embarrassing.
Kirk Cousins, yeah.
That's
That's the thing. He should be over Kirk Cousins in my mind.
Who?
Jared Goff. If Kirk Cousins is going to be honorable mention, Jared Goff is right there with him.
That's right.
No.
So to not put him as honorable mention, that's
look what Rico's doing there. He's just making a face. He's not even saying words.
He is. Let me
Hold on.
give you.
What did you say when I don't even turn?
Oh, yeah. You know you're dead.
Let me give you your first New York Giant on the list, which at number 24 is Andrew Thomas. That would be your very first.
He's ascended to be a hell of a left tackle. What am I going to say? That's great. Super. I'll sleep better tonight.
So, of course, Rico's privilege, his first 49er, of course, is in the top 10, and that would be Nick Bosa.
Fred Warner should be on the list.
He has a couple in the top 10 for your team, Rico. Nick Bosa's at number 4, and Trent Williams is at number 10.
Sure. He also should have Deebo Samuel on the list. He should have Christian McCaffrey on the list.
I mean, I feel
George
like
Kittle on the list.
I feel like we're getting robbed with just 2, but
Fred Warner
that's
on
just
the
the top
list.
10.
No, I'm just saying we're being robbed with just 2 in the top 10.
They probably got 6 or 7 players in the top 100.
Christian McCaffrey is at number 27.
Should be at 11, but go ahead.
No, he shouldn't. That's outrageous. Availability.
Debo's 12.
Okay.
Debo's 12.
We're good.
Kittle's at 32. Fred Warner's 37. Debo's 57. And there you go.
My God, he's got 6, 7 players in the top 57.
Exactly.
What a life. What a life. This guy's growing up like a Hilton.
Brock Purdy is not in the list or the honorable mention. So let me finish the top 10 here, because I already gave you Nick Bosa at 4 and Trent Williams at 10. So at number 9, Aaron Donald. Number 8.
I don't hate it. I know it's easy if you wanted to put Donald 1, but to me, Nick Bosa outplayed him last year.
Well, Aaron Donald just didn't play. So I think Aaron Donald getting 9 was out of courtesy.
Yeah, but
it was a lifetime
realistically,
achievement.
if I ask you for the top 10 players in the sport, and then I go, okay, now, top 5, I could make a good faith effort that Bosa and Donald are in that top 5.
No, you could, but I think it was more so he didn't play a lot last year. Plus, he's teetering on retiring. So this is more of the goal watch lifetime achievement type.
Oh.
Wow. Number 8, Micah Parsons. Number 7, Justin Jefferson, who is the first wide receiver on the list.
I think that's too high for Jefferson, but that's me. Very nice player, but I'd put Jamar Chase over him.
You know what? I think if Jefferson had a real quarterback, I think you would leave it as is.
Wow. Okay, Sparty.
Wait, I said if he had a real quarterback.
Well, that's my point.
Oh.
No one listens when you knock a Sparty. Oh, no.
I'm still pro Keith Nichols. So.
Number 6. Number 6 is Travis Kelce. That's high for a tight end.
That's too high to me.
Yeah.
Too high.
And he's an idiot.
Okay, then.
Number 5, Myles Garrett. And then I gave you the rest for Nick Bosa, Joe Burrow.
Give me,
Allen.
in your mind, the most overrated player not named Travis Kelce on that list. Now, Kelce's a great player, but number 6 in football, I don't know about that. Is there somebody that jumped out to you and you went, what on earth?
Yeah, and number 14 is Jalen Ramsey. He shouldn't be 14.
No, I agree.
You know what? I do. I'm going to number 2. Josh Allen.
You think? Oh, okay, got you.
I think it's way too high for Josh Allen.
Yeah, with 31 turnovers the last 2 years, a terrible home playoff loss. I'm not against it.
I would have Joe Burrow at 2. I can make that argument. I can make the case Josh Allen may not be top 10.
Oh, my.
I mean, he's simply – we talk Aaron Donald earned the lifetime achievement. He's simply number 2 right now based off of what people think he will do, not after what he's done.
Well, let me ask you this, because I think a guy who should be in the top 10 who isn't, would you replace Josh Allen, not at 2, but a Chris Jones? Move him into the top 10, move Josh Allen out, in your mind.
I can't do that. Okay. I like Chris Jones a hell of a lot. Look, the player to me that's criminally underrated, and I thought he was going to break out last year once he had an adult for a coach, and I feel like he'll be firmly in the top 10 next year, is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence was absolutely incredible.
You are in the fan club.
Hey, man.
See, I would either put Jamar Chase or Devontae Adams.
Good on Chase, Adams.
Yeah, Jamar Chase is number 16, Adams 17 right next to each other.
I would put one. I could swap Allen out with one of those two and not lose sleep. Adams is just stuck on bad quarterbacks.
Well, he did that to himself, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Yes, he did.
Well, he didn't know they were
I
going
want
to
to
get
go
rid of
play with my best friend. Cutscene, guy's gone a year later. You did that to yourself, dude. No, what? What?
He didn't know his best friend was going to leave.
He knew he wasn't that great.
Thank you.
That is in football today.
All right, summer is here. Maybe you're heading up north to the party town known as Traverse City. Moran Buick GMC has a vehicle for you. The 23 Acadias are in. New stock arriving daily. Third row of seating. You can fit everyone and everything. So if you have something wrong with the current vehicle, that's also not a problem. MoranExpress.com. You get that certified service appointment. You get the free loaner vehicle, and away you go. Scheduling fast and easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC where you always get that best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, coming up in 10 minutes, We got 2 trades. Kenny thinks he has solved the Red Wings issue. There is a report linking at a minimum 30-goal scorer and potentially 40-goal guy to your team. And I've got a Zion Williamson trade that none of you, even the haters, could say no to. That's how good it is. I do want to give you a quick note about said Zion Williamson. Brian Windhorst is on a heater. The human meme is on fire right now. Do you want the Zion quote real quick?
Yeah.
Brian Windhorst on Zion and the Pelicans' relationship. Quote, there is no relationship between Zion and the organization and a minimal one between Zion and his teammates. End quote. I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it to you again.
Let me get my shock face ready.
Okay. No. Tremendous. So while Rico strokes his ego, we're just going to continue with the radio show. And I just want to say again, a week from today, I think Zion's on a different team.
I can't wait to hit this trade.
So I'm sorry if that's not what's your favorite brand of tractor, but to me, that's big news. Almost unthinkable that Zion would be traded this quickly, but his career has careened.
See,
what?
A part of me wonders
if he sabotaged the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, he's about to get his wish.
Because he just
then he's going to hate playing in Detroit.
Because out there dunking before the playoff game was really the middle finger to
and
everybody
the worst part
in that
is
city.
The Pels are a top 4 team when everyone's healthy in the West. They're a good basketball team.
Right.
So it makes no sense to me. But then again, the Smoothie King Center is a bit of a dump. You been down there?
No, not there.
That
not
arena's
for a game.
dump. I've been there. The arena's not. It's yikes. It looks like a storage closet for the Superdome. It does. It looks like
it is right next door, right?
Or,
Yeah.
excuse me, the Mercedes-Benz Dome.
Yeah, it's next door.
It looks like where they store like the concession stands.
Right, they keep the extra basketball hoops.
Yeah,
and,
not great.
Yeah,
not great.
It's the practice gym.
Yes, the auxiliary gym.
It's like the Pistons won at Wayne State.
That's what it looks like. All right, let's go on the board briefly, and then we're going to get into Trade-A-Palooza because we're bringing fan bases together in a matter of minutes. So we took a shot on a big dog yesterday. Disappointing. Late home run by the Rays beat us. I gave you the A's plus 185. We lose the game 4-3. I want to use the Tiger game today, and I can't take a side, but I think the Tigers with a bullpen day, the Twins, I know the offense is oftentimes nowhere to be found. I think the over 8 is really interesting. You're getting plus odds. Again, it's a bullpen day for the Tigers, not even a starter. Twins, after really an embarrassing loss yesterday, just feels like you're getting plus odds on a game. There should be a bunch of runs scored. I'm not telling you to go crazy with it, and I don't love betting baseball. But this would be one where I go, all right, a little bit of value here. Shout out Jim Costa. Over 8 in the Tiger game tonight. You can find it at plus 105 if you want it. Rico, go ahead.
Going with the Costa value. Hopefully the course corrects itself for the U.S. Open. Give me John Rahm to win the whole thing, plus 1,600. Right now, I think he's -1. Leader is at -8. But I think things are going to be a lot more difficult as time goes on over the next couple of days. I'm not parlaying these.
Are they going to be difficult?
I think
they
they
had 2 record breakers at 62 yesterday.
Yeah, but
it's supposed to be a hard course.
It is, and I think that the sun is going to basically self-correct things.
Okay.
Shohei Ohtani has been red hot hitting home runs. Give me him to hit a home run tonight, plus 300 against the Kansas City Royals.
And by the way, for people who don't care because he doesn't play here or whatever, what Ohtani does, I mean, it's once in 2 lifetimes. I mean, you haven't seen someone do what he's doing since Babe Ruth.
This is truly generational.
What's more than generational? It's 100 years, Rico. Babe Ruth pitched and was awesome and hit and was awesome. No one has done this. He's going to make $600 million as a free agent. 600. Huh?
Where? Is
L.A.
question.
Dodgers.
You think so?
Yeah.
Your Yankees aren't going to toss their hat in the ring?
The Yankees are a lemonade stand.
The Mets.
It would be. It'll be to me. It'll be Mets or Dodgers. I don't think
Tigers.
Yankee. Okay, we're good.
They got money.
Otani's worth more than the whole district, and you think they're signing him?
Yes.
Move it along. Kenny, go ahead.
And they'll consummate it at Houston's.
Yeah, when it moves into Ford Field. Quarter past never.
So I take one day off.
Imagine
and roll out.
Otani riding the queue line.
No.
Welcome to Detroit. He just looks at his agent and goes, get me out.
Take the queue line to the People Mover to get to the arena. Yeah.
And this is the Motown Museum. Get me out.
You want to ride the Ferris wheel?
I'm leaving.
Chevy
All of a
Plaza.
sudden, you see Otani swimming to Canada.
What are
It's
these
like,
things?
get me out of here.
Bite bites? No, they're bits.
So
Kenny, just start
I'll just
talking.
move it along, man. I take one day off, and you're allowing David to bet WNBA games. Is that a thing
I didn't
that's
allow
happened?
anything. I told you I didn't want to be a part of it, but did David win?
Yes.
David won. So guess what we allow, Kenny? We allow winning.
And you picked a total earlier. I was thinking about doing the same thing. Philadelphia Stars at Michigan Panthers this weekend. David will be attending that game, I think.
What?
You picked a total. I'm going to pick a total, too. In the last 6 games, the over has only hit of that number once. So you got to go with the under minus 110.
What league is this?
The USFL.
I'm kidding. I know.
If he was able to bet WNBA, I'm betting USFL, and that's
we are.
final.
You
That's
are
the
really
rule.
scraping the bottom of the chili pot.
That's right. That or baseball.
You can make money off of
If
it.
you win, it counts.
All right.
So David won with the what was it? The Louisville Aces or whatever
the
it was.
Las Vegas Aces.
Sure, same thing.
The
They
defending
crushed them.
champ Aces.
You didn't watch that last night?
They won by
No.
33. I had minus 19.5. I told you what to do. Better listen. So here's what I'm going to do tonight.
He's going to run it back.
Yes, minus 11.5 for the Washington Mystics. Here's why. The Mercury, who they're facing, only have 1 road win all year, and on average, they lose by 13 points on the road. And their best player, Brittany Griner, is doubtful for tonight, and no one else can guard Ella Della Don. So I am going with yep. I am going Washington Mystics minus 11.5. Winner.
Oh, well, you know what, David, you're right. No one can guard her. She is the joker of the WNBA.
Yeah.
Is that a
she
serious
is.
remark?
Yeah.
I can't
No,
tell
no,
if
no.
you guys
Serious.
are being serious,
Oh, no,
if you're
no. She
making
can't.
things
She
up.
can shoot from the outside, dominate inside.
Nobody can guard her.
Okay. All right.
They're looking to go after the New York Liberty, so she's on a mission this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ella Don, she's the joker.
Okay, guys, losing audience by the syllable.
We're making them money. They're listening.
Fair. Let's bring Stars to Detroit. We're doing it next, and I don't think anyone rejects either deal. Stay tuned. All right. And this music is perfect because we are bringing two fan bases together. Listen, Lions fan, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna win this division. We're gonna win a home playoff game. It's all good. Tiger fans, I can't help you. Your team blows. But we need to talk about two teams that have the ability to make two bold moves. And a lot of times we just talk. We're sports fans. We get on the air, give you our thoughts, and away we go. But when you get reports or when you get proposals from people that you think are smart, well, it takes to a different place. So we have said this summer has to be bold for both Steve Yzerman and Troy Weaver. Well, Kenny cobbled together a Hockey Elite report tying, I don't want to call him a star, but I'll call him a highly productive player. I don't think anybody knows this guy if he showed up at their door. Doesn't help when you play in a Canadian French-speaking city. The point I'm making is he would help the Red Wings. He would be by far and away their best offensive player. I am going to bring a star to the Pistons. And it's a player Rico hates. It's a player many of you hate. And I still believe none of you will call up and say no to either of these. So what I want to do is have Kenny start with the Red Wings, and then I'm going to give you the Pistons. And then I want to know if you are out on one, both, or you're just all in. These are both great. So, Kenny, tell us all about Benny Dububnik.
Alex DeBrincat.
Sure.
He's 25. He scored 40 goals multiple times in his career. He would be far and away your best offensive player should you trade for him.
Ottawa Senators.
Ottawa Senators. In a year from now, he will be a UFA.
So you need a 10-year contract.
So, yeah, you would need to agree with him in terms before this deal would go through. You'd have him long-term if this trade
He's 25, correct?
Yes, 25.
Okay.
And he's from Michigan, right?
He's from here, if that matters to you.
It used to. I don't think players care anymore.
It doesn't, but he wasn't happy for whatever reason in Ottawa. So
have you been
here,
to Ottawa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy either.
Well, the district's a lot better, you would say.
Yes, or
Traverse
equally.
City.
Yeah. Okay.
You might need somebody to be from here, is what some people would argue.
Okay,
I think it's an overrated
talk to me about Dubrovnik. What is the offer, and who was the hockey reporter who cobbled this together?
Well, this was a Max Bultman of The Athletic. He writes for...
Celebrate his entire catalog.
Yeah, no, he's written some good pieces for The Athletic, and specifically about the Red Wings, but the DeBrincat trade essentially would require pick number 17 in this draft, not pick number 9, which we also have in a pretty loaded draft. Pick number 17 and a, quote, high-level prospect. So you'd look at somebody like Wallander or somebody more established like Berggren, who, made his debut last year and looked pretty good.
That's a done deal to me.
That's a done deal.
That doesn't even – there's no hesitation. They could ask for pick 9, which certainly has a much higher value. I still wouldn't balk at it.
Yeah, no. And the reason you're getting it at this value is obviously because he's going to be a UFA in a year from now.
What's it going to take, $10 million a year?
I would say minimum 9.5, but I still do that. The Red Wings have money to spend.
I was about to say, do they have the money to cover that?
Absolutely.
Right. Now, what's interesting is I don't think Red Wing fan at 248-539-9797, I don't think you'll call up and do what Pistons fan does. See, I don't think Red Wing fan's going to be like, oh, we're too good for Dububnik. No.
And it doesn't seem like you're giving up a ton for him either. It's not painful. It's not one of those trades where you're like, oh.
Well, I want to help you. Because ESPN on my side of things, with the Pistons and with the polarizing Zion Williamson, had a piece today, 5 deals for Zion we'd like to see. Now, I don't care about the other ones. I only care about ones that involve us, because guess what? The Pistons were on the list. Are you ready for this?
No.
Rico, will you just give Love a chance? This deal is so good that no one can say no. Is everybody ready?
Okay.
All right. 3-team deal. The New Orleans Pelicans get the number 2 pick, Bojan Bogdanovic, and beef stew. The Hornets get pick 5 and 14. The Pistons get Zion Williamson. You don't trade Ivy. You don't trade Cade. You still have Duren. You don't use the pick at 5, which none of us want, and you have Zion Williamson. Not a soul in this town says
so
no
you're
to
giving
it.
up the 5th pick.
You're giving up Boyan, you're giving up beef stew, and you're giving up the 5th pick.
I don't know if I can. I can't give up beef stew.
You can't say no to this deal.
I mean,
you can't say no to Dubovnik,
did
and you
not
can't say no
see
to this.
with beef stew when he wanted to fight and prove that he was a real Detroiter?
I'm ignoring you because you're not participating.
Honestly, I hate you.
You can't say no to that. And it's not even me creating it, it's ESPN.
See, that's why he's doing this. Because he wants to say no, but he can't
That's
say
right.
no.
Oh, I know. I know
I
his
hate you.
game.
You
I
don't
know what
my
he's up to.
You know nothing about me.
Right.
You know how I was raised.
I've only known you for 13 years.
You know how I was raised. What I went through.
Be serious with me. You can't say no to that deal.
Can.
Because nothing you're giving up in that deal matters to you. Bogdanovich expiring. The
No.
5th pick, nobody wants it.
Which-
and beef stew
okay,
is a
here's the thing.
punchline.
It just seems too easy.
I know.
It's kind of like Kenny's trade. It seems way too easy. Like, yeah.
My point is this. I'm
if
saying
that was a trade, yeah,
yes
you're right.
to Dubrovnik, yes to Zion. I would do both of these trades.
I would say yes to DeBrickashaw too. So yes.
DeBrickashaw Ferguson. People, I want to hear from you on this. We have talked about this is the summer where both teams need to be bold. We're not going to some trade machine with these. One of them is a report.
This is going to happen too.
What is?
Zion's going to end up here.
I don't.
This is going to happen. Mike, there's just too much smoke right now.
No, but here's the problem. I still think.
And you're not losing anything.
No, I know. I just still feel like the other deals in here are a little bit
What are
better.
the other deals? I mean, I know you don't care.
No,
but-
I know. I don't want to. If I start reading through
Okay,
all these,
don't
we'll lose the
show me
whole
in the
thing.
break.
I
But
will.
If the Pistons were offered that to be a part of that three-way
You have
trade,
to say yes to it. If the Red Wings were offered 17 in Bergeron for Dubrovnik, you have to say yes to it. I don't even have to know the player. His productivity lies somewhere between 30 and 40 goals a year, and he automatically becomes your best offensive player.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of next year. I'm paying him.
Right. And maybe you get more out of him because he's out of Ottawa.
And for all the Zion haters, all you dopes
You get
who
him
think you're too good, go ahead, say no to this deal.
Here's the thing. I don't really care for Zion. You're getting him for free. So at that point,
think about this. Your backcourt's intact.
Right.
And look at what your front court would be.
You're getting him
Duran and Zion. Find me a more athletic front court than that.
Mike, you're getting him for free. I can't sit here and I would love to sit here and argue this with you. It pains me.
So
this is like me celebrating David's Michigan team.
I know. It's okay.
But you're getting them for free. So if that deal were to happen, you know what, Troy? Bravo. You went out and got a real coach,
here's
and
the
now
deal.
you're maybe you're going to turn this thing around.
I don't have any background on Dubrovnik and his relationship with teammates, etc. But if the Windhorse report is true, that the Pels have no relationship with Zion and he's got a minimal one with teammates, that value's low. I brought this up yesterday. Getting a third team involved, it gets the Pels Scoot Henderson. We give them the shooter. We give them some front court depth. Charlotte is an idiot for doing this. I'm being upfront with you. Right. And they'll take 5 and 14
See,
in
I
the
think
bad
that
draft.
goes out. I think that goes out the window now that Michael's leaving.
Zion a Piston, and
But
you
does
can't
Zion
say no to it.
But does Zion want to be?
I don't
here?
give a F.
I mean, look what happened. He wanted to be in New Orleans, and you see what happened there.
Okay.
Kenny?
Bogdanovich is leaving. Right. Beef stew is a nothing. And the number 5 pick, nobody wants to use it. Rico, if it turned into a disaster, what did I give up? Realistically. What did I give up? Dubrovnik, how would anyone argue the 17th pick and Bergeron? How? You can't.
So what would Stevie do with DeBrickashaw?
With DeBrincat? With DeBrincat?
Dubrovnik.
He'd put him on the first line and watch him score 30 to 40
Dubrovnik,
goals.
DeBrincat, Dubovnik.
Put some respect on the man's name.
I'm not putting
What about Zion? When are we bringing him into town?
That's
Kenny
perfect.
wins.
I love it. That's perfect. David, can you say no to either of these trades?
I'm not giving up Cade or Ivy.
Nope.
I'm
It's
saying
free.
yes on both. Because with the Wings one, you're not giving up the number 9th pick either. And if Kenny's correct, it's a good draft there. Really deep draft. So you stay with 9 and you get DeBrickashaw. I love that.
That's what I'm saying. They both just seem way too easy.
Listen,
it's not there's nothing painful unless you really just fell in love with beef stew.
The Red Wings one, I understand because the player's a pending free agent, unrestricted at the end of next year. So you get a value issue there because there's no certainty. Look, the Zion one, hey, I'm going to have you do the dramatic reading later. His value's in the absolute tank. Rico, you just paid Monty Williams $100 million. Yeah.
So
you already paid Monty $100 million. You have a chance to bring in one of the mercurial talents in basketball. I know. He's often not healthy. We know the only thing that works on him is his schwanz. The point is, there's what am I giving up? So people, I need to know, what are you saying no to here? Kenny, who with the guy whose name no one can pronounce from the Senators, you can't say no to that deal. And the Zion deal, ESPN, Pistons get Zion, Pelicans get number 2, and Bogdanovich and beef stew, and the Hornets get 5 and 14, and a piñata filled with candy.
It makes sense on paper. I'm still very uncomfortable, but it makes sense on paper.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
But you know what? We're going to need a Kyler Murray clause in the contract saying, dude, you got to behave yourself and you can't do all of this stuff. And yeah. Serious. If I'm Monty, I just walk around and do a condom check. Let me see it.
There's one thing if I play a Stony drop. It's another if you just go out and say it. Kenny, how do you say his name one more time? DeBrincat?
DeBrincat. You got it.
DeBrincat.
Bring him here.
I don't care. Honestly, I'm so desperate for one of these teams to win. And the Wings, if you add a 40-goal scorer, like here's the other thing. Just to cement the point, because I know it's been basketball heavy on my side. Look, Kenny's point is all this draft capital doesn't mean anything in the NHL because draft capital in the league is 3 to 4 years away.
Right.
If you have the number 1 pick, yes, you'll draft a player who will play within a year, but picking at 9, picking at 17, none of it matters. The Wings have like 10 of the same player.
But see, here's where it also helps the Wings, and why I asked the question, because he's from here. You know what?
Yeah.
I'll do a long-term. I'm going to be the man, and I'm from here. I'll do a long-term deal with you.
Huge Q line guy. 248-539-9797. I dare one of you to call up and say no to either of those trades. I dare you. Triple dog dare you. You can't do it. Rico, sell him.
Like you sold this Zion thing. You know what? You know what? That'll just be mean. I'll just say this. Awaken 180 weight loss. If you need to lose some lbs, it can help you out. So whether you need to lose 10, 20, 50, 100, Awaken 180 weight loss can help you reach that goal. I have been on this journey, and I'm here to tell you, hey, I'm 42 pounds gone. Don't miss it. This could be you. It's very simple. 844-346-1800. Give them a call. You'll set up an appointment. You'll meet with a coach. They'll tailor something for you. Not for me, not for anybody else, specifically for you. And each week they'll check in and make sure that you're adhering and make the changes as necessary. 844-346-1800. Look, you've been trying diets all your life. I suggest once you give Awaken 180 weight loss a chance, that's the last one you'll ever be on. 844-346-1800 or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, on you. You spend a third of your life sleeping. So get a good mattress. Make it worthwhile, I guess, right? iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleep for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. You don't want to wake up in a wet bed like Kenny does, but that might be a different matter. The point is, Serta mattresses made in Michigan. They have been for over 100 years. Rico didn't even react to that. Unbelievable. Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. It's Serta.com. Okay, we've put 2 trade proposals out there. Today's been a fun day if you're a Detroiter. Wings are being attached to some guy named DeBrincat who could score up to 40 goals. I'm not going to sit here and act like I could pick him out of a lineup. I don't need to. If the production is what it is, and you got him through next year, and he's a local kid, and you got money to burn, it's the same as the Pistons. I'm not interested in using these picks. At some point, Yzerman's got to react. Pick 9 doesn't help us. Pick 17 doesn't help us. It's not like we got Connor Bedard. Move the pick, get the player. DeBrincat would become your best guy. Okay, done. The Zion deal, ESPN, New Orleans gets number 2, Bogdanovich and Isaiah Stewart. Charlotte gets the poo-poo platter, 5 and 14, and you get Zion and his sex drive. I mean, it's all there for you. You can't say no to it. You could hate him. You could slander him. Bottom line is, what does pick 5 do for us? What does an expiring 34-year-old wing do for us? What's Beef Stew do for us? Nothing. You just paid Monty $100 million.
I like the trade. I just don't understand. What does Charlotte get out of this?
5 and 14?
Talk about setting the bar low.
Man, what do you want from
No. Mike, I would do the trade, but
even
it's
if
just,
Charlotte got 5, 14, and a future unprotected 1 from you, I'd still do the deal.
Correct.
The point I'm making is I'm not giving up Cade or Jaden, and I get Zion.
Right. I'm just trying to see, okay, the realistic chance. But I'm like, why would Charlotte do this? You know what?
Sometimes when you see someone being an idiot, don't stop them. Just let them be themselves. David, what do you have?
Yes to both. Wings are a slam dunk. Not a fan of Zion, but we get them for a chewed-up piece of bubblegum. I would take both right now.
I'm telling you.
DeBrincat was a smooth minus 31. That's a no for me, dog.
All right, hold on. Can I bring something up, even as a limited hockey guy? Isn't the plus-minus one of the most overrated statistics in all of hockey? You know, if you're on a bad team and a bad line, you're not going to save that.
You just said it. It depends way more on the team that you play for versus how good you actually are. Plus minus is very overrated.
See, we're doing the hockey.
It's wins in pitching. It doesn't mean anything.
Perfect example. You're right. No, Kenny's right. The win for pitchers is a meaningless stat.
Really?
100%. Okay, King Felix won a Cy Young with an under 500 record. Why? Seattle sucked, but he was dominant. Look, if you're a good pitcher, but you play for a team with a horrific offense and you're losing 2-1 every game.
Fair. No, fair.
Well, here's the best example. And then we're done. I promise. You're really good. Your team's pretty good, but the bullpen is a dumpster fire. I just don't value it. Let's go to the people. Let's see what they have to say, because I don't think a single person in our great sports town could say no to either one of these deals. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Good afternoon, boys.
Hold, please. Damn it. That's not the one. That is. All right, Mike. Go ahead, buddy.
I like the first one.
Sorry.
There we go. Yeah, it's been a while, but hey, I love it when you do that hockey, so I had to chime in.
So are we making both, one or neither?
Well, I'm talking specifically about DeBrincat. You guys have talked about it. It seems like the Red Wings rebuild has been in neutral the last couple of years, and Stevie Y, he came out and said that his plan when he first came here was to be bad for a while and hopefully get lucky in the draft. And we've all seen how well that's worked out. And so obviously DeBrincat, 40-goal scorer on 2 occasions. You get him, you add a bona fide first liner, and, it would be another piece to this, beautiful district Detroit that we have. And, he's going to be a pending UFA, but we can pay him after a guy like David Perron comes off the books next year. And tell you what, I'll even throw in the corpse of Philip Zadina for free.
I mean, listen, it's kind of at a point, Mike, you could add a few things to the deal and I still wouldn't be swayed. Until or unless someone shows me a better player that we have a better shot of getting, why would you not do it? And I'm with you. Like, at a certain point, we have to do something. They got to make the playoffs next year. It's time. And they need a true number one scorer.
I think the playoffs next year is the bare minimum. I mean, we saw what, we all, how excited we were, for those 2 weeks in March or whatever it was when they were in the playoffs, and then it all fell apart after those two losses.
They were in for 18 hours. We had 18 glorious hours of being in the graphic. And then it all ended.
You saw what the Florida Panthers did. I mean, they got in on the last day of the season by the skin of their teeth, and they took down the 65-win Bruins.
Yeah, and they made a bold move
in
to
Boston.
get Tkachuk to reposition their team, and it ended up being the guy that helped drive them. And look, it happened. Bobrovsky turned into a garbage can twice in the finals, and your season's over. But to me, you got to make the move.
Yeah.
And again, for the Pistons, it's not about making the playoffs, but you have to begin something, because this Monty Williams deal, I'm sorry, you're not paying a guy $13 million a year to coach a 20-win team. Go to Patrick, 97.1. What's up, Pat?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
What's up, buddy?
Patrick.
I just wanted to say I think it's a no-brainer, and if you don't take that trade as a Pistons fan, you're delusional.
Okay, but Pat, let me say this. Do you feel comfortable making this trade? It makes sense on paper. But do you really feel like,
he averages 26 and 7 when he's healthy.
But you had to
he's a great player.
But you had to throw that caveat in there, when he's healthy, and he's rarely healthy.
I get it, but do we really want to use pick 5 and take who? Taylor Hendricks or one of the Thompson twins who play high schoolers?
It's so funny, Patrick. I was listening to Rieger on my drive home last night, and one of these know-it-alls calls up, and he's like, "Oh, we're going to take Ansur Thompson, and he averages 8 rebounds." And I'm like, "You boner! The guy's 19 and playing against garbage men." Like, some of these Piston fans are nutbags. They think they're above somebody like Zion Williamson. The Pistons are the gutter. It's like a homeless man bitching about the mattress he sleeps on. Dude, you're homeless. It's mattress that's stained or concrete. What do you want?
Yeah, but the wine is rotten at your serving.
All right. Patrick, I'm with you. You do the deal. You got it. You got to risk it for the biscuit. Period.
Yeah.
Period. Oh, I couldn't believe people calling in last night. They were getting after Rieger, upset that he brought up Zion. And it's like, who the hell are you people? This team hasn't won a single playoff game in 15 years. You're above this? Well, I'm sorry. Let me know when Jokic is available.
No. Here's the thing. I've been one who said you got to take a damaged player. This deal, I cannot argue with. I have been racking my brain trying to figure out a way to tell you no.
I know.
But each time I can't.
But that's what makes it a topic, is that ESPN put this deal out there. From Kenny, some of the hockey nerd writers have put the deal out there. And it's worth a conversation, because I don't think either deal is prohibitive to our local teams. I think it helps us. Think about next year, how different we perceive the Pistons with Zion. That is a constant story.
Yeah.
And how different we perceive the Wings with a legitimate first-line 40-goal scorer. It changes the conversation.
It does. My other concern is Zion going to be a distraction with everything going on with this guy?
Listen, it'll be fine. We'll move his girlfriends up here. It'll be okay. It's a pretty disjointed city. We can keep the girlfriends far apart from each other. It'll be all right. We'll be fine.
City's not as big as you think it is.
Sadly, it's not. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. What's up, Randy?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
How you doing, man?
Good. I wanted to chime in on the Brinket, and before I even get into that, I would do the Zion trade in a heartbeat. But that being said,
yes,
with the Brinket, I think you need to bring in a 40-goal scorer, and I would do the deal as well. But that being said, I think you need to be a little skeptical just based on the fact that he had his 40-goal seasons playing on Patrick Kane's wing. So once he went over to Ottawa, he had a little bit of what you would call a down year. I think he had 66 or 67 points last year. But somebody that should also interest the Wings is Kyle Connor from Winnipeg. They're going to have a fire sale over there.
Oh God,
breaking up that team.
Randy,
He's
you have
also-
just sent Kenny into some deep breathing. He will not shut up about this Kyle Connor guy.
He was the first on my list. I'm
Oh,
glad somebody
Christ.
brought him up.
Go ahead, you two talk. Leave me alone.
So yeah, I mean, he's from here as well. I mean, we got 2 40-goal scorers that are from Detroit that would want to come here. We have the draft capital to do it. And I think if you're going to give one of these guys a contract, I think it's going to be in the neighborhood of Dylan Larkin around the $8.75 million, but you're going to have to sign Sider or Lucas Raymond to some big deals coming up in the next couple of years too. So you're going to get one shot at this, and I think you got to be smart.
If they were able to
I don't know if,
Randy, if they were able to land both, does that not propel us into immediate playoff converse? Like, I'm not talking about maybe they make the wild card. I'm talking about they will be in the division race.
well, I think if you're putting them on our first 2 lines, then you're talking.
Yeah, but fellas,
you're talking Dylan Larkin. Let's say Casper gets vaulted up into the second line center, which there's so much hype around this guy right now that I wouldn't be surprised if he obviously makes the team and scores 20 goals as a rookie next year.
But fellas, can I just bring
on the wing?
Can I just bring a little bit of reality here? Hold on. Kenny just said, "What if we get both?" Hold on a minute. Kenny, first of all, from a financial standpoint, you're taking the better part of $20 million AAV once both guys are long-term signed. What would it even take to get Connor? And let's say this DeBrincat deal is what it is. What would it take to get Connor, fellas?
Connor, it would because they're blowing it up in Winnipeg by all accounts.
All
it would
your
take,
draft capital.
It would take draft capital, which I'm fine with. This is our window to win now. Mo Sider just got here. Lucas Raymond just got here.
How many
You
years
might have
left does
Casper.
Connor have?
That I'm not.
And Casper wouldn't have to be signed for another 3 years, and also Kyle Connor's got 2 years left on his deal at $7.5 million. So we got time to figure that out.
I'm in.
So
Screw it. I'm in. Done. That's it. Randy wins. Kenny wins. I'm done. I want to win, Randy. I want a reason to go to Wings games. I'm in.
Me too.
And
I
go
mean, I
get
think,
Johnny Hockey while you're at it. F it. Let's
Why
go.
not?
Another.
He's going to be available too. I think you're right about that. And don't forget about Nylander from Toronto because they're going to let
go
one
get
of
him
their big
too.
4 stars go.
Go get him too. F it. More. Another. Hey, David, you're number 1 too. Tired of your attitude today. David just waving his arms around like a magician. God almighty. David, we're doing content, all right? We're having a good time. We tell you about Capital Mortgage Funding. Home purchase market it's something. Listen, rates, no bueno. But the bottom line is there's no inventory. People still need homes. You need to be pre-approved if you're going to go look at those homes. Capital Mortgage Funding. It's that simple. Hey, honey, let's go look at houses. Yeah, go ahead. Go out without being pre-approved. See if you get the home. Thing will be sold by the time your ass hits the seat in your car. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glansden, Burke, the whole staff, they're going to get you in, get you that pre-approval, and then at least you got a shot when you go to see one of the 7 or 8 houses that are actually up for sale. It's Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. I think we have solved the Wings problem and the Pistons problem with 2 suggested reported trades. No one has called up to say no because I don't think you can. By the way, 4 o'clock we are going to do, and this is exciting. Rico's been a good sport about it. He has been hermetically sealed. We are doing a dramatic reading of the Zion baby mama drama. If you partook, you loved it. If you didn't, you're in for a treat.
Which is another reason why I'm skeptical.
Rico has no idea what's on this piece of paper right here. This is some of the most sexually charged commentary you will ever see.
Let me get these ready.
Mariah Mills is back. Okay. And Rico and my supplemental sound are back to deliver. Oh, yeah. Hey, you're going to need those. And you better be sitting up in your chair when you read these. We're going to get to that at 4.
Okay. Is this still exempt from drops and songs?
It's negotiable. Well, I'll say yes.
Okay.
I want you to do this because the people demanded it.
Right. So long as it's exempt.
I love how people would ticket text in going, do it again. And it's like, well, don't you understand? You have to wait for his scorned lover to have a meltdown again.
Repeat it again. Like, no.
So, yeah, so long as I'm exempt.
You're not going to turn into this. Or this. No.
Then okay.
That's the other show.
Hey, I wasn't here for that vote last time. I'm not sure I agree.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, unless it's I got full exemption.
Yeah, I got you covered.
This is not going to happen.
I got you covered.
Okay.
You're good. But you better be careful.
Go F yourself, San Diego.
And thanks for stopping by. Let's go to Antonio, 97.1. What's up, Antonio?
Yo, what's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
Not bad, not bad. Okay, so I'm not too big on the Red Wings thing, but that Zion deal, let me tell you something. I dropped that deal in a heartbeat. Let's do it. I don't care. When the guy's healthy, whenever that is, he's like you say, he's 26, 7-8, 7-6. Let's make the deal. Like, nobody's coming to Detroit. Nobody. We're going to have to overpay for whoever we can. If I can give up that number 5 pick, and there's literally nobody in the draft past number 3,
right,
get rid of it. Bring them in.
And the point I was making, Antonio, is when you read the offer, even if I had to add some other stuff, as long as the other stuff is not Cade, Ivy, or Duran, you can have it.
Exactly. Look, those guys, if we can keep on them and bring him in, I'm with it. And then Mariah Mills, we can put her over there in Brightmoor, and we can put the stripper baby mama, we put her in Indian Village. Keep them apart. It works fine.
See? Antonio has the
close,
urban
man.
planning. We're good.
They'll meet up at the fairgrounds. Too close.
Shoot the fair one at the fairground.
Right. They'll be down at the district.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Antonio, we'll worry about the details later. The point is,
details.
Hey, man, Kenny fixed the Wings. I got the Pistons all set. We're good to go.
Are you sure you're ready for this headache?
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. I do radio for a living.
Oh, no. The only thing missing now, let's just go get Kyrie. Now it gets really interesting.
I really don't want that. See, that's different.
No. You want radio?
No,
that's radio.
I'm good right here. Let's go to let's go to.
Well, I have one. We can have more.
We're going to Jerry, 97.1. What's up, Jerry?
Hey guys, love it when you talk hockey. I'm all on board with DeBrincat. I think 17 is a no-brainer. It enables you to go out and throw out a Hail Mary for, like that caller said, Kyle Connor. You can do the number. You still have the 9, and you still have Boston's first-round pick for, I think, 2024. So you can throw out 2 40-goal scorers and really set your top 2 lines. I'm not terribly worried about the salary cap because it's going to go up over the course of the next couple of years. So it'll free up some space. Larkin's pretty team-friendly. And I think DeBrincat will probably have a similar contract, so I'm not super concerned about that.
Listen, I'm down for whatever you guys want to do. When Kenny brought the idea up, I'm in. 17 and a prospect, I don't care. he automatically becomes your best player, and I don't want to hear about the money. I'm in. This Kyle Connor thing has been Kenny's fantasy all offseason. I mean, Jerry, if you told me that Steve Yzerman brought in a combined 72 goals and you brought in two frontline guys, what am I going to say? I'm not going to argue.
No, Stevie he understood the assignment.
Exactly.
Yeah. Stevie understood the assignment, and he did what we asked him to do. Go out, get better in the offseason.
Meanwhile, let's check in on Troy Weaver.
He's working on Zion.
Or finishing his first sentence. That was a tough press conference. That was tough.
You know what?
There were 17 ums.
That's a red card.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, that's a red card.
Troy Weaver versus Matthew Stafford, more ums per minute.
Red card.
That's not a red card. Why is it a red card? You're a general manager of a basketball team.
For finishing his first sentence. That's a
okay.
red card.
All right. The point is, could he show a little enthusiasm? Troy, you just hired Monty Williams. All right. Come on.
That's his excitement, man.
Don't show up.
I've never seen the man excited. Like, okay, I'm happy.
Well, have you watched the team he's drafted play?
I can only imagine what happens if they win the Larry O'Brien. They win the whole thing. Way to go, Detroit. We're so happy. We're celebrating tonight.
David.
I'm gonna pass this over to Mark D'Antonio.
David.
It's a celebration.
David, I'm looking at the third one. I don't know how he's going to edit this. I can't wait for the top of the hour. That's all I'll tell you. We'll get to it. Dramatic readings. You may get a UFO today. We got Who Said It coming up. Lots to do. No mail-ins on a Friday in this time slot. 248-539-9797. Rico in a hideous Hawaiian shirt. We're flying. It's Shandy season, people. Old Nation Brewing. You know the drill. The full lineup, award-winning beers. You know it, whether it's the M43, the B43, the Fritz Lager. But Shandy time, the temperatures are going to be above 80. We are cruising. Ask for Old Nation by name wherever you buy your beer. And the Shandy is handcrafted. It's small batch. They will sell out. So stock up. Enjoy summer. It's Old Nation Brewing. You can go to oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And please drink responsibly. All right. So let's get a little hoops in the mix briefly, package it all together. We're under a week from the NBA draft. You got a lot of reports, a lot of rumors, trades, fun, and it beats talking cupcakes. Let's party. David, terrible sound effects, please. Yep, there it is. Dude, they had better sound effects in Hoosiers, which was made in like 1988. Can we please do a little work to this? Go ahead.
Well, here's what we can do. We can talk about Michael Jordan selling his team. The Hornets are up for sale. Valuation of $3 billion. Their valuation in 2010 was $200 million. So here's what
That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't.
With what you just said, and I want you to get to the rest, but think about what he just said. That's worse than college tuition. How could a team 13 years ago be worth $200 million? They are now worth $3 billion. What?
Because every time you sell a team, the price goes up. Ish going out buying the Suns made everybody money.
Well, because he's done nothing there. So here's what he's done in his time. He's never won a playoff series, never finished higher than 6th in the East, 5th worst winning percentage in the NBA.
It's been a total failure. I mean, that's not news. I think the biggest thing is he paid $180 to be a majority owner. It's a $3 billion valuation. So even if he only owned 51%, he's walking with a almost 10x on his investment. That's incredible. And the team did nothing. They're in a nothing market. They have nothing players. They have no success. If you ask somebody who's a famous Charlotte Hornet, you have to go back to like Grandmama or Alonzo.
I guess the best thing that he did was he bought the Hornets back and got rid of the Bobcats.
That's a win on its own.
You're right.
That is a win.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah, speaking of trash, let's talk about the NBA draft for a quick minute, because according to The Athletic, the Rockets strongly believe that guard Amen Thompson is the same all-star caliber class as Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson.
Well, good. It shouldn't be a problem for them to use the pick at 4.
You would think so.
You know what my
right?
problem is? They're full of crap. Because if they believe that, they wouldn't be peddling that pick like food stamps.
They would just take them.
You wouldn't let everybody know what you're thinking.
We're in silly season, people. You can't believe any of it.
This is the equivalent of playing cards and you just flipping it around so everybody can see what you have. If you thought Amen was all that, I'd hype up his brother. I'd hype up somebody else. But,
he would just guarantee that you're going to take him, and then you just be quiet.
He's going to end up being a Piston because David refused to pray for the city. So we get Amen, which means the end.
There's nothing wrong with Amen.
Okay.
Not that Amen. The NBA draft.
Just move it on.
Let's move over to the Lakers here, because according to ESPN, the Lakers are looking into trade scenarios for their first round pick, particularly teams that have multiple picks to deal. So they want to trade down and get 2 picks. So the Pacers have 26, 29, and 32. The Hornets have 27, 34, and 39, and the Nets have 21 and 22.
I don't think any of this means anything. David,
What do
reality,
the Lakers have?
This is their only pick for like the next 20 years. They've dealt like every pick in the future.
No, I'm saying, what's their pick now?
They sit at, I believe, 17 is where they sit.
Listen, the only interesting thing they could do would be finding a way to sign and trade, get Austin Reeves plus a pick. You'd have to do something. None of it means anything. AD and LeBron are ready to win now. Now, if they're smart, they would take a couple of dead bodies, attach it to that pick, clear space, sign player, give it one more shot. Nothing else matters to me if I'm the Lakers.
Right, and the idea for this report is that because they may lose some of those role players, they want to get the 2 to maybe draft a couple other role players. But they're not going to play immediately.
And listen, I understand what Braun did for Denver, but that's the outlier. The reality is when you draft these rookies to be role players, they are not going to help you in the playoffs.
See, here's the thing. But when you're drafting so low, now you're going and getting guys who maybe have been in college 3-4 years, who have a little more experience. They're not projections. That's know fair. What they can do.
That's fair.
Well, then what do the Portland Trailblazers do? Because they are continuing, according to Mark Stein,
sell the team
to shop Simons and number 3 because they want a win-now player. But what are they getting? Who wants number 3?
Well, here's your problem. They've waited so long on Lillard. He's 32 years old. I love Dame. But who are you acquiring that is good enough that could pair with Damian Lillard that would even put you in the conversation with Denver. There's no one, guys. And the minute they lost the Wembanyama sweepstakes, I thought it was foretold they were going to trade Dame Lillard. Dame has been on record saying, I don't want to play with somebody who's 2-3 years away. Well, who are you going to go get? What do you think? I mean, I don't even know if there is Portland sports radio, but what do you think they're saying? Bring Zion here? That's the answer?
Here's the problem, man, because if you go out and draft somebody, by the time this guy is good,
Dame's 35.
Dame's now the liability. Dame is now Chris Paul.
It's Dame time. Time for applesauce and an oxygen tank.
But
he'll be 100. They don't have time.
But here's the difference, though. You talk about he will be Chris
I was
Paul.
on fire yesterday. That's him today.
Dame time, diaper change.
Yeah, that's the difference, though, Rico. Chris Paul has been to multiple places, and he's made them better. Dame has stayed, and they've done nothing. They've won nothing. They've lost in the playoffs early. He's really a loser in my mind.
No. He just had this figment in his mind of being loyal, staying there, wanting to win. They just, okay, ready? Who's the best player they've put around him?
C.J. McCollum.
Okay, and McCollum is a nice player, but ain't nobody tripping over their ding-ding to go get C.J. McCollum. Even in New Orleans, McCollum was designed to be the number 3 behind Brandon Ingram and Zion. So, David, I get it. It's just, I think they got to trade him. I don't think they can do what they want to do, which is package Simons and package.
Well, then someone needs to talk to Dame because he's stuck.
Well,
I think he wants out.
Was Portland one of the teams that was after Zion?
In the 5 scenarios by ESPN? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes, and I get it. But my point is, so it's good enough for Portland to do it, but Detroiters are above it.
No.
That's hilarious to me.
No, I didn't say that.
Not you. I'm saying the people. You're fine. You have every right.
And so let's close it out with this.
A lot of establishments on 8 Mile will be happy if this happens.
Come on. Now, that's James Harden. We don't know if Zion does that.
David, go ahead.
Okay. All right. We're good.
Yeah, we'll close it out with this because we started the show talking about the booger sugar in Traverse City. Jeez. And I want someone to check to see if Karl Anthony Towns has been in Traverse City lately because he's been quoted as saying on the Pat Bev podcast, quote, when my time's up and I retire, I feel like there's going to be people who are going to say that I changed the game, and I'm going to be very appreciative of that.
How do you change the game in a coma?
What did he
How do you change the game when you don't even show up half the games? Change the game?
I got to be honest with you. He's not even the best player on his own team.
Some of these dudes ought to be tested.
Hey, think about that.
For crack.
How do you change the game and you're not the best player on your own team? If Minnesota had a fire sale and said you can have anybody you want, he's not the first person I'm going at.
You know, maybe he read his scouting report when he was going to go number 1 overall because that's what we expected of him. And instead, I got to be honest.
He's done nothing. There are players that are ripping him to shreds. Draymond.
And he's soft as the day is long, man. He's just not a foxhole guy.
Not kidding.
And of all
I've
people,
seen stronger pieces of wet tissue paper.
And of all people, Tim Hardaway Jr. ripped him, saying, "Who are these people saying that you changed the game? First of all, you need to win playoff games."
Your mama, aunties, who is saying this? Even your own mother won't say it. What are we doing here?
This is my issue. If you're going to talk, at least be somewhat accurate. Like, I love self-confidence, and I'm happy when guys, really believe, hey, you can't say you changed the game.
Right. You can say maybe they'll think I was one of the best players in the league. Okay, that's an opinion thing. But changing the game, Steph Curry changed the game.
Yeah, but that wasn't the only thing he said. He also said that what they did this year is better than what Denver did.
You know what?
I'm done.
That's why I said
I've heard everything I need to hear. I'm done.
Yeah, Steph Curry. That's game changer. People shooting logos threes now because of him. What did you add to the zeitgeist of the NBA?
Check the
logs. What is that, a quadruple word score?
What?
Did you hear what he just said?
I did.
I don't even know how to spell that.
97.
Holy hell.
Around.
The Zabadadoo. All right, people, I'm excited about this. We did this, it was about 2 weeks ago, and I didn't realize it was going to be a hit. But you know what? Sometimes you just get blessings in life. So while David was on vacation, the news of Zion's baby mama drama really bleep hit the fan. So David wasn't here. So the only way it would be funnier than Rico doing a dramatic reading of his side chick's meltdown on social media would be a pastor doing it. Well, David wasn't here. Well, now David never gets the chance because Rico knocked it out of the park. So we have asked Rico. He cannot go on social media. It's not on the show sheet, and Kenny has printed out today's meltdown by Zion's ex-girlfriend. And we're going to have Rico read it. But what we wanted to do to spice it up is...
Wait, and exempt from Roberto's songs
I'm not finished. We're going to get there. Okay. What we wanted to do was, before Rico was rehearsing his lines, he was studying how to read some of this absolutely egregious commentary. Well, today we've taken that from him. We want live reaction. We want Rico. I teach. I got into Harvard. Okay. Well, now you're going to have to negotiate this minefield. Yeah, this is... Oh, man, the fifth one's unreal. The point is, I am here with supplemental audio. Anytime Rico can't say a specific word on the air, I will supplement it with audio. Also, as a part of this, Roberto is not allowed to pull audio, make drops, or create a Rico song that makes Rico sound like this. Rico is exempt.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Exempt.
Roberto, David, and Kenny. No, Paul, Sarah, no one.
This
you
audio.
just said Roberto.
This
So
audio.
I saw the loophole.
No, this audio.
You're smart, man.
This audio.
I know how to use Zeitgeist.
Did it again. Quadruple word score. This audio dies here. Period. So here's what I'm going to do. David, are you ready? Now, do we have the music? I have to get in position for the supplemental audio, which means I have to be on my game, because I will tell you, if you thought the editorial process last time was tough,
and I'm like,
just like we do with David, we do not
pay running backs.
When Rico needs supplemental audio, he will do the same thing to me. Rico, are you prepared for your assignment?
all right.
Are you ready? This is a Zion Williamson dramatic reading 2.0.
Let's go.
Kenny just fist pumped like Tiger at the Masters. All right. I'm going to hand this to you.
Okay.
You're not allowed to study it. So when I hand this to you, you are going to begin the process. You are playing the role.
Music?
What if I told you? All right. One man's penis could cause this much trouble. This is Mariah Mills' meltdown today. Rico Beard. Take my strong hand. All right, here we go.
No, you can't me anymore, Zion. Over 50 sex tapes we have on your trap phone together, Zion. What you gonna do with those? Pleasure yourself? Because you can no longer feel this cat again. I don't care how much you big.
Oh, my.
I'm never doing the tornado trick. Wow.
I can't.
Does your PR team know that you're still trying to
gotcha
behind closed doors, Zion? You're going to have to...
you tried reading ahead.
You're going to have to dine at the Y for 5 straight days before I let you...
Gotcha.
Or,
oh boy.
Again, Zion, you're an addicted sex freak. All you want to do is
got it.
Silly, like how you
got it. Wrong
one. In your closet with all the mirrors last time, and
got it.
Your
Roberts
all over my.
Oh dear. Nothing beats Rico with the editorial of, quote, dining at the Y. Thank you for being a good sport. That made my day. Do you see why we couldn't let you see those?
It could have been better if I would have saw him ahead of time.
No, it wouldn't be. Trust me. Trust me. Outstanding work.
That tornado trick read that you had.
Jimmy would just be waiting for me as soon as in the break.
That's unbelievable. Oh, man. All right. Well, I've waited all day for that. That was tremendous. David, do you want to catch us up on Ticket Text? I just, dude, when is someone going to stop the insanity? Just stop.
Mike, this has been going on for
2 weeks.
Yeah. Every day. Along with video.
Right. It's
photos.
It's crazy.
And it's just like, to this point, it's like, do you have friends? Like, enough.
Well, the other.
We get it.
The other thing I don't understand in all of this, it's no secret in athlete land or music artist land or actresses land. It's called an NDA. How the hell did he put himself in this spot where she can go and do this stuff and there's no NDA?
I guess he didn't know about it.
Well, then that Duke education, even for all like 10 days he was there.
I was about to say, come on, man.
Not great.
I think he was there. I think Kyrie was there longer than he was.
And you would be upset if it. Well, boy, Rico talking about the tornado. That was something else. All right, David, Ticket Text. What do you have?
Read it with passion, Rico. Tornado trick. That was hilarious. I'm literally in tears. DeJuan and Westland.
His dining at the Y. It's the best part.
Someone says, this is amazing. We need to do this once a month.
No, it's not. We don't get to create this. This has to happen for us to have the material.
This has to go viral. I almost choked on my pulled pork sandwich. That read was amazing. Might be the funniest thing I've ever heard on radio.
Oh, man. Well, you got to have a laugh on a Friday. All our teams stink.
Someone says, I want to see what that tornado trick is all about.
All right, that's quite enough. We're good here.
This is a good segment, y'all. Do it again.
What? Again with the do it agains. Wait, this is about this woman melting down on social media. We don't get to pick.
She's going to continue to melt down.
If she blesses us with the content, we can do it again.
I have one more. Does Rico's dentist know the tornado trick?
Nope. You know what? We're officially done. Not doing this anymore.
Oh, you know what's funny? I talked to Rico. This was like Tuesday. And I called him and he goes, oh, well, actually, I'm at the dentist right now. I go, oh. I go, are the candles lit? And he starts cracking up because he goes, idiot, she got married and I'm at a different dentist. That's still the greatest story ever. If you don't know, well, I'm not going to retell the story. It's pointless. If you're a longtime listener, you understand. Rico's relationship with his old dentist was like none other.
This one's for you, Rico. Says, all hail King Rico. Thank you for playing along. That was great. From Scott in Novi.
It was tremendous. And again, that is a drop-free zone. There is no drops. There are no songs. There will be no more. Otherwise, Rico won't play ball with us.
Anyone near me during a tornado warning is going to wonder why I can't stop laughing.
Rico, it's probably best if you read a commercial.
I don't know how I could follow that up.
Come on.
Okay. Looking for a career in radio?
Just read.
I am.
Hey, want to do dramatic readings like this?
Hey, if you're looking for a career in radio, TV, graphic design, it's time for you to discover Lawrence Tech's certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, graphics, communications through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You can take the classes that you need to prepare yourself for a career in radio. You can learn how to direct and produce and write for TV. Or if your graphic design is your forte, they have a graphics communication program that is specifically tailored for you. Why? Because the instructors work in the business. They'll prepare you and they'll teach you everything you need to know to hit the ground from day one to start your new career. But here's what you got to do. You got to be curious. You got to be ready to make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU. Go to ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs.
Hi, everybody. Don't get stuck without power when a storm hits, or wait for the first 100-degree day to find out the air conditioner's on the fritz. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have you covered. $78 AC tune-up. You get that air conditioner working great for the summer months. Schedule the tune-up today at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, here's what I want to do. What? We're doing...
No, go ahead.
I want to do Who Said It, because I also want to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl ring. Did you guys see this?
Yep.
I've got the specifics on it, and okay, at a certain point, don't we go a little bit too far?
Unless you do it with like how they did it, and
you're not going to believe it.
They were innovative.
Well, here's your problem. There's also something about this ring. I never realized the players were responsible for. I want to get to it. But we always do Who Said It here. You want to do it now?
Yeah.
Let's get Who Said It. All right, so this is the game we do Friday. Just a little bit of a break from sports and, well, Rico's dramatic reading. Our coworkers say things. We have to guess who said it. And a new feature, one of these is going to come from a 97 Won the Ticket podcast.
That is correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, who is eligible this week? Just so you don't get tricky.
Just your normal run-of-the-mill.
I don't think Costa was in.
Oh, he was in Monday.
Was he? Okay.
He was in Monday. Now, Rico is the reigning champion. He's been gaining momentum with this. Guys, we have to step our games up. Roberto, the floor is yours.
Okay, here we go. Like you said, one of these of the 5 will be from a 97 Won the Ticket podcast. Could be Cash the Ticket, 5-Star Zone, could be Bustin' Balls, could be anything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. I wouldn't have drafted him first overall years ago, and I don't want him now for the same reason. He is an injury waiting to happen. Talking about Zion.
God, I'd say Wojo, but he hasn't been on this week, has he? Has Wojo been on?
I'm going to go.
We had Tiger Baseball right after our show a couple of nights. Rieger was on last night. We weren't on Wednesday. That's like a Wojo. Wait. Wednesdays with Wojo. I feel like no one has slandered Zion more than Wojo.
Yeah.
I'm going Wojo, but I'm terrible at this game.
But you said Cookies was here?
Monday. He did Monday morning.
Because he's anti-Zion, too.
Oh, he's anti-everything. Him and his stupid cats.
Catty.
No, I'm going to go Wednesdays with Wojo. That's what I was thinking.
All right. Kenny Cott.
It's Wednesdays with Wojo, and I don't even think Roberto would realize that Wojo is anti-Zion. That wouldn't even connect with him. So I think there's your lane for Wojo.
Everybody lands in the free square.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or we're all wrong. David.
I'm going to go off, maybe you all are all wrong, and I'm going to go Stoney.
Ooh.
Based off the podcast that he does. So I'm going with this being the podcast choice.
Okay. Roberto, who said it?
All right, who said it?
I wouldn't have drafted him first overall years ago, and I don't want him now.
No.
For the same reason. He's an injury waiting to happen.
He doesn't watch basketball.
He's got a big opinion.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Roberto's stepping his game up this week.
Damn.
Roberto, he came to play.
That's the first time Middays has talked hoops since 1997.
We talked it today.
Damn. All right, let's go to number 2.
All right, number 2. Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't care what anybody says. He flat out is. He was too much for the Miami Heat.
I know what I'm thinking, but I'm terrible at this game. You lead off.
Kenny, you look like you got an opinion, so go ahead.
I feel like this might be Jansen with a vague basketball take. He didn't really say anything in there. It was just, too much to take.
Once again, Roberto.
Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't care what anybody says. He flat out is. He was too much for the Miami Heat.
That's Stoney.
See, that feels like Cookies. But the problem is the series wasn't decided Monday morning.
I'm about to say Stoney Cookies. Yeah. About to say.
Hold on. So it would have to be Stoney because Game 5 was Monday night, right?
Yeah.
So then it couldn't have been Cookies. Stoney.
I could just hear he's the best player on the planet. Yeah.
Where did Kenny go with this?
He went Jansen.
I went Jansen, but I'm starting to. No, I'll stick with Jansen.
You're going with Stoney.
I'm going with Stoney.
David, what do you got?
It's so simple. I would have guessed Gator, but he already had Gator.
Maybe he goes back to back.
I'm going Kane then. Simple. Yeah.
Why?
Because it's a simple take. I mean, of course, he's the best.
Wow. Okay. I never should have asked that question. That was the worst thing I could have done.
Tecumseh?
In the
no,
Metamora
he doesn't watch
area?
Basketball.
I'll go Stoney. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't care what anybody says.
How is Evan Jenkins on here?
He was too much for the Miami Heat.
That was from the Restore the Floor podcast.
I guess podcast for the first one. And it's
Dirty
the
SOB. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'll give him credit. Roberto
All
came
right.
to play.
That's dirty. Wow.
But he did say one is a podcast. But Evan's been gone all week.
Wow. All right, number 3. Damn, I'm terrible at this.
Number 3.
Everything sounds the same.
Cucumber is another no-touch food. Cucumber will soil everything on your plate.
Is this before the air? Because Mike would have said this.
You ain't lying. No,
It sure as hell ain't on the air.
Right, not on the air for us.
What's your favorite thing?
We all know you hate cucumber.
Oh, they're disgusting.
I'm going to recuse myself because I believe I know.
You know the answer?
I think at least I know what show it is. Now, that's enough for me.
All
I'll
right,
take 3
that's
steps
the
back.
gentleman thing to do.
Okay, so
Respect.
you know what? He narrowed it down to midday.
No, what if Kenny was listening to the morning show? Who are we kidding? All right. Go ahead.
One more time, Roberto.
Cucumber is another no-touch food. Cucumber will soil everything on your plate.
Kang.
Yeah,
Don't
it's-
ask me
it's
why.
gotta be Kang.
Just Kang.
Yeah.
Because stuff.
Because
Reason.
Doug doesn't eat meat, so he has to eat cucumbers, so he can't.
He likes kale.
Yeah.
You like kale, you like cucumbers.
Correct.
I'm speechless. I'll go with you guys on this.
You may not want to go with me today because Roberto was just,
Roberto.
I'm up here looking like Javi Baez just swinging at sliders.
All right. Kang? Maybe? Who said it?
Who said it?
Now, cucumber is another no-touch food. Cucumber
Oh,
will soil. It will soil everything on your plate.
You know what? If you think about it, guys, that makes sense.
Why?
Because it's not meat, and it's Jansen. Like, he has a steak with a side of steak and chicken.
Does he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a layup. He only eats meat. He hates
That's
vegetables.
it. Yeah, right. I'm like, yeah.
I heard him say the other day he dips his broccoli in queso.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not even kidding. That's something he said. I was
He
like,
deep
called
fries
it-
his broccoli.
He called it gravy.
No, he said his road trip food is beef jerky and queso dip. And he dips the jerky in the queso.
I mean, the poor pilot truck stop that he stops at. Customer number 17, your stall is ready. Oh my God.
It barely makes it in
They
there.
actually just run John through the car wash. They run him through the car wash ass first. Can you imagine this guy driving across America just slamming beef sticks dipped in cheese?
Yeah. That's it. He was like, that's all I need.
Is that a bidet for an old lineman?
Yeah.
Oh.
They just turn you back first through the car wash. Jesus. Go ahead.
All right, I'll give you one more.
Roberto, you're on fire today. I'll give you credit.
Thank you. If you can get it in the stadium, does it change the tailgate at all? Does it maybe cut back on the let's slam all these beers before we go in?
All right, so this now we have not talked about the legalization of beers in college stadiums, so it isn't this show. Shame on me. Who covered this?
I'm going to go Gov.
Oh, you've just given up. I'll tell you, Roberto, you've broken Rico. Rico came in like on a 10-game hitting streak.
bad.
Remember the swing that you said, did you see Javi Baez swing? That's me right
That's
now.
exactly what I was just going to say.
It's just-
He knew
I'm
he
just
was
like
swinging
this.
before. It was Gov before he
Damn.
even asked the question.
Right, before the pitch even comes.
Rico's just like, white guy.
I just wanted to be Gov.
All right, in the Luna Pier area. Kenny, what do you think? Come on now, you screened for middays.
Yeah, this was. I know the middays talked about this, so it might have been one of them, and it's a very pragmatic, very well thought out opinion. So it's probably Doug. He's just trying to worry about everybody's safety. They're not going to get sloshed as much
You know
as
what?
they
You're
would.
right, because Doug was he carried that opinion after his show, telling me how much he hated that they were going to be serving alcohol. I'm like, Doug, you could drink 20 feet from the stadium. What difference does it make? I know, but still. All right.
David.
Can I hear it one more time?
Sure.
I'm defeated.
If you can get in the stadium, does it change the tailgate at all? Does it maybe cut back on the let's slam all these beers before we go in?
Okay, Doug, I guess. I don't. Aye.
Mike? It's radio.
I know.
When you have us here looking like Roberto.
You got to say something.
I know. I just, I don't.
And I'm broken.
You're missing that. You're missing that Price is Right game right about now. aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Lower, higher. I'll say, Doug. I am. This is awful.
Hey, welcome to the bias swing.
Yeah, this is.
All right.
Just a bit outside. Roberto, who said it?
Well, I'm glad today we end on a high note. Who said it?
If you can get it in the stadium, does it change the tailgate
Yes.
at all? Does it maybe
Yes.
cut back on the let's slam all these beers before we go in?
Oh, God. Clutch your pearls a little more, Doug.
Oh,
He was very upset over this.
There's nothing to be upset about. I don't care. Like, if you don't want to have a beer, don't have a beer.
Right,
If you
but
do,
it's-
you do.
Right.
I don't care.
It's tailgating. People are already drunk.
Plus, how does it affect him? He's up in the booth.
Right, but you could drink in the stadium. Like, newsflash. Turn around, look in the parking lot. They're all drunk.
Okay. Whew, I didn't go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. I'm okay. That is who said it. So whether it's an IRS collection or audit or civil or criminal, maybe it's just the Department of Treasury, you need Abraham and Rose. You need legitimate representation. They will fight for you. They will fight the IRS. Guys, listen. The IRS could take away your peace of mind. They could hit you in the wallet. You need a real team of local lawyers, and you don't want the IRS contacting you. Don't let your issues get worse. Let Jerry and Maurice from Abraham and Rose fight for you. Call Abraham and Rose right now, 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, David, let's get some football in the mix, please. Hopefully somebody can find DeAndre Hopkins a home because I'm tired of hearing about it. But go ahead, subpar music. You know, that open makes it sound like Rico and I disagree on everything. I don't feel like that's the case. It's a very leading open right there. All right, go ahead.
Wow, Roberto, what are you trying to do?
Oh, it's whatever I say it is. Rico doesn't speak that way.
I don't want to hear what's coming out of your mouth.
Okay.
So let's do this here because mini camp is over. We are now a month away or so from training camp, and everyone seems to be doing lists. And here is Pete Prisco's top 100 players of 2023. So I know what people ask in Detroit, oh, where are the Detroit Lion players at? So let me give you that right off the rip so you can stop complaining. Penei Sewell, number 66 on the list.
I love it.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, number 83.
I love it.
They are the only two on the list. Aiden Hutchinson was the first honorable mention.
Yeah, I think for Aiden, it's going to come down to his pass rush win rate. He only had a win rate of about 13% last year. That's nowhere near high enough. Now, he had a nice 2/3 of a year. After the first 4 or 5 weeks, I thought he started playing a lot better football.
Yeah, they started using him the correct way.
Well, they had to get him off the strong side.
Right.
He had to go to the weak side. What I'm saying is, from year 1 to year 2, the biggest thing he's got to work on is when he gets that one-on-one, or God forbid you get doubled, sorry, it's going to happen, he's got to win more.
I think he's also going to have to, sadly, go above and beyond when it comes to sacks and pressures because that's a position where there's so much competition.
Yeah.
You have to stand out.
Yeah, see, the sacks, I don't care. You and I always talk about this. I try to tell people, don't worry about the sacks. You can affect the game with pressures just as much.
Correct.
So win
That's
more.
Aaron Donald is pressures.
Amen. Nailed it. I love sacks.
Right.
But the pressure, that's what you need.
But if you get that big sack in a big moment, now all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
People remember that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why is Jared Goff not on this list?
You know what? That's a really good question.
As the guy who played as the second best QB in the NFC, as a guy in his last 24 games who has outperformed the likes of damn near everybody not named Jalen Hurts.
I can help you with that, but you're not going to like the answer.
Well, go ahead.
There were two different Goffs. So they probably just merged the two Goffs from last year and said, yeah, not on the list.
The last 6 games, 7 games of year 2, and all of last season, over a 24-game sample size, Rico, he's one of the 10 or 12 best QBs in football.
Right.
How is he not on that list?
Right, but in the beginning of the season, he started every half, it seemed like, with a pick 6.
I'm going to answer it again. Over 24 games in total.
I understand. But, Mike, you're a Lion. Kind of like what I said about Aiden. You have to go above and beyond because you got to pay that Detroit tax.
Who's the worst quarterback on that list, David? Lowest ranked QB on the list.
Let me get to the lowest quarterback on the list.
I just want to see. And maybe Rico's point will be proven, or maybe I'm going to be angry. Either way.
The lowest quarterback on the list. Oh, my gosh.
Good heavens. What are we doing here? What on earth?
Just go to the next one, David.
Yeah, what I have.
I'll find it.
I already have the top 6 quarterbacks on my list. I got to find the worst quarterback on the list.
Move on. It's fine.
What I'll give you are the top quarterbacks on the list. You have Jalen Hurts at number 31. You have Aaron Rodgers at number 29.
Disagree right off the top.
Trevor Lawrence at number 23.
Too low.
Justin Herbert at number 22.
Too high.
And then you get into the top 5. Joe Burrow's number 3. Josh Allen number 2. Mahomes number 1.
There's no issue. I'd probably put Josh Allen down the list a little more. The point I'm making is if towards the back end of the 100, we start getting into QBs 9, 10, 11, and 12, I have a problem if Jared Goff is not there or at least an honorable mention.
Your worst he's not in the honorable mention. The worst quarterback on the list, 78, Justin Fields. In the top 100.
That's a disgrace. Total disgrace.
And then when you mention honorable mention, you have Dak in there. You have Tua in there. You have Cousins in there. You have Geno in there. Matthew Stafford, Kyler Murray.
I would take Goff over every guy you just named. Hell, a couple of those guys are dead. All right, move on.
Matthew
I'm sorry.
Stafford.
I don't mean to make this a
Geno
rant.
Smith, that I mentioned Geno Smith. He's also in there in the honorable mention.
That's embarrassing.
Kirk Cousins, yeah.
That's the thing. He should be over Kirk Cousins in my mind.
Who?
Jared Goff. If Kirk Cousins is going to be honorable mention, Jared Goff is right there with him.
That's right.
No.
So to not put him as honorable mention, that's
look what Rico's doing there. He's just making a face. He's not even saying words.
He is. Let me give you.
What did you say when I don't even turn?
Oh, yeah. You know you're dead.
Let me give you your first New York Giant on the list, which at number 24 is Andrew Thomas. That would be your very first.
He's ascended to be a hell of a left tackle. What am I going to say? That's great. Super. I'll sleep better tonight.
So, of course, Rico's privilege, his first 49er, of course, is in the top 10, and that would be Nick Bosa.
Fred Warner should be on the list.
He has a couple in the top 10 for your team, Rico. Nick Bosa's at number 4, and Trent Williams is at number 10.
Sure. He also should have Deebo Samuel on the list. He should have Christian McCaffrey on the list.
I mean, I feel
George
like
Kittle on the list.
I feel like we're getting robbed with just 2, but
Fred Warner
that's just
on
the
the
top
list.
10.
No, I'm just saying we're being robbed with just 2 in the top 10.
They probably got 6 or 7 players in the top 100.
Christian McCaffrey is at number 27.
Should be at 11, but go ahead.
No, he shouldn't. That's outrageous. Availability
Debo's 12.
Okay.
Debo's 12.
We're good.
Kittle's at 32. Fred Warner's 37. Debo's 57. And there you go.
My God, he's got 6, 7 players in the top 57.
Exactly.
What a life. What a life. This guy's growing up like a Hilton.
Brock Purdy is not in the list or the honorable mention. So let me finish the top 10 here, because I already gave you Nick Bosa at 4 and Trent Williams at 10. So at number 9, Aaron Donald. Number 8.
I don't hate it. I know it's easy if you wanted to put Donald 1, but to me, Nick Bosa outplayed him last year.
Well, Aaron Donald just didn't play. So I think Aaron Donald getting 9 was out of courtesy.
Yeah, but
it was a lifetime
realistically,
achievement.
If I ask you for the top 10 players in the sport, and then I go, okay, now, top 5, I could make a good faith effort that Bosa and Donald are in that top 5.
No, you could, but I think it was more so he didn't play a lot last year. Plus, he's teetering on retiring. So this is more of the goal watch lifetime achievement type.
Oh.
Wow. Number 8, Micah Parsons. Number 7, Justin Jefferson, who is the first wide receiver on the list.
I think that's too high for Jefferson, but that's me. Very nice player, but I'd put Jamar Chase over him.
You know what? I think if Jefferson had a real quarterback, I think you would leave it as is.
Wow. Okay, Sparty.
Wait, I said if he had a real quarterback.
Well, that's my point.
Oh.
No one listens when you knock a Sparty. Oh, no.
I'm still pro Keith Nichols. So.
Number 6. Number 6 is Travis Kelce. A little high for a tight end.
That's too high to me.
Yeah.
Too high.
And he's an idiot.
Okay, then.
Number 5, Myles Garrett. And then I gave you the rest for Nick Bosa, Joe Burrow.
Give me,
Allen.
in your mind, the most overrated player not named Travis Kelce on that list. Now, Kelsey's a great player, but number 6 in football, I don't know about that. Is there somebody that jumped out to you and you went, what on earth?
Yeah, number 14 is Jalen Ramsey. He shouldn't be 14.
No, I agree.
You know what? I do. I'm going to number 2. Josh Allen.
You think? Oh, okay, got you.
I think it's way too high for Josh Allen.
Yeah, with 31 turnovers the last 2 years, a terrible home playoff loss. I'm not against it.
I would have Joe Burrow at 2. I can make that argument. I can make the case Josh Allen may not be top 10.
Oh, my.
I mean, he's simply – I mean, we talk Aaron Donald earned the lifetime achievement. He's simply number 2 right now based off of what people think he will do, not after what he's done.
Well, let me ask you this, because I think a guy who should be in the top 10 who isn't, would you replace Josh Allen, not at 2, but a Chris Jones? Move him into the top 10, move Josh Allen out, in your mind.
I can't do that. Okay. I like Chris Jones a hell of a lot. Look, the player to me that's criminally underrated, and I thought he was going to break out last year once he had an adult for a coach, and I feel like he'll be firmly in the top 10 next year, is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence was absolutely incredible.
You are in the fan club.
Hey, man.
See, I would either put Jamar Chase or Devontae Adams.
Good on Chase, Adams.
Yeah, Jamar Chase is number 16, Adams 17. right next to each other.
I would put one. I could swap Allen out with one of those two and not lose sleep. Adams is just stuck on bad team, bad quarterbacks.
Well, he did that to himself, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Yes, he did.
Well, he didn't know that.
I want to go play with my best friend. Cutscene, guy's gone a year later. You did that to yourself, dude. No, what? What?
He didn't know his best friend was going to leave.
He knew he wasn't that great.
Thank you.
That is in football today.
Hi there. Listen, we've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, the largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And as the weather heats up, it's deck season. They moved enough product last year to cover 26 football fields. It's because it's all in stock. You want to build a deck? Well, 8 to 12 weeks of lead time ain't going to help you. Summer will be over. You can get it done right now. You don't have someone to build that deck? No problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. And the key is, again, no lead time, no special orders. Everything is right down the street in their mammoth warehouse. All styles of Trex decking, railing, lighting, you name it. It's Northville Lumber.
Call today or go to northvillalumber.com. That's northvillalumber.com. All right, so we got a dynamic duo of trades that we are going to give you top of the hour, and I don't think any fan can say no to these. I think they both help both of our teams. They are both deals that were put out there one by ESPN, one by the Hockey Elite writers, and I think you got to say yes to both. We're going to do that in a few minutes. I did say I wanted to do this, so let me just briefly. The Chiefs were presented with their Super Bowl rings, and it is unbelievable. Now, look, I understand championship rings have gotten out. It's gotten out of hand. Let's just face it. They're not remotely wearable.
Yeah.
These things look like they make Thanos' glove look subtle. So here's the Chiefs ring and some details. This comes way by Sporting News. And I just thought it was interesting, but there's one piece of this I never realized players were responsible for. Work with me on this. So the ring comprised of 16 rubies and 50 diamonds in the team logo alone.
That's not excessive.
So for the Chiefs logo on the ring, 50 diamonds, 16 rubies. Then there's another 16 diamonds on the base of the ring, which represents the 16 players who scored a touchdown this season. I'm not reading that list. The background is made of rubies and diamonds. So you get another 19 rubies and another 38 diamonds. The 38 diamonds reflect the Chiefs' points in the Super Bowl. 19 plus 38 equals 57, hence Super Bowl 57. I mean, it's over the top. The Lombardi trophies, there are a few images on the ring. The first three are visible on the outside of the ring, one for each Super Bowl in franchise history. However, underneath the top of the ring are more Lombardi trophies laid into the middle of an overhead Arrowhead Stadium, one for each individual championship, just like the Warriors have. 54 diamonds are at the top of the ring. You keeping up with this number?
I am.
54. One for every individual deficit point the Chiefs overcame in their last two Super Bowl wins. This is King Petty.
I mean, but you're allowed to brag when you are the king.
Okay. A removable pendant on the Chiefs ring.
There it is.
The top of the ring can be taken off and worn as a pendant.
Baller move.
I can't lie. That is.
Wow.
David,
Yes.
you want to wear that to Sunday service?
Yes, I do.
But here's the thing. You don't have to wear the ring, but you can wear the pendant because it's this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're good. Relax.
I like this ring. It's excessive.
Do we get one for a Marconi? I'm kidding.
We should.
You'd get a Cheez-It puff. Underneath the top ring is an inscription of the Chiefs with a 50 logo and engravings of the Super Bowls the player with rings has won. Mahomes, for example, has 2019 and 22 underneath his ring. With the inside is the player's signature and scores during the playoff run. But we're not done. The cost. This is what shocked me. So players don't pay full.
Oh, no. You missed something.
What did I miss?
The box that the ring came in, when you open it up, it's a monitor of every player's highlights throughout the season.
Really?
Whoa.
I'm sorry that wasn't on here.
Yeah.
Good pull by you. Players don't pay full price for the ring, but it comes with a gaudy price tag. So even the gifts are taxed. So when the Chiefs got their rings in 20, Action Network's Darren Rovell noted the Chiefs paid $11,000 per ring, which came out of each player's paycheck. You win a Super Bowl ring, and then you have to pay for it?
It should be a gift.
Yes, it should be. But here's the thing. You don't care. and you probably take it out of your Super Bowl winnings. That check that you get, just take it out.
Okay, but
of
here's
that.
the thing. If the tax cost you $11,000, the Chiefs were selling replica rings in 2020 for $12,500 for a replica. The real McCoy's got to be $100,000 a ring.
At least.
I'm just
at least
spitballing here.
Right up. It's one of those where you shouldn't have to pay for it, but David, it's like us. We should all go out and get Marconi Award rings.
But let me ask you this: does them paying for the taxes allow them to then resell it if they want to?
Well, it's funny you say that because the last thing, David, it's almost you're a soothsayer. On Heritage Auction, right now, today, there are 8 Super Bowl rings for sale. The Giants and Seahawks rings are going for north of $40,000, and that's the low end. The starting point, if you wanted to buy a Super Bowl ring on Heritage Auction, $40,000. That's the cheap seats because the Giants would be what back in 2011, $40,000. The Chiefs rings got to be somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000.
All those diamonds, I'm thinking it may be more.
Okay, well, listen, okay? Why don't you go ask them? They don't release the price. If you want the replica, though, $12,500. What ding-dong is buying a replica Super Bowl ring for $12,500?
Well, think about it. The first one they hadn't won since the 40s, right, or the 50s, or whatever it was.
Right, okay, you say that. Now, let's say the Lions have that magical season, and let's say they go all the way and win the Super Bowl. You don't think Lions fans will line up to buy a replica Lions Super Bowl ring?
don't.
You, my friend, are crazy.
No, I think you'd pay $12,500 for the ticket before you'd pay $12,500 for a replica. What's the replica? Cubic Zerks?
Yeah, and you would sell out. This city would go.
I couldn't disagree more.
They've never had a Super Bowl.
I think the tickets would be the most expensive tickets in the history of professional football.
And if they win the Super Bowl,
Lions made a Super Bowl. How about this? If the Lions hosted an NFC title game here, I think it'd be the most expensive ticket in the history of football.
It would.
That I agree with.
No,
but for a replica ring,
and if they won the Super Bowl and they're the Super Bowl champs, you want a piece of history. No better way of saying I have a copy of the ring.
Do we all agree, though, if they won the Super Bowl, the meteor's hitting?
Yeah,
like the clock strikes 0 and the meteor hits and it's all over.
My boys, the aliens, will show up and be like, hi.
It's
I was
me
about
again.
to say, that's when we actually see the actual UFO and they take us.
We've seen a lot of crazy stuff on this rock, but we've had enough now.
Where's that Valeni guy? We want him first.
Well, there you go. There's your Super Bowl ring stuff. Pretty wild.
I like the fact of, you could take the top off and there it is. It's the stadium on the inside. That's clever. That's new. And then, when you open up the box, it's a little monitor and the players' highlights are in that monitor.
So then Clyde Edwards-Helaire doesn't have any highlights, is what you're saying.
His TV doesn't work.
Maybe it's team highlights for certain people. The punter, the backup punter, the long snapper. Yeah.
Jesus. It's just like the screen when your TV's not working. Error code
It's bouncing
01
across
031.
From corner to corner, the box is just.
Yeah, RDX 03158. Let's get to the dynamic duo. I'm going to fix the Wings. I'm going to fix the Pistons. Kenny's going to join us because he's got, I think, a no-brainer for the Red Wings. And I got a trade that even Rico can't shoot down for the Pistons. We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, hold on. Where
Do you get it?
Where the hell is that from? Well, what was I yelling about?
Oh, no. It was the TCU bowl game.
Oh,
and
trick
Michigan
play.
fumbled.
Okay.
Got it. It was the catch, and they brought it back to the 1 foot line, and then they fumbled the very next play. And a caller called in and said, well, if they didn't overturn that play, Michigan would have won.
Okay. It's all coming back to me now.
And
All
you,
right.
yes.
My
The
bad.
next thing you know.
Let's get to it. So, we have a dynamic duo of trades. Now, Kenny was all excited, and rightfully so. The Wings have been linked to a 40-goal scorer, to a guy who would immediately be your number one offensive player. And I don't think the price is bad at all. But that wasn't enough for us. We had to add a layer to it. ESPN had 5 destinations for Zion, and your Pistons are one of them. And the trade is so good, not even Rico said no to it. So here's what's going to happen. I want to let Kenny go first. He's all excited about DJ Duvernay, or whatever this cat's name is. I don't care. You come in, you score 35, 40 goals, we're good. DeBrincat, got it. The point is, the trade that was offered suggested the pricing would be pick 17 and a prospect. Now, name your prospect. It's not Lucas Raymond. It's going to be a guy who doesn't play a lot. Kenny, who do you think they would deal?
Somebody either it depends on what Ottawa wants. If they want somebody that's active right now, if they wanted somebody who's right now, it would be Berggren.
Okay.
Wallander, if not, he's coming
All
in.
right, so one of those two guys and pick 17.
And pick 17.
And
yeah,
you
that's
would
per
do
Max
it.
Boltman of The Athletic.
You would do it.
Oh, absolutely. In a heartbeat, I would do that. And that's with the presumption, by the way, that you get a deal done with DeBrincat, who's scheduled to be a UFA this time next year.
And it's probably 7 years at somewhere around $80 million.
Yep, something like that.
Because it'll have an escalating AAV as the cap goes up. So that was one. And I go, I'm in. We've asked Yzerman to be impactful. We've asked the Wings to take the step forward. You don't like DeBrincat? Great. Find me another 40-goal scorer. And if I have to listen to Kenny talk about some guy no one's ever seen play named Kyle Connor again, I'm going to scream. The point is, the Zion trade. Oh, hilarious. Listening to our man Reegs last night and all these listeners just shredding Reegs like he's a bad guy. Oh, you're looking for phone call. Here's an idea, morons. We're looking for a team that doesn't win 17 games. We just spent $100 million on Monty Williams. And you're not too good for anything. You know what the Pistons are? A homeless guy. So you take your old, stained mattress and you drop it to a homeless guy. He ain't saying, oh, no. I'm holding out for a new mattress. No, you're homeless. You'll take this. That's you. Here's the ESPN offer. The New Orleans Pelicans would receive Bojan Bogdanovic, beef stew, and the number 5, or no, it was and the number 2 overall pick, because we're doing a deal with Charlotte. So that would be Scoot Henderson. Charlotte gets pick 5 and pick 14. You get Zion. No Jaden Ivey, no Cade Cunningham, no Jalen Duren. You deal an expiring guy in Bogdanovic. You deal the number 5 pick that nobody wants to use. And you deal beef stew. Zion Williamson. Not even Rico could say no to it. I don't think any of you on your drive home from work could say no to it. I don't think you could say no to either deal. Both of these deals make each team infinitely better. Both of these deals change the conversation surrounding the team. Now, the Pistons, it wouldn't be a playoff team. It wouldn't. I'd be surprised.
No. If he played 60 games.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Maybe play in tournament.
Right. I'm not trying to be funny, but if he could play in 60 games.
But it would just make them watchable. It would make them talkable, interesting.
It would make them relevant.
And you'd have a chance of having a core 4.
Yes.
Wings, immediately you're a playoff team. What they lack is a number 1 scorer. What they lack is this difference maker. They have about 6 or 7 of the same guy. As Kenny put it, that middling, solid NHLer. But they don't have enough of the high-end talent. What did we watch drive Florida to a Stanley Cup final? Not by himself, but it was Tkachuk. Now, Bobrovsky was a big part of it until he turned into a tomato can in the finals. But I'm
he
asking,
helped get him there.
Correct. That's all we're talking about.
But here's the
can
problem.
anyone say no to either of those deals?
Here's the problem. Kenny sold me on the Wings. As far as Zion, if this thing fails, then this becomes the place of failed top draft picks because you set him right next to Bagley. And it's just like, we're just collecting all the flops of
let me help you. If you don't make a move, Bogey leaves. If you don't make a move, Beef Stew's going to beef stew. He's a nothing burger. And if you don't make a move, it means you're drafting a 19-year-old nothing who's not going to be ready for 3 years.
So if you bring him in, he extended his contract for how many more years? 3
years.
years?
Let me pull it up. Oh, no. NBA, it don't work that way. Hold on.
I mean, I thought now people are going for the shorter deal to make more money.
Guy's breaking my balls. He can't just say he wants the player. I got it. Good Lord. Oh, Rico L. Beard. Zion, the hero. Here we go. 33.5, 36, 38, 40, and 44. He's an unrestricted free agent in 2028. And may I remind you, that deal is not totally guaranteed. And it is roughly $20 million under what an NBA Supermax looks like. I'm not going to call it a value, but if the average NBA starter right now, if you look around the league, the average cost to sign a starter is about $22 million. You're paying about a $10 million bump on that, and he could be a top 5 player in the league if he's healthy.
I want to tell you every reason why they should not do this. I got nothing. I got nothing. So that's sure. You're going to lose out on Beef Stew. You're going to lose out on a player that was going to leave anyway in Bogdanovich and a 5th-round pick. I don't know why Charlotte would join in this trade, but it's not your problem. And you get Zion for free. You keep your core. If Zion can just play in 60 games a year, I guess you win. When he's on the court, he's fine. Now, you're going to have to deal with the distractions. That is his baby mama and the woman who wanted to be his baby mama. You're going to have to deal with all that distractions. But this is a place where, let's face it, it ain't like he's going to be under tough media scrutiny.
And what am I giving up? Nothing.
Nothing.
It's like the DeBrincat deal. What am I giving up? Nothing. I'm not trying to minimize that a prospect you give up could end up a star, but the Wings they have to begin winning. The Pistons have to develop a baseline. And I get it. Oh, well, Zion this. Okay, what are you trading for? Zach LaVine? You trading for Randall? Who are you going to trade for?
No, it's not that, but it's like, man, I've never been a big fan of athletes where you got to put clauses in their contract saying, need you to do this, need you to do that, need you at this weight, need you to play this many games, need you to do this. Like, you should just want to do this.
All right, but
your career.
Yeah, well, it's like a musician who won't stop doing crack. You want the album? You got to sign him to a contract that says don't do crack.
You win. Good night, everybody.
It sucks, but it's the truth.
Rigger and Wojo at 6, 97.1.
248-539-9797. Kenny, you're not saying no to either. David, would you say no to either of these?
No, I wouldn't say no to either. Look, I was willing to give up Zion for Ivy. The fact that I don't have to give either Cade or Ivy up, yes. And we need a 40-goal scorer. Yes.
No, for the Wings, I'm in for that one, especially after Kenny told me. I'm like, so that's it?
Yeah, you don't have to give up number 9?
That's right. I was like, really? He's like, well, if they want 9, you could have it. But, yeah, you take that deal. Kid's coming home. I think that'll help in signing the long-term deal with the Wings. They have the money. They got the capital. He's going to be the man. It's a win-win. Zion, you're not giving up anything.
Giving him Beef Stew in number 5 and Bogey.
I just feel like, congratulations, you got Marvin Bagley 2.0.
Hey, man, if it doesn't work, what did we lose? That's my only counter.
But I feel like at that point, you're stuck with, it'll be like a Javi Baez type of deal where we're stuck with him to 2028.
Right, but the point is right now,
How about this? If Zion is a shanty with a hole in the roof, it still beats sleeping on the curb. Rico, we have nothing.
I know. It's think of it this way, Rico. Yesterday you looked at me and you said, but you're still giving up Ivy. He can be something.
This is the
you
thing.
were giving up just number 5 really for him.
If I'm Gores, this is one. You know what? Just do the deal. I don't want to talk about this no more.
Can I offer you
two
this?
just go do the
Say
deal.
yes and turn around and leave.
And I'm hopping in my jet and I'm going back to L.A.
Can I offer this one thing to media market mogul R.L. Beard? I hate saying this because when Rico does this to me, it makes my skin crawl, but I'll say it. They'd sell out. They'd sell tickets. They'd be on TV. They'd be marketable. They would give it would. They'd be a conversation.
They would be for the first couple
for
of
the 18 games until he blows
right,
his
the
knee
first
out.
couple of
Okay.
games, and they're like, has anybody seen Zion? And then there's a guy in a red and white shirt in the crowd saying, there he is. I found Zion.
I'll be on your side for this one, Rico. They'll show up for warm-ups, watch him dunk, not play, leave.
Right. But no,
I have nothing.
No, for the first time in a long time, fans would go down to Little Caesars to actually watch the Pistons and not who they're
How about
playing.
watch both teams?
No, I'm
Bring
saying.
you bring in DeBrincat, you bring in Zion.
Yeah.
You are making people pay attention to your product.
Right.
And these deals, one that ESPN put out, one that Kenny's Hockey Elite put out. I'm sorry. I'm not saying no to either because I don't think I'm in a position to.
No, because it's a crying shame that the Wings and Pistons still don't hold the record for attendance at Little Caesars for a sporting event. They don't hold that record. You know who holds it? At Little Caesars for the crowd. Neither one of those teams hold the record
Who
at
else
Little
plays
Caesars.
there?
You don't know who holds the record?
No, if I did, I would have answered you.
MSU.
Huh?
Hoops. They played there a couple times. They set the record for sporting events at Little Caesars. They packed the joint out.
All right, lock the doors. It's over. 248-539-9797. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Wow. David, just tell him to read some. That is, oh my God. Are you serious?
Yes. The NCAA tournament and when they played Oakland.
Wow.
Both of those games.
Hey, Hockey Town.
Jam-packed. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. For the month of June, Hamilton is participating in the Pick Up for Paws campaign for every pet that is loved and cared for, like your beloved dog and cat. There are so many that they're not that lucky. So stop into Hamilton and drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. If you don't know what to do, there's a long list of donation items at HamiltonChevy.com, and your donation will make a difference, I promise you. While you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff because they do want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. That includes this month's Rico deal, the June Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4. Get this, $389 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You just walk in with $995 down and you drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. And make sure you drop off those pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado at Hamilton Chevrolet. Chevrolet, find new roads.
If you're heading to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. It's located in downtown, which is brick by brick, getting revitalized, and everyone that stays at the D gets 2 free stadium swim passes. Located at the beautiful Circa Hotel and Casino, and we've done a couple of broadcasts there for March Madness and for the Masters. Fantastic. Biggest outdoor sports book on the planet. Whichever place you decide to stay at, you're going to have a hell of a good time. Book your room at thed.com today. That's thed.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for sports in Vegas. All right, Hatchet, who says no to either of those trades? We'll get to the calls. A lot left to do here before Rieger and Woj makes an appearance.
No way. I don't believe it until I see it.
know. It's crazy.
Listen to Yzerman's hints. Still. Did I miss something?
Rico's just realizing I turned his chair upside down. This is Friday, and we're acting like 14-year-olds.
I didn't even notice that. I just started reading.
People, we've lost cabin pressure. Will someone trade for a good player, please? I can't even explain it.
What happened?
David happened.
I walked in. My chair had been thrown across the room.
When you get cursed at by a pastor, it just becomes a difficult thing.
What did I do?
Nothing. You've been wonderful. David, what were you saying?
Listen to Yzerman's hints. Still in a rebuild and be patient. Paul will tell you in Spanish if necessary.
Yeah, okay. Kenny, I'm going to ask you because I understand you and I are completely different humans. I am impatient. I am cynical. And look, I've been here for 20 years doing radio. I am tired. I am tired of these teams having the pendulous balls to say the word patience. I don't want to hear that word anymore. So I'll leave it to you to tell me whether I'm allowed to say Steve is full of bulla.
Yeah, it kind of, to me, it feels like that. Also, I don't really take a whole lot from when GMs talk and say things like, oh, we're following the plan, we're being patient, until you're not, That's true until it isn't true, and they end up doing something crazy.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's going to or he's not going to, but the whole patience thing, and maybe the patience thing also relates to we're not going to win a Stanley Cup next year.
Why, though? See, you know what? I don't find that acceptable, and I'll tell you why. The NHL is not the NBA. Mm-hmm. The NHL, it's like a poker tournament. Chip and a chair. You got a shot. All right? The team who wins the President's Cup never wins it.
That's almost a kiss of death.
You can make it. The Islanders made a couple of runs here. Teams make runs. Kenny, I don't accept that.
I agree, but the patience thing to me is just lip service.
Okay.
I never put any stock in that because at any moment things can change.
All right. I had to ask you. You are the czar of hockey affairs. You want me to go to the people or you want me to talk to him again? Because he's just so mean.
Go ahead and flip another chair.
I am very mean. It is the weekend.
I don't like what happened?
Nothing. I was just
talking to Rieger and
that's it. Your chair's upside down. Surprise. All right, let's go to Paul and Shelby, 97.1. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, Mike, Rico, all my friends down there at 97.1 The Ticket. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you saying no to either of these trades?
Yesterday, I said no to Zion. Today, you have changed my mind. If this trade is actually doable with Charlotte in the mix, I say do it, but with a caveat.
Okay.
Pretty simple stuff. I love the fact we keep our young core three, Duran, Ivy, and Cade. I don't mind seeing Bogdanovich go. Beef Stew had his moments, but you're right. On any of the top 8 teams, he's a 6th, 7th, 8th man. He's just not consistent enough. I would do it only because you have the right coach in place, and I think he's going to have a lot to say about the team he wants to put on the court, as well as Zion is only 22 years old, and 22-year-olds make mistakes. Thank you for that, Mrs.
Oh, boy.
Probably won't be William.
Yeah, we'll leave that part alone. And even the Red Wings thing. I don't want to hear about draft picks anymore. These draft picks at 9 and 17 are 3 years away.
You had a caller about an hour ago. I believe his name was Randy. Maybe I'm wrong. But he mentioned the kid in Winnipeg and the Michigan kid in Ottawa. Both, I looked into it, totally doable. You could do it with the salary, the cap, the draft picks that you have to work with. Everything is totally doable. He was right. The cap is going up. The contracts, one of them is still under a 2-year deal that you would have to honor. I'm telling you what, if Yzerman was able to pull that off, which we all know by past experience, Stevie not only keeps his cards close to the vest, but he's been known to work some serious magic. You know, when his goaltender in Tampa Bay, you know, just wanted the sun, moon, and stars, he goes, okay, we'll go get it over there. I got this guy. And what'd he do? You know, he went, okay, Roberto, really? Geez, oh, man. You know, we were doing so well here.
I know.
And there you go.
He did it.
But
Paul, listen,
right.
Here's the thing. I guess for me, it's walk before we can run. I need to see them make a bold move. And the idea of them making 2 bold moves this summer, well, that would be incredible. Can we just get one human being capable of scoring 40? Maybe.
I mean, it's very doable. When I looked at the trade and talking with Kenny in the pre-show meeting, kind of like with this Zion thing, it's like, wait, so
ESPN's 5 destinations.
It?
And Detroit gets him. Charlotte gets 5 and 14. And New Orleans gets number 2, which is Scoot Henderson. They get Bogdanovich. Right. They get beef stew.
Neither trade is painful. Like
and
normally
Brian
you give up
Windhorst,
something that you're like, man, that may come back to bite us.
And Brian Windhorst report today that Zion has absolutely no relationship with the team. He has burnt through every piece of equity he has, and he has a minimal relationship with teammates. Rico, I'm telling you, a week from today, I feel like guys on a different
probably
team.
couldn't get a beignet on Bourbon Street.
Okay, then. All right, good Cafe Du Monde shout out for everybody. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. What's up, Just?
Hey, how's it going? Good afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon, sir. What's going on?
Hey, I just had a question, or not a question, but like I would never take Zion on my team. I don't really care what the trade value is or anything, but just someone who's not available is someone that I don't want on my team. He is always injured. And that's just something that I just can't really – I couldn't get behind if I was a GM or anything. Like, I would reject any trade. I don't care how valuable it is, but he is never available. And I just couldn't get behind that.
Even if you don't have to give up really any assets?
I mean, honestly, yes. I would double down on this, to be honest. I mean, what is he? He's pretty much like a dunk show, right? I mean, he's a good player. I know I don't mean to demean him like that, but he's a good player.
He's a guy who puts up LeBron James type numbers when he plays. He's 27, 8, and 7 when he plays. I can't argue he's been injured, Justin. The point I'm making to you is, Justin, if it worked. Now, again, if you're going to paint the scenario that it's not going to work, you have to allow me to paint the scenario that it will. If it worked, you have a core 4, all under the age of 23, of Duren, Williamson, Cade, Ivy. I'm sorry. You could overnight potentially change the fortunes of this franchise. Now, if it doesn't work and it goes your way and it's a disaster, we're back at 1. We're right back to where we are. What the hell's the difference?
No, I definitely I hope that your scenario works for sure. Like I would sell every draft pick to get him if that's the scenario.
I know.
And I know that sounds
I think for me,
like,
here's where I'm at with it.
But
I believe if you temper the expectation, can I get 55 games out of you a year? We put a real plan in place. And oh, by the way, part of this is, son, you can't play at 280 anymore. I mean, you want a horse racing comparison? He's like a thoroughbred horse. He is built for speed, not stability. He's on spindly little legs. It's a problem. Now, I love him. I love the possibilities of what he could be. And boy, when he plays, guys, on a PER basis, on a per-minute basis, holy mother of God, he's a game wrecker. He has been. Now, insert jokes and all that stuff. I get it.
No. But even at Duke, when he played
the shoe exploded.
Well, when he played a full season by the end of the second half, he was gassed.
Yeah.
It's how MSU pulled off the upset. He was he couldn't even hit the front of the rim. He was so tired at the end of that game.
Yep. No, I everything you say is true, Rico. I don't know another way out for the franchise. You don't want to do this deal? Don't do it.
No.
But when
I said, I'll do it if I'm Gores.
Remember, the Pistons are one of like 4 teams with cap space. Zion's got to go somewhere. And the Pelicans not in the business of taking your garbage. So there's a reason ESPN puts you as a destination. All right, let me take care of business here. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor. For 50 years, they have cranked out pizza, fresh dough made in-house daily, 100% real mozzarella, not the nondescript Wisconsin white other places are putting out there. And they are offering the mix and match deal, $6.99. The menu items, mix and match, make it work for you and the family. Friday night, you don't feel like cooking, Hungry Howie's has you covered. Celebrate the 50 years of flavor with special menu items as well, including the Kenny Cott-approved 73 Classic with 73 slices of Classic, the little satellite dish pepperoni, $9.99. So whether it's a Friday night or, I don't know, hell, it could be a lunch program. Whatever it is, it's Hungry Howie's. For a limited time only on that 73 Classic, it's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Okay. Here's what I want to do. What? We're doing.
No, go ahead.
I want to do Who Said It because I also want to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl ring. Did you guys see this?
Yep.
I've got the specifics on it, and okay, at a certain point, don't we go a little bit too far?
Unless you do it with like how they did it, and
You're not going to believe it.
They were innovative.
Well, here's your problem. There's also something about this ring I never realized the players were responsible for. I want to get to it, but we always do Who Said It here. You want to do it now?
Yeah.
Let's get Who Said It. All right, so this is the game we do Friday. Just a little bit of a break from sports and, well, Rico's dramatic reading. Our coworkers say things. We have to guess who said it, and a new feature. One of these is going to come from a 97 Won the Ticket podcast.
That is correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, who is eligible this week? Just so you don't get tricky.
Just your normal run-of-the-mill.
I don't think Costa was in.
Oh, he was in Monday.
Was he? Okay.
He was in Monday. Now, Rico is the reigning champion. He's been gaining momentum with this. Guys, we have to step our games up. Roberto, the floor is yours.
Okay, here we go. Like you said, one of these of the 5 will be from a 97 Won the Ticket podcast. Could be Cash the Ticket, 5-Star Zone, could be Bustin' Balls, could be anything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. I wouldn't have drafted him first overall years ago, and I don't want him now for the same reason. He is an injury waiting to happen. Talking about Zion.
God, I'd say Wojo, but he hasn't been on this week, has he? Has Wojo been on?
I'm going to go.
We had Tiger Baseball right after our show a couple of nights. Rieger was on last night. We weren't on Wednesday. That's like a Wojo. Wait. Wednesdays with Wojo. I feel like no one has slandered Zion more than Wojo. Yeah. I'm going Wojo, but I'm terrible at this game.
But you said Cookies was here?
Monday. He did Monday morning.
Because he's anti-Zion, too.
Oh, he's anti-everything. Him and his stupid cats.
Catty.
No, I'm going to go Wednesdays with Wojo. Because that's what I was thinking.
All right. Kenny Cott.
It's Wednesdays with Wojo, and I don't even think Roberto would realize that Wojo is anti-Zion. That wouldn't even connect with him. So I think there's your lane for Wojo.
Everybody lands in the free square.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or we're all wrong. David.
I'm going to go off, maybe you all are all wrong, and I'm going to go Stoney.
Ooh.
Based off the podcast that he does. So I'm going with this being the podcast choice.
Okay. Roberto, who said it?
All right. Who said it?
I wouldn't have drafted him first overall years ago, and I don't want him now.
No.
For the same reason. He's an injury waiting to happen.
He doesn't watch basketball.
He's got a big opinion.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Roberto's stepping his game up this week.
Damn.
Roberto, he came to play.
That's the first time Middays has talked hoops since 1997.
They talked it today.
Damn. All right, let's go to number 2.
All right, number 2. Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't care what anybody says. He flat out is. He was too much for the Miami Heat.
I know what I'm thinking, but I'm terrible at this game. You lead off.
Kenny, you look like you got an opinion, so go ahead.
I feel like this might be Jansen with a vague basketball take. He didn't really say anything in there. It was just, too much to take.
Once again, Roberto.
Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't care what anybody says. He flat out is. He was too much for the Miami Heat.
That's Stoney.
See, that feels like cookies. But the problem is the series
Stoney
wasn't
cookies.
decided Monday morning.
I'm about to say Stoney cookies. Yeah. About to say.
Hold on. So it would have to be Stoney because Game 5 was Monday night, right?
Yeah.
So then it couldn't have been cookies. Stoney.
I could just hear he's the best player on the planet. Yeah.
Where did Kenny go with this?
He went Jansen.
I went Jansen, but I'm starting to. No, I'll stick with Jansen.
You're going with Stoney.
I'm going with Stoney.
David, what do you got?
It's so simple. I would have guessed Gator, but he already had Gator.
Maybe he goes back to back.
I'm going Kang then. Simple. Yeah.
Why?
because it's a simple take. I mean, of course, he's the best.
Wow. Okay. I never should have asked that
about to
question.
say-
That was the worst thing I could have done.
Tecumseh?
In the
No,
Metamora
he doesn't watch
area.
basketball.
I'll go Stoney. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't care what anybody says.
How is Evan
Flat
Jenkins
out
on
is.
here?
He was too much for the Miami Heat.
That was from the Restore the Floor podcast.
I guess podcast for the first one and it's
Dirty
the
SOB. Unbelievable.
You know, I'll
All
give
right.
him credit. Roberto
All
came
right.
to play.
That's dirty. Wow.
But he did say one is a podcast. But Evan's been gone all week.
Wow. All right, number 3. Damn, I'm terrible at this.
Number 3.
Everything sounds the same.
Cucumber is another no-touch food. Cucumber will soil everything on your plate.
Is this before the air? Because Mike would have said this.
You ain't lying. No,
It
he
sure
was-
as hell ain't on the air.
Right, not on the air for us.
What's your favorite thing?
We all know you hate cucumber.
Oh, they're disgusting.
I'm gonna recuse myself because I believe I know.
You know the answer?
I think at least I know what show it is. Now that's enough for me.
All
I'll
right,
take 3
that's
steps
the
back.
gentleman thing to do.
So
Respect.
you know what? He narrowed it down to midday.
No, what if Kenny was listening to the morning show? Who are we kidding? All right. Go ahead.
One more time, Roberto.
Cucumber is another no-touch food. Cucumber will soil everything on your plate.
Kang.
Yeah,
Don't
it's-
ask me
it's
why.
gotta be Kang.
Just Kang.
Yeah.
Because stuff.
'Cause
Reason.
Doug doesn't eat meat, so he has to eat cucumbers, so he can't.
He likes kale.
Yeah.
You like kale, you like cucumbers.
Correct.
I'm speechless. I'll go with you guys on this.
You may not want to go with me today because Roberto was just,
Roberto.
I'm up here looking like Javi Baez just swinging at sliders.
All right. Kang? Maybe? Who said it?
Who said it?
Now, cucumber is another no-touch food. Cucumber will
Oh,
soil.
jeez.
It will soil everything on your plate.
You know what? If you think about it, guys, that makes sense.
Why?
Because it's not meat, and it's Jansen. Like, he has a steak with a side of steak and chicken.
Does he? Thanks, Cookies.
Yeah.
Whether
Yeah, that
it's
was
an
a layup.
IRS
He only
collection,
eats meat. He
or
hates
That's it.
vegetables.
Yeah,
civil or
yeah,
criminal,
right.
even
I'm
the
like,
Michigan
yeah.
Department of Treasury.
I heard him say the other day he dips his
Maurice and
broccoli
Jerry,
in
you need
queso.
Abraham and Rose.
Oh.
They're legitimate.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
They
That's
are
something he
tax
said. I was
He
like,
deep
not
fries
bad.
his broccoli.
He called it
Service
gravy.
Yeah, he said
He's
his
a real
road
dude.
trip food is
Real
beef
experienced
jerky
Jerry
and
Sork for
queso.
the
dip.
IRS. And the
And he
IRS
dips
will
the
come
jerky
at you
in the
hard.
queso.
I mean, the poor pilot truck stop that he stops at. Let these guys be the buffer. Customer number
Let these guys
17, your
plan.
stall is ready.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
oh my
Hopefully
God.
Barely
Visit
makes
Abraham
sense.
They actually just run John through the car wash.
539.
They run him through the car wash ass first.
539 50
Can you imagine this guy driving across America
Rico, that
just
is not
slamming
this
beef
type
sticks
of
dipped in
representation.
cheese?
You will never have to
That's
deal
it.
with the
He's
IRS
like, that's all
again.
I need.
Is that a bidet for an old lineman?
Yeah.
Oh.
They just turn you back first through the car wash. Jesus. Go ahead.
All right, I'll give you one more.
Yes, and I know. I apologize. I know that Kat's mother passed away in COVID. You know what I mean. No, you still can't say something as ridiculous as that. Anyway, David, take a text.
People just can't understand some things sometimes.
I know. It's like, yes.
It's in general is what you were saying.
Yes, I understand. I know that. Go ahead.
I don't want Zion under pretty much any condition, but in that scenario they get him for free, but I'm still saying no.
I'm still right. I'm still angry. I don't want to do it. And I know it makes sense. That's why this is one, if I'm Gores, just do the deal and I don't care. One of those, plausible deniability. Just do what you need to do. I don't want to know the details.
Cat had easily the worst year with Ottawa. He missed Kane and isn't the same player without him, not paying him 9.5.
Kenneth?
All right. So, yeah, you're right. He did benefit from having Kane on his line, but also he was in a middling to below average Ottawa team. He's not going to perform that way. If the truth with DeBrincat is somewhere between 30 and 40 goals, you're going to take it. I'm going to take that every time. You don't need Patrick Kane to score 40 goals, by the way.
Especially, you're not really giving up much either. Like, that trade doesn't hurt. Like, most of the time, when you get a top player, you lose something where you're like, oh, man, I hope this doesn't come back to bite us. I don't have that feeling for either trade.
The only thing we'd lose a lot of for DeBrincat is money when we eventually sign him, which we have a lot of to spend right now. So, again, not worried.
Okay, and I'm not trying to make fun of it. Always is still so funny to me that, $9 million is a lot.
It's a lot in our sport, okay? Leave me alone. Right. I'm sorry it can't be 20 million, 30 million, 50 million.
To put it in perspective, that's like Xavier Tillman will probably make that much money, and he comes off the bench.
Yeah, Saquon's getting it on a franchise tag.
No, but like NBA, it's just funny to me. Like, we're talking, he's going to make $9-10 million in the NHL, and that's Xavier Tillman.
Nothing.
Right. It's a different sport with a different TV deal.
It's just always funny when we talk money, and it's just like, okay.
Kenny, it's okay. I got your back on this. You know what? Maybe hockey's the only honest game left. Maybe it's the only game where players still have to work for their money.
I got some bad news, Mike.
What's up, bud?
Remember you and Cookies were
you guys out there doing a show?
Yeah, kind of.
A little bit.
Remember you guys?
Little bit.
Remember the Austin Matthews phase of your show a couple weeks ago?
Hey, we had a nice little rumor. We threw it out there.
It
a
was
little fun with it. It was
fun. My sources, Toronto Radio, have told me that the Matthews camp and the Leafs are now talking.
Correct.
And apparently it's going to be only a matter of time before he extends.
Hey, one problem.
Makes me sad.
At the time we did the topic, was that the case?
No, of course not.
Did they fire a GM he was very close with?
They did?
Yes. Do they have cap nightmare? Yes.
Still do.
Now, instead, if you'd like me to just do, say,
gotta be
that's
careful
on
with
you.
the forklifts.
But for me, I chose that.
I have to apologize.
What do you do in Nashville?
Rieger chose violence.
You ride him at 35 miles per hour up and down the highway. But when I walked into the studio, I misinterpreted Rieger. He said, "Ooh, bad news on Austin Meadows," and I'm like,
"Oh no,
I know
Matthews,
Meadows." I'm thinking, what could possibly
there was an
be
update
worse
on Austin Meadows.
Right. I'll tell you what's going to be worse, and I'm going to help you with your show open.
Oh, what?
What's going to be worse is Rieger's going to make you a trade offer that you won't even be able to say no to for a player that you hate more than Satan.
No.
You're saying yes to it.
You people are conspiring against
What do you
me.
mean by you people?
You know where I stand on Zion.
I know you do.
Really?
He is addicted to food and sex. You people. You know I've said no. You know I want nothing to do with it, and then you're all pushing it.
No. Aren't you addicted to food and sex?
No. I'm with you.
Oh, good.
But with this deal, it literally is the Pelicans have dragged him out to the curb and said...
Okay, who proposed the deal?
ESPN had 5 landing spots for Zion. The deal is the following, and then we're leaving. The Pelicans get Bogdanovich, beef stew, and the number 2 pick, which is Scoot Henderson. The Hornets get 5 and 14. The Pistons get Zion and Ishvance.
What are you going to do when Zion asks for year-long coupons to the Motor City Buffet?
I give them to him.
Who the hell was that?
Wait,
who was that?
Was that Pitches?
Is that
Or
Jim
bitches?
Take
Price?
a listen. I don't know. It sounds good enough for us to use.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What?
Jimmy, baby.
Jimmy.
Oh, I love that one.
Hold on. My point is, you can't say no to that deal.
Well, no, that deal, I must admit,
You could hate his guts.
But it's just a writer making it up. We don't know if it's real.
But it's
How great
here's-
would it be if it was
but
real,
Can I offer you there
So do I.
is credence to it in this regard. And I'm not trying to be Troy Weaver. How many times have we heard about their cap space?
Mm-hmm.
There are only like 4 teams in the NBA with cap space. If you are the Pels, you are not in the business of taking on garbage, bad deals. Bogdanovich is expiring and provides perimeter shooting they
Expired.
need. They get the point guard they want in Scoot. Beef Stew is rotational big. I don't know what the Hornets are doing, but I never know.
I do think with Monty Williams now, I think you have some credibility that maybe Zion would put down the fork in the and the other stuff and play for him. Maybe.
Write the article right now. Pistons need to go out and make it happen. Go
I
ahead.
just feel like people that are addicted to food and sex never give it up.
All righty then. What a
He's
way to
speaking
end.
from experience.
What a way to end the program. These two are next. Woj, welcome
Why
back.
doesn't Rico ever say anything?
Because I don't want to talk
at the
to you.
end.
Fastest time.
Why?
Tell him you people.
What?
I'm out of here. We'll talk to you guys on Monday.
feel
Rico,
bad.
take it away.
97.1.